Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you tuning on in this lovely Sunday evening as we turn towards spring and ever closer. So ever closer the next football season. Well, a draft first, of course, but then the football season. A little bit of both there with that. So hope you guys are getting stoked here as we do inch a little bit closer to the draft. We're in April. The draft's in April. We're inside of 30 days. So draft discussion is going to be rolling along here ever more heavy. So get used to it. We're going deep here. Today, though, we've got a little bit more discussion about a tipsy-turvy, up and down bit of an offseason we've had. It's been mostly ups. Been pretty happy with this offseason. But it's definitely had us in a little bit of a way of not expecting every move, things coming from this side and that side, and you didn't see this coming. And, oh, man, Draymond Jones. And so why not it fit to type? Why not us continue to see more of the same here this past week as the Seahawks, kind of from my perspective on this one, shockingly announced Ryan Neal was going to be released in what was basically has been termed, I guess, as a cost-cutting move to save $2.67 million off of the cap. I guess that does add up. Certainly after Bobby Wagner signing, the Seahawks have put themselves in a position of needing to get more functional cap space. I think the last I heard is even after this release, they're sitting at still like negative $3 million in functional cap room. That means factoring in what the rookies would cost in this upcoming draft if they pick all their picks. So they've got a little more work to still be done. You had to make some moves in some places, and I can understand that completely. And I definitely need to get Bobby's, in my opinion, his presence is more important this upcoming season than Ryan Neal necessarily for what he's going to give the team and what you have already firmly established there at the position as far as depth goes, not to mention frontline starters. The oddity for me that comes in is $2.67 million is really not that much money to truly save. You know, as I said, you didn't make a huge dent in what you needed to create as far as cap space goes. You're going to have to now put another player in place of him, and maybe that's just a super cheap rookie that you're thinking about sliding in there at that point. We're going to go over that in a second as to what I think might be happening on the other side of this, but maybe you're looking to put in a cheap rookie that's just at a lot less of a cost, and then that increases those savings upwards of near maybe $2 million potentially. And at that point, I guess it does make some sense. Ryan Neal was never likely to be a long-term answer here. He was only going to be really a one-year option outside of him being able to stay around that veteran minimum area of things. And that was not going to be likely the case because he had an absolutely fantastic season last year for your Seahawks. He lit it up. You could make a very strong argument, and I think that it would be hard to dispel this argument, that Ryan Neal was your overall best defensive player last year. He made the all-PFF team, which I know many have their slants against PFF, many have their negatives against it. I don't know if you're not watching the tape the last year, looking at Ryan Neal and seeing him fly all over the football field. This guy came a couple years ago and initially filled in for Jamal Adams and showed that he had a nose for the football. He then after that slid into more of a role around being kind of a dime cornerback for the team for a little bit of time. And then he's been there to fill in when Jamal's gone down the couple of times. He obviously has gone down. And looking at last year's season, especially by PFF's numbers, 85.6 overall grade, that's an outstanding grade. 79.5 run defense on a team that couldn't really defend the run very well. And then he had an 85.7 coverage. So a good all-around player, a good all-around season. And again, it matches my eye test. People in the chat are free to correct me on this one, but I don't know there was anybody that was watching last year's film of Ryan Neal saying, you know, he hasn't absolutely improved as a football player. He hasn't taken a step forward. And I wouldn't normally get as caught up a little bit on a guy in a final year of his rookie contract who's likely to go get his bigger contract somewhere else. And maybe there's a little bit of what's happening here too, is that the Seahawks organization has tended to be a very pro-player organization in the past. And so maybe this move is being born out of the fact that Neal didn't like the fact he was going to have to play another year on a 1 year, $2.5 million deal. The Hawks signed Julian Love, not providing Ryan Neal really a pathway to getting much playing time potentially this next year if things work out right for the Hawks. And maybe his representatives came to Seattle and went, you know, this is, come on. Like we're not going to be able to make our big money deal next year after this because you've stacked the position up in front of him and you're going to let Julian Love play. And maybe we'll come to find out that was a part, and I'm sure we'll hear if that is going to be part of what impacted this decision, which would then make it make a little bit more sense, where they have been pro player in that respect of things in the past. Not trying to hold people over barrels. That's not been the way that they've gone about it. This is one of the reasons why they have so few and far between been willing to even use the franchise tag, because they just don't, as much as it's just not a way they want to go on contracts, they don't want to kind of create that friction between player and team that those things can kind of cause. I don't know if it's that, but again, this is as I put in the title, it's an odd move. It's a head scratching move. It doesn't make necessarily a ton of sense on the surface of it, because again, you sign Julian Love, but in many ways, Julian Love is here to outfit Jamal Adams to play in different roles and get up around near the line of scrimmage potentially, or slide into the slot a little bit more. But the worry still is created. The fear is still there. And I think it's one that's a very real one, that Jamal Adams will not be able to go through the course of this year healthy. He has not as of yet during his entire time here with Seattle in just a short couple of years, but he's coming off of the most major injury of his career. He's got the fingers going on, the shoulders going on. You would think if there was one position that you wanted a little bit of insurance for, it would be the safety position. And if you had to pay $2.67 million for that insurance, kind of makes sense that that's worthwhile to do that on this team, especially knowing what you have in your back pocket hip then as far as a player in Ryan Neal, not just any kind of backup. You could say maybe the best backup safety in the entire National Football League at $2.67 million. Again, a little bit of this on the surface doesn't make a lot of sense with that. Outside of, again, they look at it and go, not part of the long-term plan. Let's give him a chance to go out there and get his contract, because he's not going to be put in a position to flourish and succeed this year unless things go wrong for us in many ways. And then there's, I think, the final factor to what is driving this decision. And I think that would be this draft. John Schneider talked in a recent radio interview a little bit about the safeties and these nickel safeties and these athletic safeties that can come down and play slot cornerback. They can line them back out at strong safety. Sometimes they can give you even some free safety snaps. We saw him play this out in free agency by picking up Julian Love, who is in many ways exactly that kind of player. He can play all over the football field for you. There's just not one set position that he's set to that he must operate within. You can move him all around, just like a chess piece, just like theoretically we'd love to see Jamal Adams used like, and how he was used with the New York Jets. And I thought a little bit as John was saying that maybe he was saying that as part of his eye has been looking towards some of the prospects in this given draft. And that maybe there's a couple of guys in this draft on tape that he's kind of fallen head over heels for in that way, who he looks at as those hyper-athletic guys that can play all over the place. And I'm going to mention 3 rounds. Rounds 1, round 2, round 3. And I'm going to give you 3 guys, and it's got 3 guys that I've often mentioned, but I'm even, after this release, getting more kind of affixed into being one of these guys. I could see, I'll even give you a 4th rounder one, just as an outside-the-box one, too, if he lasts that long, which I don't know if he will. But I think he's potentially looking at one of these safeties. I have one in mind in particular I think he might be gravitating towards over the others, because it'll be a bit of a value pick meets him just loving what he saw in the film. All of these guys, though, are the new age model of strong safety, I would say. Before we had the old model, right? Cam Chancellor model. There's nothing wrong with the Cam Chancellor model, right? 67 Mustang, right? It's got all that torque, got all that get up. You know, it can take a beating. It can deliver a beating. Sometimes you need something a little more agile, though, this modern era, okay? Something that can still hit a little bit. Something still got a little bit of that beefiness, but also can operate in coverage. They can go mano-a-mano just off the ball. You know, they can take on a slot receiver and stay step for step with them. And you have those odd guys in this draft. And honestly, in many recent drafts, you haven't necessarily had those guys. I'm going to mention 3 of them, and it's going to maybe make it sound like every year you've got these hyper-athletic safety guys that can play down the box. You might get a hyper-athletic guy at strong safety who can do some free safety stuff, but he'll still need to always be relegated to that safety position. You don't often get the guy who can play strong safety, and then you can pull him up into the slot, and he can take that guy in the slot and handle business there. He can look like a slot corner. That's the odd, hard skill to find. And the fact that there are kind of 3 this year that I think are going to go in 3 different potential rounds, that to me says maybe John's kind of starting to maybe circle around, one of these guys and looking at potentially a replacement, because though they are still set now at safety with Julian Love, and many of you may be saying out there, no, we just did this because we got Julian Love. He fills in for Neal and now we're okay. But let's remember again, the Jamal Adams injury situation is still there. Let's also remember that the Seahawks are going to have a potential ability after next year to get out from under Jamal Adams' contract. Does that make Julian Love the de facto replacement for Jamal at that point? Maybe not. But Julian Love's also only in on a 2-year deal as well. A deal that they definitely can get themselves out of if they wanted to next year after 1 season. Not saying they're wanting to do that, but I'm saying there's definitely a hole here to necessarily potentially go get a guy, especially if it's a guy that John really loves and really looks at as the future of the position, to get the position back to a place where it's not a spot where they're spending $34 million, the highest in all of football, but to pull it back down to a position where they're spending significantly less, in a position that has been by most teams devalued across the league. The 3 guys, again, are 3 guys I've spoken about a lot of different times, aren't going to be any kind of new, anything new under the sun kind of players in what we've talked about before, but guys that I think would certainly be options. And at the head of the list would be Brian Branch. I really am starting to get a sneaking suspicion that this kid is going to go in the top 10. Would not think the top 5 is the right way to go. I don't even think it's worthy of taking him in the top 10, to be honest with you. But if he was to fall a little bit, this is the guy that came out of college last year as probably the best slot corner in college football last year, or it certainly had an argument to be made that he was so, especially considering the level of competition you're going up against out there in the SEC as a slot corner. But then also a guy that was probably the best tackling cornerback in all of college football last year. So he gives you that and an ability to transition to playing strong safety in addition to playing how many ever slot snaps you want to give him. So a very, very high quality player, a rare kind of player coming out of college where he's going to drive this much value to him, being that he is a just slot safety kind of guy who's going to probably go top 15, I think, even at this point. He might sneak into that top 10 stage. The Eagles now, with how much money that they've spent on Zeke Elliott and already bringing in Rashad Penny and still having Gainwell there, that moves them a little bit off to me on the Bijan Robinson talk, and maybe puts them in a little bit of a closer spot to Branch, as they lost a player at that same position he would fill for them going into the future. And it could be a very smart pick for them in the top 10, but a guy that the Seahawks could look for if he did, maybe they move back a couple picks, or they're looking at 20 if he was to fall even to that. Historically speaking, if you're only going to be a slot-only cornerback, you don't tend to go in the top 10, top 15. He's a unique cat, as I said, because he gives you a couple things, but maybe a guy that the Seahawks are looking at and really gravitating towards in what they're seeing from his game. Certainly a player Carroll would absolutely love. He can cover, he can tackle, and he can jump around. He can get a pick. Just a very complete player. The only thing he's missing is really size and what you look for as far as, 6 foot and 210. He's more 190. 6 foot 190, a little more lively, but he's well built. He'll hold up. He'll be fine. The size thing won't be a problem at the next level. That's my first round guy. The second round guy is Sidney Brown. He probably has had the best testing numbers of any of these guys I'm going to mention here through this offseason program. He is much like the running back Brown they have at Illinois. These guys are just, not a shred of fat on them, just absolutely just cut up. And he plays the position of strong safety with that Troy Polamalu-like kind of flair to him. What I mean by that is that just reckless abandon, downhill, hair on fire, pick whatever metaphor saying you want to apply to him. He's that kind of guy where he's just running full speed faster than anyone else on the field whenever you're seeing him on camera. It's like, here comes this guy running past everybody to go up there and make the play. And then he's looking to be violent when he arrives. You combo all this together with the fact that the guy can cover on top of it, that he's a little bit like Brian Branch, probably a few more snaps for him out of the safety position out there in Illinois than Branch had, but a guy that's similarly brought down up into the slot, can hold up there mano-a-mano. His short area quickness, his burst, his explosion are all things that fundamentally allow him to just be exceptional in the slot. And to me, he will be every bit, I think, almost as good as Branch could be in the slot the next level because of how he can move, his instincts, his willingness to tackle down there. You want a slot corner that can be like a linebacker as a tackler down there the line of scrimmage if you got to pull that linebacker off the football field in order to bring the corner on there, especially in nickel situations. He can be that. One of my favorite guys in this draft, a guy that I'm even going to say I like even more than the guy I'm going to talk about, who I think is more likely the guy connected to the Seahawks here, who will be my next guy, but a guy that I think goes in the second round, probably somewhat early in the second round, I would see, because I think his value, again, to have these kind of guys that can give you kind of the three-headed beast, and say nothing of the fact that maybe even guys like Branch or Brown could eventually even give you some snaps out there in free safety with the way that this league is going with that. You know, it seems like it's going to be eventually where just a secondary player is just going to be a secondary player. I don't know. I mean, it's evolving very quickly before our eyes. Let me just say that. But Branch is a spectacular player. If he had just a bit more size to him, he would be a first round, talent. He's just a little bit not, purely short, but he's not necessarily big, but as explosive as they come, fast as well. And he's going to be a great pro. I've actually got a comp on him of like a Mike Brown, former Chicago Bear great. Another Brown, by the way, another Brown out of Illinois, but he just stood out to me. If you go back and watch Mike Brown's tape with Chicago, this guy really, to me, fit to what you saw from those old school tapes of Mike Brown as well. And a guy that, again, plays the game the right way, the way you want your guys to play, right? There ain't no business decisions being made with Sidney Brown. Now we get to the third round, and this is where we get to the guy who I think is potentially the guy that Seattle lands on here as the guy that I think, when we talk about this Ryan Neal decision, why I put this guy in the thumbnail, why I'm trying to connect the dots, because let's face it, that's what I'm trying to do here, is connect some dots. That's what we do with these channels. But why I'm connecting these dots is I just think there's a little bit of an extra here. I can't quite think that Schneider goes into this year with maybe a plan to move Adams around and Love here and not wanting to kind of build a little bit more potential safety help in here. And I think this one's where it comes to all, especially if it's a value point. We talk about drafts being driven by BPA and guys who slide, and then you can get a guy at a spot that you didn't think you should be getting him at, who's really the guy should be over here, but you happen to pick him up for some weird, odd reason he happens to land there. Whereas tape, in the case of this player right here, it's that his tape is sensational and great. It's just that maybe his testing numbers aren't through the roof. None of the safeties this year and their testing numbers have necessarily tested well, comparatively speaking to some of the other positions in this draft. You've had a lot of slow safeties, not a lot of explosion from these safeties, but you've had guys that do have good tape necessarily. So they are guys that could end up dipping and diving a little bit in this draft, who you can pick up a little bit later on, who yet bring some of that value that then will stand out to John Schneider, where we are talking about wanting BPA, which BPA means, hey, just because you have Julian Love, just because you have Jamal Adams, if you're landing there in the third round and there's a guy worthy and deserving of being the pick at that spot, jump. That's the best guy you got on your board. If he's 38 on your player board versus the guy you're sitting there in the third round and you're looking at the other guys you got below are 54 and 57 and 59. Well, that's where you go to the BPA side, right? That's where you want your team ideally to drift towards that. And the guy that stands out to me as that guy there would be Jamie Robinson. He is every bit, I think, just about as good a player as these aforementioned other two guys. Branch is the best of the litter, no doubt about that, deserving of being a first-round pick. They're all well slotted for probably the round they go. And Jamie Robinson's a guy who's got a lot of love league-wide. So he might just have just good enough tape to where I'm off my rocker by putting him here in the third round. But when you do look at his testing numbers, 5'11", 191 pounds, 4.59 40. He ran a 1.58 10-yard split, which is good. Nothing exceptional though, right? 33.5-inch vert, which is a little bit below average. 116-inch broad jump, when you sometimes would probably be looking for more of a 120-plus inch broad. It's probably more of what you're looking for the guy you were looking, especially that vert. You're looking for those explosion scores. So you pair that vert in with those broad, and you're like, okay. And then 29 and 5/8-inch arms, which are fine because, again, if you're playing slot, you're not worried as much about arm length as you would be at other positions. So he really didn't test at any exceptional point, both with him and a guy by the name of J.R. Brown, free safety out of Penn State in this one. You turn on the tape, it's great. You're looking at their testing numbers here, and then and they're going to get dinged for it. But again, when you start talking to me about players that are getting dinged for things that aren't having to do with what they're doing on the football field, those are the kind of players that I too would be interested in if I was John Schneider. Because yes, the testing numbers will inform you of things, but at the end of the day, the tape rules all. The eye in the sky don't lie. And if it's showing you this guy who's flashing all over the football field, sparkling here, sparkling there, are you going to let a testing number hold you back at that point? Are you going to let the fact that he doesn't run track well affect you at that point and go, hey, when the pads go on, this guy's fast. When the pads go on, this guy's sudden and quick. And that is the absolute case with Jammie Robinson. He is a guy with just, when he decides to go from here to there, he's going to get there. He's going to get there like that. There's no wasted motion. It's just absolutely very explosive. He's almost like a little bit like a Jahmyr Gibbs-like equivalent at times when you watch the tape with him, and just that suddenness like Gibbs brings at the running back position. He's not the same as far as Gibbs from speed, explosion, so let's not get it twisted. But there is those instincts that are there, and then the quickness and speed within it. And Jammie Robinson, I'm not just putting this together blindly. He has also met with the Seahawks. He's going to be one of the 30 visits that they've got for their guys out there. So this is an official guy that they meet with. And as we've been instructed by in the past, when the Seahawks meet with a player in the past, that is a player that they will bring on. I mean by meet is that you have these official visits as a team that you can conduct. And they've been restricted in recent years. And what this has done is it's taken out the cloak and dagger element of things where teams might meet with a player to get teams thinking they're interested in a guy. Now teams are really going to meet with a guy because they're truly interested in meeting with that guy. They don't want to blow a visit. They've only got so many of them to utilize. So they're meeting with Jammie Robinson. Last year they met with Abraham Lucas. They met with Boye Mafe. I think they had one or two other ones of the guys they drafted they also met with. So there is a really good chance here that they're already getting connected with him. And I think with Jammie, he was looked at as an early second round, or looked about as a second round kind of option here early in this draft process. And it feels like he's getting kind of slept on a little bit as we go through this. And with some of the needs and other positions of play in this draft, and how I think some of the boards will be driven through some of the second round, especially, him ending out there into the third round could certainly be possible. Or even being a guy they trade up into a little bit higher into the top of the third round to get if he does happen to fall through. But a guy that they also could be looking to target there is, I think, is a third round option, and maybe even a late second. They may even go with him at even a late second if they think that's where they have to pull with it. And Hawk fans might be up in arms at that point. And I'll be definitely, as I say, talking people off the ledge on this one, but I'll understand it. You don't get guys like Jammie Robinson. You don't get guys like Sidney Brown. You don't get guys like Brian Branch just coming through every draft. There's not that equivalent in clusters every draft. Not even singularly is it in every draft. So if you have this, it's not even to call it special, let's call it unique talent. You have this unique kind of talent in this particular draft fitting to a need. The slot position could get better on this team. The strong safety position for the future is not affixed as we stand at the moment. And so is it the brightest need on this team? No. I know people are going to be going, we know defensive line. But if you were at that second round pick and you've already dealt with getting two defensive linemen at that point, it's not the worst way to go on the other end of it. As I always say, the slot corners are up to playing sometimes 60% of the snaps, especially in this division where you have the Rams with their preponderance of 3 and 4 wide receiver sets. You absolutely are going to see a good amount of it from them. Cardinals have had a lot of times, they've been the same in recent years. We'll see how the new offense goes for them, but they've tended to lean towards the spread concepts with Kyler there. So if that's the case, you need a good slot. It would make a lot of sense. In the fourth round, I'd go for a less hyper-athletic guy. I don't know if there's really a fourth round guy that's in that mold of being more of, will be available at that spot, who does fit into that role. But this is another guy that they have met with who was fun to watch on the tape. Another guy that I think could be potentially even in the third round of this draft, and a guy that is good all around in what he brings. You want in the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell. I know you guys probably get tired of me saying it, but you want the free safety who can do strong safety stuff and the strong safety who can do free safety stuff. That's exactly what this cat brings. His name's Jordan Howden, 6 foot, 203, 4.49 40, 155, 10-yard split, 33.5-inch vert, 119 broad, 14 reps on the bench. Again, a little bit like Jammie, not super explosive numbers, good numbers, solid numbers, but not remarkably explosive in that they jump off to you when you kind of read them. A little bit longer arms at 32 1/4, but just a great stop and start player, great change of direction to his game, very smart player, a guy asked to do a variety of things in that Minnesota defense, including at times playing single high looks, coming down in the box here and there. but always flying around the field like these other three guys, always flying around, always the nose for the ball, always in the right place, always hustling. Things that stand out to you that certainly you can see why they would gravitate towards those traits, not only John Schneider, but Coach Carroll. Another guy here that I think could end up getting drafted a little higher than some people are thinking right now is I have looking kind of more fourth round, but a guy that might vault up a little bit to the third round because he's really the purified fit for that Fangio cover 2 shell scheme, being a guy that can play either position. You could maybe be looking at this guy long-term as a guy that could slide in and maybe play that free safety role long-term when Quandre Diggs' days are done here too. So he's the one guy of these other 4 that I think may have an ability to do a little bit more of that into the future than the other 3 guys. That's his one little different maybe skill point to him, and he's not quite to me as like Flash-like. The movie's coming out soon, so let's make a Flash reference. He's not as much Flash-like as these other 3 players, and just they're at that different speed on the football field at times. Where with him, he's fast, he moves good. The stop and start with him is the really thing that jumps out with him, where he can stop, start, change direction. It's definitely something you need from defenders. That was the thing that really jumped out as far as kind of his real special trait to what he brought. But he can absolutely get down there in the slot too, like these other 3 guys, and get it done. So while safety is not, folks, the strength of this draft or where everything lies as far as the beauty of this draft goes, as far as the top end players, there certainly could be some value. And if some of these guys dip and slide, which is a bit what I'm maybe expecting to happen here with some of the good players that are at the other positions, Schneider may be willing to jump on that. He may well be willing to find that value. And while it may not be what you're looking for as the player you want, certainly at the spot when they're picking one of these guys, I think it will be a pick for value. Because what is the determinable value of now these new age players? I have a guy that's 2 for 1 in the position offerings that he gives you. This isn't talking about paying a Quandre Diggs that's a pure safety or paying a Jamal Adams that's really kind of more of a box safety. This is a different kind of conversation here about a different type of player. We're talking about the player that can play upward level play for you at strong safety and play upward level play for you in the slot. He can provide both of you, that versatility to flip him in different places on the football field, and he'll be equally skillful. It's a different level of value. It's a different level of value consideration. And I think it's one that's new to the NFL, and it's one still being kind of determined. I don't even have a good answer for where that value lies. I might be underselling it as I am with a couple of these guys on my list. There may be no doubt the NFL's caught up to this, and Jamie Robinson's a early second round pick, and Jordan Howden's a third round pick, and an early one at that. Maybe that's where they're already going with this, and I'm being a little bit slow on the ball with it. But I don't think that this Ryan Neal move just happens in the vacuum of creating $2.67 million in itself all on its own. They could have cleared out the necessary money that they need to clear out through here and other places, I would think. But they're also very tightly up against the cap, and they are running down to there not being many different moves that they can make right now in order to relieve that cap space. So this was one of the moves that was at play, non-guaranteed contract, last year the deal, but it definitely did sting a little bit as you were liking having a little bit of that insurance for this guy, for Jamal Adams, should he not be able to get through another season, which is, who knows at this point if he is going to be, right? It'll be, if he gets through a full NFL season for us, won't it be the first one that he's gotten through? So hopefully he can. And hopefully Julian Love's ready to roll because he's on deck. Thank you guys for watching today. I appreciate it. Please hit that like button if you could for me. I would appreciate that as well. And if you're not subbed up, please get subbed up. I want to thank all the new subs. We've had incredible growth this offseason, greatest offseason growth we've ever had here. I was looking at today, like, wow, this has been just great. So thank you to all the new people that subbed up to the channel. Appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest and get ready for some heavy duty draft coverage here as we're going forward. Mick, thank you for subscribing to the channel, answering the call on that one. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I think ownership wants AR-15 to sit behind Geno to the value of the team when it's sold, to add value to the team when it's sold. Well, I appreciate the donation. My thoughts on that would be maybe. You would certainly not like to see a team ever be instructed on a draft choice by how much value it's adding to the organization for an upcoming sale, because that doesn't necessarily mean wins and losses on the football field, does it? But I think I heard last year that Russell Wilson added something like $500 million just him coming to the Broncos bumped that sale up by 500. So, that would be proof to what you're talking about, isn't it? At that point, that indeed a quarterback like that can add that kind of value to that deal. So maybe, very well, maybe there, Snail. I would say that could be a possibility. I think that they would love him too, though. I mean, the kid's got so many traits that jump out to you, and I am working on a Richardson video that I'm eventually going to get released, but I'm slow and it's taking me forever to get done. It's not even going to be that great of a video, quite frankly. It's just going to be like kind of an Anthony Richardson video with some video breakdowns of him. But he's got great traits, and he does a lot more at the quarterback position than some people are giving him credit for, and how raw he's being called. Yes, he is raw, but the flashes within what he shows you him doing the good things on the football field from the quarterback position, it's not him doing those things where he's like Cam Newton and he's just more athletic than everybody else. And you're going, okay, well, I can't teach that. He just has that innately. Yeah, there is that stuff on tape from him, but there's a lot of stuff on tape where he's doing the quarterback subtlety stuff that you really like. There's a play I'm breaking down here in this upcoming film breakdown that I'm going to do of him, where he's got to drop back in the play, and it's a third down, and he's trying to get a first. And he's got the Georgia defense he's up against. And Georgia's got 3 linebackers off ball, and they're dropping into zone off the snap. And he recognizes off the snap that one of the linebackers is dropping right in front of the tight end that he wants to hit on an in-cutting route for a first down. And he's dropping back, and he sees it instantaneously. And his reaction to that is his head slides over then to the running back out into the flat. And the running back going into the flat is uncovered at this point. He's leaking right out there into the flat. Now, what this does is the second his head turns like this is that you see that linebacker take a mere 3 steps. Doom, doom, doom. He takes 3 steps into the direction of the running back going to the leak route. Not fully going like, oh, I got to go pick up the running back, but just a couple of false steps in the wrong direction of picking up the running back in the flat. And the second he does that, Richardson laser beams the ball right into the tight end over on the side. So, and there's a couple of plays I'm going to show that on tape with him where you're watching him using his eyes to move defenders off, climbing the pocket, still throwing, hitting a play on time on a timing-based route. Not getting frenetic as those scrambling quarterbacks can kind of do. Bailing out on all the processes of playing the quarterback position. And he doesn't do that as much necessarily. He does got to hone some things in, but it has been a little overstated and teams are going to fall in love with this guy. No doubt about it. Madison Bumgar's cool intro music. Thank you, man. What's up, Megan? Is there a madness? I don't know if I think there's definitely a method to this madness. It's an odd one, but it makes sense. A couple ways here, saving the money, and then I think Schneider might have a guy that he's got a little bit of a crush on, Hey, well, Lee, I think they were letting Neal test the market. Definitely. I think he's going to get paid by somebody at least. Not a lot of money, but at least more than he was going to make at 2.67. RJ, either they're letting Neal test his value or they really like someone in this draft. It's one of those two. What's up, Jonathan Magana? How you doing, man? What's up? WTC is still Carter, no or not? I'm still in the same place. I'm gonna roll with Schneider on this one. Herbicide, I don't see Love being near as good as of a strong safety in case if Jamal goes down as Neal was. Agreed, Herbicide. Well said, man. Well said. I would really like to, if Jamal is going down here, you want to pull Neal off the bench with the way he played last year. And he didn't just play merely decent or pretty good. According to PFF, one of the best safeties in the entire sport last year was Ryan Neal. And again, not just by what PFF says with this. I mean, I'm sure you saw the same thing, Herbicide. Hongwu says Love is better than Neal in my mind. Neal wasn't a run stuffer in any means. He got a pretty good grade by PFF as a run stuffer. I mean, he was better in coverage, but he's still an 80 grade as a run stuffer last year, according to them. I think Love's an overall better player because of his value and versatility, but I don't know if Love's necessarily a better pure strong safety than Neal. Sam the Great, what's up, man? TD, what's up? Rob Terrell, hello. New Blacks, yo. New Blacks says, now Jamal will get hurt, and once again, they can't run the D they want to run. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah. It could go that way. Not out of the realm of condition, not out of the realm of contention. And Rob AR might go to number 2. He might go number 1 still. You never know. Aaron Donald, counting the days before the draft. We're down to 25, something like that. 25 days. New Blacks, anyone thinks they aren't seriously looking at or excited by these quarterbacks should think twice. I think it's a very likely option they draft Richardson or another quarterback if they drop to 5. Agreed, New Blacks. Especially because if you take Jalen Carter out of the equation at 5, there's really not that value of player to take there that you feel great about. Like, yeah, we got any other draft in recent years. If once, like, whoever we took at 5, throw Carter out of it. You take Carter, whoever you take at 5, and I put a list together of the last 6 years of 5th overall selections. Every one of you is going to take any one of those other players at the other 5th overall selection, probably, I would say. If, like, I ran a poll of, like, would you want this or you want this? Like, all of you would be on the other one. So, you know, it's one that could also lead their decision-making towards drafting a quarterback. TD says Eskridge, $1.6 million cap hit for what? For what? For who? Well, I mean, one thing we've seen in recent years here, TD, unfortunately, speaking on this, is that this is a team that does not bail on their high picks really very quickly, even when those high picks aren't necessarily doing very well. That's something that's been an unfortunate. I'm not trying to put the org over the barrel with this one, but you look at LJ Collier. Look at how many years they kept waiting for Regime Green to develop. And some guys you got to stick with and wait on and hold out but this was a guy that was 24 years old coming in this league. He should have been kind of a little bit more ready to roll here. And I don't have a good answer for you on that one. I don't know what they've seen up until this point that tells them Dwayne Eskridge is absolutely going to be a pro wide receiver in this league. He can absolutely hold up an NFL season. Herbicide, I don't know how I feel about Nolan. I don't either, Herbicide. I find myself more mad than everything else. I find myself feeling like we got a Mike Mamula situation going on here just a little bit. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. He's a better player than Mamula coming out, but I mean, I don't know. Stoney says, hi, Brother Hawks. We can't have 3 quarterbacks. High space. I wouldn't think it's ideal. I wouldn't want to do it. But I definitely could see the team looking at saying, as many people have purported on this, I don't align myself with saying this is how I would do this. So let me say this out loud. This isn't what I want to do. This isn't what I would like to see how this draft play out. I'm not saying I want to take a quarterback. But can I see how the logical deduction ends up driving them towards taking a quarterback at 5, considering the other players that could be available there, and considering the fact they're not likely to be picking number 5 in the future anytime soon, and considering the fact they're not likely to be picking inside the top 5 anytime soon in a position to potentially take a franchise quarterback. I know these aren't the best things to inform you about selecting a quarterback at that position, right? I get the people that are a little bit anti that. But I think this could be somewhat of what instructs them on their particular process to drive them towards selecting a QB here, even with the 2 guys that they have on the roster. Funeral Fart says, I just got here. I'm so unhappy about losing Ryan Neal. He was my guy. I'd have gotten rid of Fant instead of losing Neal and Woods. I would have been on board with that too, Funeral Fart. If you're going to free a position up for you to select in this draft, let's go free a position up for a strength of this draft, which is the tight end position, as opposed to a draft point of weakness, which is the safety position in this draft. And with Fant, if you could one fell swoop of moving Fant, you save $6.85 million. You basically now you're fine. You don't have to make any more commiserate moves, Right now, even after moving Ryan Neal, to your point on this funeral, you still have to make other moves. You still are negative $3 million in functional cap space right now, according to the Seahawks Reporter today. So if that's the case, like why not go that other route with it? What did Noah Fant really show you last year that you couldn't go out there and get in a replaceable function somewhere else on the market? And I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that in that respect, especially again because you're not planning on spending. You're not planning on giving Fant a long-term deal here. It's an odd move for me too, funeral. Don't quite understand this one. But I think, as I say too, I think some of it's funeral. Just they've got that probably a love for one of the safeties in this draft, and they know they're going to probably slip. Hungwoo says AR will start by midseason. Love the confidence, man. It's possible, man. That'd be crazy. Space says I'd be shocked if we drafted AR, but I wouldn't be upset either. It's a very good way of putting it, man. I think you kind of encapsulated there, right there, Space, exactly the way I'd look at it as well. I'd be shocked if they did it, but I wouldn't get upset. I'd understand it. Hung Lee, why would we worry about the value of selling the team? It will be $5 billion or more. You can find Hung Woo, I believe, if you look, just do a Google search and type in Russell Wilson adding value to the sale of the Broncos. I believe that you would be able to find an article that would tell you that he reportedly added about $500 million bump, which $500 million bump for a player to a deal. I mean, that starts to get a substantial enough to where maybe it's worthwhile. It's a little crazy, I know, on the surface of it. It is. But if it adds value, it adds value. Who am I to say? New Blacks, nobody at 5 that is a non-quarterback is a can't miss generational talent. Bingo. Except maybe Bijan Robinson. Yes, sir. But Hawk fans don't want him either, laughing out loud. Yeah, most Hawk fans are very anti-Bijan. New Blacks, very well said, man. All the way around on that one. But that's my bottom line too. There isn't the can't miss talent there at number 5 in this given draft that is equivalent to what you would normally come to expect with the 5th overall selection. This is why personally this would drive me to want to move back in this draft more than anything else. But it also could drive you to just take the quarterback. Who says if we draft AR, I'm going to be a Niners fan. Oh, goodness. Stoney says we were 30th against the run. We need nose guard. Yeah, definitely. There's not really one to take there in the first round, though. Or beside Dre Jones ain't that good versus the run either. Yeah, he's just kind of okay. He's just kind of okay on that. A lot of money you paid for a guy that he definitely can flash as a pass rusher, but teams can go at him a little bit in the run game. Herbicide. I think we did in the first game of the year last year, if I remember correctly. New Blacks of the Mocs are to believe there are a ton of good defensive line and O-line talent in late first to early third round. Should be right. That should be correct in the way that boils down. There's not a lot of OL talent, but there's some. Hungwoo, LJ Collier was a late first round pick. That is correct. What's up, Wilbert? Do I think we're done with our defense ass space? I think we're going to get another defensive lineman somewhere. I don't know how much money you're going to spend or if it's more than a vet minimum, but you're going to add another defensive lineman vet somewhere. Justin Goins, how you doing, man? Brandon says, how am I just seeing this? Ryan Neal released? Indeed he was, Brandon. They released him from the restricted tag, and he's now a free agent. And basically the boiled down deal on this, I think, is it's definitely to save money, but it's also a potential you're letting him go out there and test the market and see what his value really is, because maybe his representatives wanted to see that happen. And then maybe also in addition to this is a third kind of item on this that they've got a safety they like in this draft. Kind of could be all three. One of the three. What's up, Pedro Mendoza? Good to see you in here, bro. James Wallace says they released a Neal to have a roster spot for a third quarterback. Very well could, James. Very well could have. Technically speaking, you're going to have to, you would have needed to have Diggs, back up to Diggs, Adams, and Hung Woo. I know you're saying no on this, but think on this. You got to go 2 free safeties. So you have Diggs in your backup. Then you've got Adams. Then you would have Neal. Then you would have Love. And you can kind of count Love, I guess, as your slot corner too. But now you've got your 5 safeties. Then you're going to have Tariq, Bryant, Mike Jackson, Trey Brown. That's now 9 active defensive backs. 9 active defensive backs on game day on a roster of 53. And if you do have a plan of carrying, I think James has got a kind of a quiet low-key point in this. If you do have a chance of carrying 3 quarterbacks, you're going to have to pluck that from somewhere else on the active roster to make that happen. Because those are going to be active roster quarterbacks. Those aren't going to be, well, we'll put them on the practice squad. We're not stashing Anthony Richardson, right? So I get it. Yeah, it could have been. Could be that too. A point I hadn't really considered as much in this. Sam the Great, if we get Will Anderson, we'll be just happier than a pig in mud. Wilbert says Lee ain't no way better than Lee ain't no way better, no way Tyree better. Oh, you're saying Lee, sorry. Donnie Pearson, what's up, man? Says the Hawks Nest, hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is well this evening, despite my dad's passing earlier this morning. Hashtag cancer drools. I'm sorry, Donnie, man. That's tough. That's brutal, brother. Hang in there, man. I wish there could be some words I could give you to probably make you feel a little bit better, but all I can say is kind of hang in. That's rough. That's rough. That's rough. Goodness. My condolences. Cancer does drool. We got to solve that one. Camilla Forsyth. AR is going to be the best quarterback coming out of this draft. It might take a few years, but he will get there. Neal should have been signed as Adams' replacement. Certainly make the argument you could have just not have made the trade for Adams and had Neal here the whole time. And, you know, it's the old girl next door, right? Straight out of the movies, you know. The main character is always looking at the hot girl, or looking at the one that he's got the one he can't have, so to speak, right? And it's always the girl next door that was the one he should be looking at. And then by the time he realized, it was too late. She was gone to college, and I never saw her again. You know, something like that. But I'm with you, Camilla. I would have liked to have kept Neal here. KK Taylor, letting Ryan go was a big mistake, especially for that price. Agreed. You can't come back to this and be like, Shiner can't come back and say, well, we had to save the $4 million. Like, you know, collectively speaking, you're really saving like 1.8 for the guy that you're going to probably have replace him at the position one way or the other. It's not the biggest of savings. Space, who would I like to see as a running back, a number 3 running back? I think there's any of the guys you can kind of pick anywhere from 2nd to 4th round range of things, that I think would be great. Just pure kind of talent-wise guys. Obviously, thinking outside the box of the Jahmyr Gibbs that you can move to receiver would be fun. He'd be more your two running back, obviously, with that. But Kendry Miller, Israel Abakanda. If you want to get more like a hammer back, I think Roshan Johnson or Chris Rodriguez. We're looking for more, probably what we need here is a little bit more of a pile mover kind of running backs. There are not a lot of those in this class. Watching Roshan Johnson, the more that I watch him, his running style is so very similar to Chris Carson. Just the way that he bounces off tackles is exactly the same. It's kind of weird. What's up, AI? Releasing Neal means we a pro. And that AI, I agree with you. I think that this does open more of the door to drafting the safety, and then why you want to open the door. The team would want to open the door to drafting the safety in this upcoming draft, despite the fact, as we were talking about a second ago, you had Diggs, Neal, Love, is because you have more of that door opened up now next year in both of the cases of Diggs and Adams. And you may want to keep Diggs, and just Adams just can't get on the football field at that point. And it didn't make sense to cut him this year. You had to get another year through his contract to then make it at a spot where next year you can release him and the money's not going to hurt as badly to do so. And so the way you could really open that door up to know you have the freedom to do it is especially if you have got his replacement on the roster, especially the replacement on the roster at a much cheaper rate. Hungmus is the only third quarterback I'll consider is DTR. He's a fun quarterback. I was watching him the other night. He was scrambling. I was checking out the guard for UCLA, and he got out wide on this play, and he's running down the field. He's this little guy, and he runs and he jumps up and does like this, it's almost like the Antonio Brown karate kick move he did on that punt return to the punter a couple years ago, where he's got a couple of defenders converging and he just goes, whoa. And he just kind of kicks out this leg as he jumps forward and throws his body, and one defender hits him, and then he puts his shoulder down. He's a scrappy little guy. Fun player. Oh, Dwyer, I think they'll sign Eskridge one last chance this season, and if it doesn't work, he's getting cut next offseason. I agree with that. They definitely, I think, would have moved off from him earlier if they were going to O'Dwyer, to your point on that. Justin Peters getting the boom back together. He's bringing in Earl Thomas off the streets. Maybe so, Justin. Maybe so. Camilla says, cut Eskridge to keep Neal. Cut Disley. Do something. Restructure a few deals. Do something. It's not too late. He's slipping away, Camilla. He's slipping away. Hopefully maybe they can bring him back still. You never know. August says, the only time we carried 3 quarterbacks is when Wilson was hurt and Jackson was the starter. That's correct. It's correct. It's not something that they have done in the past. I think some of what's informed you in the past in your willingness to only carry 2 quarterbacks, though, Hungwoo, would have been probably the Iron Man level that Russell Wilson operated with, right? After you were 3 years through Russell Wilson's career and he had played in every single game, and I don't even know if he had missed a snap, I think Carroll and Schneider looked at each other and they're like, why would we want to carry 3 quarterbacks on this roster when we got Russell Wilson? He's never going to miss a game. All we need is one other one. But now when you're in more of a territory where that's a little more of a reality of the quarterback position being a little more league average injury potential, especially having a guy in Geno at 32, going to be 33 years old in October, maybe they'll look a little differently than they looked at it in 2015. But you're right, they haven't. Camilla Darnell Washington, you're singing in my ears with some of this stuff, Camilla. I love it. Let's get Darnell. See, Camilla, I can make you happy and all. I can make you happy on this so easily. We flip Noah for a 5th. I packaged my 3 5s for a 2. I packaged 2 of my 5s in a 4 for a 2. I go get Darnell in the second. I sign Ryan Neal back with the savings. Tony, I agree. Washington's probably going in the first round. I don't know, Camilla. He might be going. I think he's going the first round. My latest mock had him at Packers, taking him at like 14. Sam the Great, I still want the Big Bear at 5 from the University of Georgia. Yeah, I do too as well. KK Taylor, I'm with you. I'm with you on it. I want to do it as well. Indeed, Herbicide, the Seahawks are great with broken things. Hongwoo Lee, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late in acknowledging there, but appreciate you on that. He says, I think Anthony Richardson will be the number 1 pick. Panthers are set up nicely for him with Dalton as the initial starter. That's what I meant. He will start mid-season. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you on that before. I think it's definitely in play. And what I've read on this is that the Panthers are deliberating between CJ Stroud and Anthony Richardson. That is a bit of what their kind of inner turmoil is going over right now. It doesn't seem like Bryce Young is really on the board for them based on what I've heard. In looking at what Frank Reich, I think, would like, having a head coach that's a former quarterback, and then, I'm definitely guessing here, but then you got a guy like Josh McCown that's also a guy that was more traditional pocket passing quarterback. Frank Reich would have been your traditional pocket passing quarterback. The Colts in recent years they have brought in quarterbacks that are old, yes, but also guys that are more, I think, in linemen outside of maybe Wentz there, with being more pocket passers in their nature of things. I put more of a connection to the Panthers at the end of the day with Stroud, it feels like to me, than AR, because I think Reich will prefer that. He knows he's getting the guy in the pocket that if he teaches him to make the right reads, he teaches him to go through the correct progression, he's got a kid that can get it done, who's shown he can get it done with that at Ohio State. It's just a matter of him doing his job then, as opposed to when he gets a guy like AR-15, or Anthony Richardson, he's gonna have to at that point, trade him kind of from the root up a little bit, or it's going to be just more hands-on stuff, less about him going through advanced progression reads, for instance, and more about him cleaning up mechanics. My feeling on that is Reich's going to lean to Stroud at the end of the day because of that. But I think you're right. It is being deliberated. It's still being turned over, and I don't think anything's been finalized yet, or they would have told us it was finalized. Mark Abercorn, these sports people on national TV give me a headache with their agenda. They don't know much and often are wrong. Yeah, it's a bit, I think, too, Mark, of the news cycles and generating the need to talk about something, and 24 hours, and every day you got to come up with something. We got to generate something. What can we talk about? What's something we can create? And it's very hard to do at times, I'm sure, for them to do that on a daily basis. They have teams for it, but it still seems to be a struggle. But I agree, it's been harder and harder in recent years, Mark. I think that's why people like myself have had an opportunity to grow on these online spheres of YouTube and whatnot, because there is a market for people just wanting good, honest talk about the sports at hand, and hopefully knowing what they're talking about, not feeling like they've just sort of skimmed the surface of it. Tom Nara says, I finally want Trader John to trade down. You're finally on board, Tom. I'm with it too, man. Sign me up. Camilla, if Stroud is available, I believe that would be a no-brainer for the Hawks. I don't think they would overthink that one at all. I think they'd go, thank you. Appreciate it. And I can understand on that one. Richardson would have the fan base, I think, a little split up, but Stroud would have the fan base pretty uniformly happy, even though we've got Geno here and Locke and whatnot. Niblack says, I guess for O-line talent, I mainly meant center. Yeah, that's all right. There's some guys. I'll tell you, I like this kid, Niblack's, the guy at UCLA. You're looking for one of the few guard fits I've found that's a real pure scheme fit for what we want to do. The movement-based stuff, that Gaines kid, he can do that. Second level blocks, reach blocks, pulling out in space. He's got it all in his bag. So many of these guys have been kind of trash cans in how they've moved on tape. He's actually got some wheels to him. But that's right. There's some good talent there in the second round at that spot. Tony Borges Silva, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, brother. It says, how would you feel if the Hawks drafted safety Chris Smith in the 3rd round? He's my favorite safety in this draft. You got a good eye for it there, Tony. Likewise, I have a list of guys, Tony, that I would say are kind of my dogs in this class, or I keep trying to think of what's the right word to say. Brandon's guys, that sounds weird. But just the guys that I think, regardless of round and where they go, that are just guys you watch on tape that stand out to you. They pop, that are guys you say, I want that guy on my football team. He can help me win games. I don't care. Don't talk to me about his testing numbers. Don't talk to me about where he goes in what round. You get this guy onto my football team, he's going to help me win football games. Chris Smith is indeed that kind of guy, Tony. So I would say for me, at safety position in this draft, my small list of my guys that are in this sector of things for me would be Sidney Brown, Chris Smith, and Jair Brown. Or those are my 3 guys that are on the tape that I think, regardless of position, just kind of that I'd have in my list of guys that I really like their tape. But guys that will slip and slide a little bit because they didn't necessarily test on, except for Sidney, test really well. But Chris Smith's all over the football field. He's rangy as hell. He can jump a route. He can lay a hit. He can come up in the run game, and he can be in the backfield when he's making that tackle. He flies, but he's under control when he's running. Some of these guys running fast just run past the play, or just they're looking fast, but they're not looking like they have an idea of where they're going. He's got a good plan from the safety position of what he's doing every single snap and where he wants to be. And I'm not just talking about his pre-snap assignment. I'm talking about him having great instincts. If he was an awareness player on Madden, his awareness would be up at like 90, 92, 93 at the college level. Just very aware of what's going on back there and what he needs to do. A guy who I think also could pull off the Fangio cover 2 shell stuff, Tony, where you could ask him to also drop back into space and cover 2, and he could run that well. So he can be a little ubiquitous, and you can put him up around the line of scrimmage and have him up there as that lurking defender, or drop him back in the cover 2, so it fits to the defense and what you need. And indeed, I think he is probably, Tony, going to be a guy that does slide to the 3rd round a little bit, maybe like Robinson. I think Robinson's got a better chance of getting the 2nd round. I think it's more likely Smith falls into the 3rd. Because they just didn't test great. None of the safeties really did in this draft. But I love his tape, Tony, and that is going to, when I have a certain prospect win me over in a certain way, I almost won't care at that point about the numbers. I don't care about his 3-cone. I turned on the tape. He was better than everybody else on the field at times. That's enough for me and a guy that's playing on the best defense in football going on the last 2 years, who just won 2 national titles in the toughest conference in football. But you're right to love him, Tony. He's a great player, a pure football player at that. Thank you, though, for the donation, man. And Hung Woo, thank you for the dono, too, brother. Appreciate you. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $5. Says, I really like Mazi Smith. I hope we get him. Mazi Smith's fun. Mazi Smith is unique. There are not any other Mazi Smiths in this draft. He is far and away your best zero tech in this draft. He's the wall in the middle, Fat Daddy. He is the guy that can take on the double team blocks and still remain immovable. He can shed off a block at the point of attack if you're going to single him up, and he's going to eat up the running play in the backfield before it even begins. He doesn't give you really much of anything as a pass rusher, but he is so, for lack of a better word, dominant as a run defender from the zero tech position, and he would supply an absolute, we're beneath the waves, we can't breathe, we've just blown out the last couple of our air bubbles. He's the guy coming down, diving down to give you the little breather in your mouth so you can get back up to the surface. You know, is he going to help you swim across the waves fast, get you back to land? No. But is he going to get you head back above water as far as stopping the run goes, especially in the middle? Yeah, he will. He'll be a big time asset in that respective things. At the end of the day, you're going to have to overdraft this guy, I think, to make it happen. Really should be, at the end of the day, a third round player. Should be a lot like the kid that went out of UConn last year and where he should be fitted in this draft. But he's in a much weaker draft. He's in a much weaker draft with fewer quality zero techs available. That being the case, you're going to have to take him, get while the getting's good if you want him. And he does supply kind of a sure thing, Fat Daddy Stacks, in that respect. You know his limitations, you know his strengths. That's the good and the bad. The bad, I don't think you're getting a pass rusher in no way, no how. But The run defense is going to be there, and it's going to be there from day one with Maze Smith. Good player, fun player. Ski Nation, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. I'm working on the last, I swear to God, of my draft guide and to get this posted. So I'm up to about 33,647 words as I look at it right now. So I'm going to have that posted soon to the members of the channel here, with some blurbs, with some player comps, with some of the testing scores from these guys this past off season. Just give you a little bit of a draft guide for this upcoming draft. The members of the channel will get that for free if you are a member. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. I hope you're doing well. Says, if it was Carter and Young at 5, take or trade? Good question. So let me just kind of set your question up with a little bit extra there, Taker, and thank you for the dono. I'm John Schneider, I've got Carter's file in front of me from my PIs and my scouts and my internal sources with Georgia. And I'm flipping that through, and that's told me that though Carter's got some character smudges, that he himself is not some huge character risk that is being kind of made out to be. That it's correctable, that he's just had some bad bumps, but overall his time there has been fine with Georgia, and he's got the backing of the coach. Right, Taker? So like, I'm not looking at that file going, I'm making some huge risk here, and I've got all these red flags telling me don't draft him, but I'm still going to just take him at that point. So I'm only taking Carter if the flags are, they're not really going to get to pure green at this point, but greenish, neon greenish, let's say. So if it's that, I'm going with Carter at that point, Taker, if they're there. If it's not, I would trade. I would feel like some team would be in love with Young at that point, to give me the trade back, to give me the future first round or future first round picks. And that would be enough for me to move back at that point if Carter's too much of a problematic. And we're hearing reports even this week that there are some teams that don't know if there's an accuracy on this report, don't know the veracity of this report. Remember, folks, this is the cloak and dagger stage of things, so it's hard to know exactly what's what necessarily. But we've heard some reports this week that Carter was being taken off some teams' boards just wholly outright. I don't know if some of that I buy that fully, wholly outright. They just take him off the board. Not even fourth round. Like, really? I don't know about that. But maybe the back. That's the thing where I'm unsure on that, Taker, because I just don't know what his file looks like, really. I know what these teams are hearing and what they're digging into a little bit with that. But I'm not taking Young. No way. No how. I would trade back all day long. Ski Nation, thank you for another $5 donation in addition to becoming a member of the channel. You are awesome for doing so, and I salute you, sir. Very kind of you. This is about time I become a member. Both you and Brendan have great channels with S-tier analysts for the Hawks. I just got here. I miss Neal already. Well, at Ski Nation, thank you for jumping on the stream here. Thank you for becoming a member, and thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate the support. I know Brendan does as well. We love what we do. We're going to be coming at you guys this week with some more Brandon here. This month, we're going to be leading up with 2 shows a week on the B&B show. So I'm going over to Brendan's channel tomorrow, and or not tomorrow, but on Tuesday, 7 o'clock. And then he'll be on my channel, I think, on Thursday. So we're going to be doubling down on the shows a little bit on our side of things here just to lead up to this draft coverage, because this is one of the most monumental drafts in Seahawks history coming up. But we love it, man. I can attest to it, knowing and doing this with Brendan now for well over a year. Almost, well over a year. And that we love what we do. We are all in on this process. So thank you for becoming a member. Keep an eye on your community posts, because that's where I do a lot of my member benefits too. And we are getting closer and closer here to getting a little bit more expansive in those membership benefits here. But I should have within the next week, the draft guide released out, at least 1.0 draft guide. I'm going to do a 2.0 just before the draft with my final notes. But we're going to get a draft 1.0 out here soon for you in the next week. Give you some guides on this. Let you see what I'm doing. Let you see where my thoughts are on these guys. But you're awesome, man. Thank you so much, Ski, for jumping aboard. Henry, can Brown, Bryant, or Jackson play safety? Not that I'm aware of, Henry. Not that I've ever seen. Camilla says if the Panthers do pick AR, then Stroud will fall into our lap. I don't know, Camilla. Let's go. AR-15 goes Panthers. Bryce Young goes to Texans. Cardinals, let's just say they take Will Anderson. Well, then the Colts are probably taking CJ Stroud at that point. Unless they like Levis more, but the Colts have been one of the teams that's been the hardest team to get a feel for who they favor of the quarterbacks in this draft. Kind of feels like they would go with Stroud to me, though. James, they met with Ronnie Hickman. He's my next guy on my list to look at on my tape. So I got to take a look at him. I didn't know that. They met with him, huh? Herbert said, I'd take Yancey at 22, man. That'd be great value at 20. I agree that five is definitely a little bit too early for him, but at 20, even in the teens, I think that's still pretty good value there if you're grabbing him there if they move back. Jonah the Whale, aloha, Hawks Nest. How's it, brother? What's up, bro? How you doing? I know I'm having a good night. Talking a little shop here. Ski Nation, by the way, too, it was tough losing Neal, bro. That one hit me in the gut punch as well. I thought that there was a lot of a process here where you're going for it this year. You're kind of trying to build into protecting yourself against things that could kind of fail or have failed in the past for you. And the injury situation of Jamal Adams has certainly been a failing. It's not that it's Jamal's fault, but it's that you want to have something to buttress in there if that does occur. And Julian Love does give you some of that, Ski, but that's where I come back to on this thinking also. It's that they have probably a safety in this draft that they're really looking to that they're probably gravitating towards as well in addition to that. And then that guy then becomes a lot cheaper than the cost of Neal this year. Herbert says I'd rather have Benton than Maze. He gives you more pass rush. I think Maze is probably a little more of a stiffer run defender. New Black says, all I know is if they end up with Tyree Wilson with no trade back at 5, that would be just about the most disappointing pick. It's definitely the most milquetoast, flavorless, unseasoned, undercooked. It would just be the most meh of selections. We'd all be. I'm gonna have a hard time being a super excited on the draft reaction video with Tyree Wilson. I'll be like, yeah, okay. He's a pick. That's a selection. Herbicide says that Hawks Nest, could Mock be turned into a guard? I think Herbicide Mock could be turned into pretty much anything you want on the offensive line, probably absent a left tackle. But his movement and whatnot definitely aligns to a guy that should be guard, would be, I think, his best position. I mean, even Herbicide, I think he's even got a guy that you could move into center. He's hard to evaluate, Herbicide, of course. I struggle at times with, being able to make a determination on guys that are at these small schools and not necessarily playing up against the toughest competition. And he did well. He basically dominated that competition. A guy that came to college there, I think, as 220 pounds and just filled himself out through his college period, just worked on getting himself bigger, stronger. But he still kind of moves like a smaller guy, even though he's added that weight. The weight's not kind of cut him down on his movement. And so he does fit as well, Herbicide, as being that movement-based guard you would want in the scheme. Hitting some of those kind of blocks that you need to have hit. Because this guard, it's less about getting the Osiris Torrance types or the Steve Avila types that are the traditional 320-pound guys that are just going to, snowplow guys off the line of scrimmage. It's getting guys hitting the reach block, getting the guys pulling in space, getting guys getting the second level. How can they move in space? How can they be snappy off the snap? Can they get out of their snap before the defensive lineman's got out of their snap? It's more of those kind of skill sets you look for at that point even in the interior lineman within this given offense. And Mock gives you that. He's probably going to be about a second round guy at this point, Herbicide. And if they grabbed him, I'd be okay with it. I talk about a lot of things I'd love to see with this team, but I think one of the heads of the points of what I'd see most at this team, love to see most, would be Herbicide, an offensive line that could be dominant, that could be a top 3, top 4 crew. I'd love to see what you could construct around that team at the forefront of what you were doing. And that would be a step in that direction. Sam the Great, I'll take Bijan over O-line at 5. Yeah, Bijan would be better than any O-lineman, I think, at 5, for sure. Hawks says rumors of the Titans moving up to 3 started today. If that happens, Carter and Anderson would both be on the board at 5. That'd be great. That would be wonderful. As I say, that would be the dream scenario, the absolute dream scenario. You then have your Seahawks landing at number 5, and they get to look back at the rest of the football world, and they get to laugh as I just laughed at the rest of the football world. They get to do their best evil super mastermind laugh. Reason being, they now get to pick between one of the 2 purely best players in this draft, not regardless of position, positional value, positional this, positional that. Bottom line, when it all gets distilled down, when you run that thing through the sifter, there are 2 guys that are at the top of this draft as far as their pure talent goes. That's Will Anderson. That's Jalen Carter. You have your pick of one of the 2. Who do you want? Who do you want? Which game changer do you want? We're making talks here about Tyree Wilson at 5 or having any of these other guys. Well, maybe a lineman. Well, maybe we reach for the lineman. Well, maybe you reach for that slot corner and Brian Branch there. Well, now you got to trade back. That all becomes moot real fast, real quickly in a beautiful, wonderful way. If you get to sit there at 5 and pick between Will Anderson and Jalen Carter. How often in NFL history would a team then have that opportunity to be sitting at pick 5 in the draft and taking the consensus of one of 2 of the best pure players in that given draft? Can't think of it in recent memory of it coming up in that way, but that would be wonderful if that is the case. And I could see that being what goes down with this. Titans, you look at these teams in the back, I've said it before as well. A lot of teams coming in this draft right now needing some quarterback answers. And there's only so many guys. There's really only 4 pure guys you feel really good about the potential in grabbing to say, okay, we got our guy now. We know minimum 2 of those, if not 3 of those first 4 guys are off the board by the time Seattle picks, but it easily could be 4-4. Very, very easily could become that. Hang Willie says, I hope Anderson can become Marvon Miller, but if he turns out to be Cliff Averill, we'll be happy. Well said. Yeah, that sounds right. We're somewhere between those 2 points, right? But yeah, I mean, if you're getting that out of him and he becomes that, I think you're pretty happy with that too. Remember, grabbing Will Anderson might not make sense to some folks at first, but do remember too with that you have Uchenna Nwosu on a 1-year deal this year. You have Darrell Taylor on a 1-year deal this year. Injuries do crop up in a 17-game season. So it's not a pick I think they'd have a problem making at that point. Camilla Forsythe, why not sign Kareem Hunt? Camilla, John Schneider once said a couple of years ago that if he's got absolute certain proof that a player had laid their hands on a woman, that he would never bring them onto the football team. Kareem Hunt is on video kicking a woman in the head. I'm not making any judgments on him. I'm just telling you how it is from his perspective of it with that. And at that point for him, he scratches the guy off. It's not a potentiality at that point. Jack, Roshan, round 4 be great. I've heard some talk. He might even go second, Jack. He's rising up the boards. Herbicide, Anderson and Cansey. I would love that. Then Benton. Oh, we'd be filthy. That would be a filthy defensive line, Herbicide. Whew. Look out. That would round that line room out wonderfully. And you're right, Mr. Allo. Roshan is a stud in his own right. Roshan mentions a great stat, which is Roshan averages 0.1 yards per carry less than Bijan. Roshan's a stud. He is. The more tape you watch of him, the more you like him. And, it's getting eerie when I turn on the tape with him. It's just how closely he fits to looking just like Carson. Looks just like him. Even a little bit of the split-legged kind of style thing going that they had, that Carson had. Snail, I'm with Bijan. I'm not anti-Bijan at all. You wanted to pair him up with K9, I'd be fine with it. WTC, how about Skinner? WTC, I like JL Skinner a lot. and his tape is fun, but he is more of a box safety. I just don't think you're going to be able to have him do the Fangio cover 2 shell stuff. And the Seahawks have seemingly this offseason redoubled back down into wanting to run this particular style of defense. So Skinner just doesn't quite fit to what you want to do at that point because he is more of a box guy to me. Riverside, I'm not sold on Osiris either. I'm really not. Justin Goins, there were a lot of teams last year that had 3 quarterbacks on the roster due to injury. It'll probably be wise to have 3 quarterbacks on the roster. It can make some sense. I especially, again, you got a developmental guy in there. That sort of is one of the things with it where you're like, we got to get this guy. We really don't want him on the field year 1 anyway. So only if it's in a pinch. And it could make some sense with that. Joker says, what's up with the whole smokescreen quarterbacks? You want to make sure you're looking interested in every single one. You want to make it look like you love everyone equally. That there's no child you love above one another. Because if any of those children then land on you at 5 and the other children have been taken off the board, you want one of those other teams that are hungry for your children. Wait, what am I saying? You want one of those other teams hungry for the children to come up and take your kid, or give you something for taking your kid at that point. Right? This is a horrible metaphor. So you want to have it to where they don't think you're looking to pass him by, where then they can start talking to Detroit or they can talk to the Raiders about trading up with them instead of you and then having to give up a little bit less. You want them thinking you're hot to trot all over them. You'll be picking them if they don't. And so they better jump. Nick says, I don't think Richardson's there at 5 regardless. It's possible. Possible he's not there. John Haley says, remember we took Aaron Curry at 4. We did. I've tried to forget it, John, but it is the truth. It is the truth. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, Randall. Says, need a wide receiver. What round do you think we draft one? I actually think more around in the area of like a 4th round spot. I've got a 4th round grade. Some people don't on these guys, but I look at them, a lot of them, Randall, of being more just kind of just kind of slot specialist kind of guys. And not in the Jackson Smith and Jigba way where they're super fast and real sudden, but more in the way of they're just slot guys at the next level. That's where you would put them out to. But there's a lot of guys you could fit into that role right around the 4th round to me. Cedric Tillman, Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Jake Bobo, Jalen Moreno Cropper. I mean, there's a lot of guys right in that spot there that I think would be kind of guys they could maybe look to target. The one other guy that I think is a guy that really fits still, if you look at recent history and who they've liked in the past, Randall, who also could be a 4th, 5th round guy, just doesn't have the production out of Stanford, is Michael Wilson. That's definitely a guy that feels very Seahawky. They've looked at Stanford players in the past pretty closely, right? Between your Doug Baldwins and your Parkinsons. So he could be another guy that they look at and they really like what they've saw from him and feel like his best days are ahead of him. So I think of it's more of a later round thing at this point. I don't think that they go early with wide receiver myself, especially with keeping Eskridge here and not looking to move on from him and being like, no, let's let Eskridge run another year. You have Derek Young here, Randall. To me, they do need to help out the receiving core, I think, from their standpoint, but they don't look at it as, I think, as dire or desperate in certain respects as having those other 2 guys. Maybe they've got a little bit of faith there. Appreciate you though, Randall. Thank you, man. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2. My bad. Nia, I missed a couple of your donos here, bro. Ski Nation, thank you for the $10 donation, brother. Again, thanks for becoming a member and all the donos, man. You're awesome. It says, Neal earned his stripes, plain and simple. Just feels like he got done dirty by who knows. He may return. Fun side note, I live in Arizona. Nothing beats walking around in my Marshawn Lynch jersey. I feel the love. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, I can attest. I lived in Arizona for a year myself down in Tempe. And there was a lot of Seahawks fans, a lot of Seattleites that went, I can't look at one more drizzling cold day. I need to see the sunshine. Give me the sunshine. So they went, I'm going. I don't care. I'll put up with the heat. Let's go with the heat. So I get it too. It's a lot. It's fun. Arizona's a nice place to live. And it's good to hear Marshawn's gonna love it down there. And, they don't have enough Cardinal fans. They can't even get enough to get the hate up down there from their fan base for the local Seahawks jerseys. It's kind of funny. I do feel there's a little bit of a dirty on this. Yeah, Ski. I think you're onto something a little bit with this, because though Ryan Neal does get to go test the open market right now, he's not getting to go test the open market with everybody having free money to go out there and spend. I'm sure that the contract that he potentially goes out there and gets right now is much different than the contract he would have gotten if they had chosen to make this move at the start of free agency. And part of why I think there might be a part of this coming into it where maybe the agent just came in at this point and said, we've done some of this math post Julian Love signing, and we don't like how the numbers are adding up here. We don't like how the future is looking here for Neal in Seattle, much less his future free agent situation a year from now. And so they said, okay, we know we're going to make less, but just let us go. I think that this is very likely what probably played out in this scenario with the way the timing came out from this Ski Nation, because the timing is so very odd here in where they're doing it. Being, again, a team that doesn't tend to, Ski Nation, do their players dirty. They tend to try to do right by guys if they can for the most part. So maybe he does return. Maybe this is just a little bump in the road, or the opportunity to let him see what his market would be out there if he was just free and clear and could sign any contract and it didn't cost anybody anything to do so. We'll see. But probably unlikely, right? Probably unlikely he comes back once you have this kind of release go down like this. So hope you're having a good time down there in AZ. Boy, Ski Nation, you got to go up to what, like Flagstaff, or you have to go pretty north there to get your skiing in at that point. Not a lot of slopes down there in the down there in Arizona. We go up to Taos, I guess, is that what it is? You go up to Taos. It's pretty up there. Ski Nation with another $2 donation. Thank you, Skis. Says last dono here. Please draft Carter. Sorry, Megan. Oh, thank you for the $2 donation. And I'm with you, Carterites. I as well reside in the town of Carterville. I as well wear the Jalen hat. I as well have a Georgia Bulldog socks that I'm wearing right now. You can't see it, but I'm wearing them. 2 of them, matching pair. Which is saying something for me, because I'm one of those guys that can never seem to find socks that, I don't know what it is. But I'm with it, Ski Nation. If the character concerns are all right, if Schneider drafts him, there may not be another player I'm more singularly excited for in this draft that I'm gonna be doing. And I promise you guys, you'll be getting a nice little jig from Brandon, a nice little happy Irish jig from Brandon, going back to my ancestral roots. If we happen to take ourselves Jalen Carter, how nice that would be. How nice that would be. I know Megan would hate it, but I'd be very happy. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. And I hope the baby's doing all well out there. Sorry, I responded to that already. My bad. Megan with the $5 dono. Thank you, Megan. Says, at Ski Nation, B knows what will happen, and what he must do for me to stay if he does. Ask B what that is. Yeah, so we've got a tacit agreement set up between me and Megan about whether or not Carter's taking it, because she's having her fandom challenged if he were to be selected, she says. So I got to drop a peace offering at that point, I suppose. Ski Nation to Megan if that pick happens, but worthwhile, because we get Carter at the end of the day at that point, in that reality, in that alternate universe, things work out well. The day is saved by Carter, and we go on to multiple NFL championships. And then Megan has to come back around and be like, I can't believe I made you apologize for this game-wrecking force, this destabilizing, inhuman-like monster that wrecks through offenses almost from a single-handed nature. And I'm going to just smile and nod. Say, I know. Tony, thank you, though, Megan, for the $5 dono. Tony, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, how do you feel about Tyler Scott? Sneaky second round guy. Let me get my notes up on him here. On my draft guide. He is a 5'10", 10 guy. He's got kind of that Doug Baldwin kind of size to his body. He's kind of built like Dougie B a little bit. 5'10", 4'4", 40. 1.5, 1 10-yard split. So, the thing you want ideally with the receivers, you'd love to get first step quickness, but you're really looking for the burst, the 7 to 8 yard burst, where if I've got off coverage, I'm going to eat up that cushion. And the second that I'm even, that quarterback's basically hitting his back foot. And now it's if he's even, he's leaving, I can throw a 9 route. Or the quarterback can read the leverage to see whether I'm going to break in, if it's an in-cutting route or a post route, or I've got to be a comeback route. I'm giving the quarterback much more clarity in where I am in my route progression point. And with him, again, 1-5-1 10-yard split here, Tony, 39.5-inch vertical leap, 133-inch broad jump. Those all combo together with what you see at tape with him, where the snap and he snap. You have some of these guys that are build-up speed guys, some guys that'll have the first step quickness, but then they kind of slow down and they can get their speed back. He's got that burst, which then puts the challenge on the cornerback really quickly and puts them in a bind really fast. It gets them worried about the speed and backing up, opening up the underneath routes. If they try to get too much to the point where they're going to trust their own speed, they're going to beat him over the top. So he has some similarities to me of kind of like a little bit of the lesser than what Jordan Addison is a little bit, but that's why I say he's a second round guy. 30 and 7/8 inch arms, which is a little bit of the worry here with him, Tony, is can he play on the outside purely? That's a little short on those arms for him to be able to play out there. Now he's got that vertical leap and stuff. So you think about those moments where you worry about the separation stuff where you have, okay, they're both jostling, the ball's coming in, he doesn't have the separation. Can this guy just jump over the top of the other corner and take the ball away, high pointing the ball because he's just much more athletic and you can just outgun him a little bit with that? Kind of can with that way. Great body control. Just reading off my notes, he had excellent body control, easy space, really easy speed. There's so many highlights. He's probably got more highlights than anybody receiver in this draft of him being just wide open, Tony, on deep routes, which just speaks to the route running, speaks to how he set those defenders up that he gets so open. It's not just purely him running past them by 5-6 steps. It's the way he set them up with the route. I do like how he catches the ball, easy hands. He can turn into a runner after the catch really, really quickly, capable of breaking tackles. He's not amazing at it. There's not some top flight skill down the line of that, but it's all good, solid down the line from the standpoint. So really good player. I think he can have a potential to maybe give you some snaps on the outside, being just fast enough, being just explosive enough, and being that good route runner. I don't know that he just gets fit just to the inside only, despite the fact he has basically only 31-inch long arms. That's going to be a little bit of the key, though, about where his value goes there, Tony, at the end of the day. But Tony Addison, Tyler Scott out of Cincinnati is a real fun prospect. And again, that body, something about him kind of reminded me a little bit of Dougie B a bit. He's not Dougie B in the same way, but just there's some, I don't know, something about it to him. I was thinking about Doug Baldwin was watching him. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, not challenged, B, going to happen, and you know it. I do know it, Megan. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. Draft day is going to be mighty, mighty interesting when the Seahawks pick this year, Megan, on a variety of different levels. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 donation, John. And John, I did get that MP3 from you on the other side of it. I just got to get downloaded onto my other device thing because I keep this machine clean for purposes. So I'll take a look at that. I still haven't on track to take a look at that, but I did get your email with that. Thank you for the $20 donation, brother. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. It says, we must be trading back, don't you think? I think that's very much the likely scenario here. Absent 4 quarterbacks going in the first 4 picks, which though it does look like a possibility at this point right now, has never happened, I think, in NFL history. So to make the prediction that something that's never happened in NFL history is absolutely going to happen this year, it feels like a bit of a reach, doesn't it, John? You figure, well, there'll be one guy at least gets taken there. There'll be one positional guy. There'll be there's a Will Anderson guy that's worthy at that point to be picked there. Maybe Arizona even goes Tyree Wilson. Supposedly they're in love with him too. But then that leaves you with a quarterback. That leaves you with the 4th quarterback. You have a draft that if you took 32, I think, NFL teams in this draft and you said, how many quarterbacks should go in the first round of this draft? I think you'd get 32 answers, which would say probably 4. 4. And the same 4 guys would be on that list. That I would believe it was somewhere to this level, right, John? It would be pretty close to just almost unanimous, if not fully unanimous. And if it was that, then that means to me that if there is the quarterback there, one of these sacred 4 at 5, John, then there's going to be that team that's hungry to trade up. There's going to be multiple teams that'll be hungry to trade up. And if that's the case, then you have a bidding war. And if you have a bidding war, then you're going to see your price met for trading back. And then there'll be a trade that happens. I think it kind of boils down and breaks down that way. I think that that's the groundwork the Seahawks are laying here, John, with all of these selfie pictures with the quarterbacks and, standing right next to the quarterbacks as they're going through their pro workout. Like they're almost like breathing on these guys in some of these pictures. I almost thought like Pete was going to be like sniffing the hair of Anthony Richardson. He was so close to him when he was throwing the ball, just Pete over there. Just, hey, Anthony, what are you doing? I'm just getting the essence. I got to get your essence before I know if I want to pick you or not. It's what I'm doing. It's how I roll. And then the other part of this too, John, of course, being that by trading back, you save a little bit of money. You move back from 5 to 13, 14. You picked up future extra first round picks. You're saving $4 or $5 million potentially off of the cap this year, this season, right now. That might also be another little bit of a factor. If there's already a point where they're pushed towards that, being pushed to the other side of this and making that trade, that might be that final little nudge to push them trading back at that point, John. But I think it's very likely. I think it's the most likely scenario right now of any that we're looking at coming into this draft. Even beyond taking a quarterback. John, thank you for all your support, brother. I appreciate you, man. Ski Nation, thank you for another $10 donation, but thank you for all of your donations tonight, including becoming a member of the channel. You were tremendous, man. Appreciate you. He says, for real, last dono to clarify the ski in my name. I'm Polish. Laugh my ass off. Oh, okay. I get it now. I prefer snowboarding. Flagstaff isn't far. Also, choosing between Anderson and Carter is like choosing between a Ferrari and a Lambo. I agree, man. I agree. And you're choosing between the Ferrari and the Lambo, and then team at like 7 is picking between like a deluxe Honda Accord and like whatever Mazda's top of the line that they've got, and you're over here in the other showroom looking at them when they're looking at their car, and they're looking at you, and you're making eye contact with the Raiders, and they're looking at you, and they're like, you can just see them frowning, as you lift the wing door on the Lambo. You're looking back at him like, yeah. You even start messing with like Mark Davis over there, right? You even start messing with Methy face. You're like, which one am I going to take, Mark? Will I go with the Lambo or do I do the Ferrari? I don't know, man. What do we do? You start motioning around. What do I do, Mark? What do I do? You should go for the Accord. Accord's a solid driver. It's a solid runner. I'd be messing with him, but that's basically what we're getting right there. If Anderson and both Carter fell. What a beautiful scenario, Ski. What a beautiful scenario. But okay, I get what you're saying then on the Polish thing. So Ski, I had a friend back in the day, Seminski. So okay, I got it. I got it on that one. I get that one. Flagstaff's not far. Yeah, Flagstaff isn't too far. You fly in the freeways in Arizona too. It's kind of a surprisingly pretty big state though. Like it's not huge, but it's a good sized state, end to end. It's got a lot of different landscapes and whatnot. But appreciate all the donations, man. Definitely clarify. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Samsonite. I was way off. Appreciate you. Red Ace, thank you for the $5 donation. Drafting Carter is the move. Mutually beneficial. We will fill a need with a stud. He gets a fresh start as far away as possible. Appreciate the $5 donation, Red Ace. And I definitely see this common sentiment in my chat. And, you guys that have followed me along know that I've never been at an out point on Carter. I am going to trust in Schneider's background check on this one, but the tape to me still stands out to me with it. And it stands out that I just don't see a guy from the defensive tackle position in recent years who plays the position like he plays it. And I just trust in him being a special talent. No, he's not going to be Aaron Donald 2.0. But just as you say, You're getting a stud. You're getting a guy that is a difference maker at the position, and not just a position of somewhat need, but of desperate need. Not of like, it'd be nice if it's convenient if we can fill it. But we absolutely, by God, have to address this thing somewhere in the draft. And you're walking away then with pick 1 and doing that thing that I say is the most beautiful thing that you can see in the draft. It is the eclipse of the draft for NFL football teams, where you see best player available and need mesh. Where you're not reaching for that need pick that you're grabbing is actually also the best player available that you have on your board. That is the ideal. That is the most beautiful outcome when it comes to any draft pick anywhere in the draft. Say nothing of picking top 5, which is ultimately idyllic. But I would not have any problems with them if they make that pick, Red. None whatsoever. I will not be poo-pooing it at all. Thank you, though. The $5 donation, man. Love your thoughts on that. Fat Daddy with a $5 donation says, when I think of Maze Smith, I think of Gilbert Brown. Not a pass rusher, but took on double teams and would get that sack at times. Well, appreciate the $5 donation, man. I think that that's a pretty good comparison in what they accomplished. Certainly with Maze. Gilbert, in a lot of ways, did it, Fat Daddy, by just being absolutely huge. You know, he's 400 pounds. You're just not moving a guy at 400 pounds, even if you're a 300-pound lineman. Like, that guy's just too big. You know, and it's going to take 2 guys to push him off a spot. Mazza gets it done with more of the pure strength stuff that you see with like the bench press. What he rep out like 35 reps or something on the bench, 225. And you see that strength on tape where there's just power there with him. But this is the difference between a 4-3 and a 3-4-2. I think, Fat Daddy, is that a 3-4 defense, and even our particular 3-4 defense, which is going to have our defensive ends attacking in more a manner that's kind of more consistent with what you might have a 4-3 defensive lineman do. Even still then, the zero tech is still doing what the zero tech is supposed to do in a 3-4, which is be immovable at the point of attack, require a double team, and if you don't provide that double team, they're going to crush the single block. And not crush it in the way that they're going to beat them in a pass rush, but just they'll overpower them. They'll overwhelm them. They'll Joey Hunt them if you're going to give them a center one-on-one. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to require that. And all great 3-4 defenses, all great ones you look at, there's going to be very few 3-4 defenses you can show me that were great defenses that didn't have a guy, a man in the middle, a Vince Wilfork with the Patriots, a Russell Maryland with the Cowboys back in the day. They don't have that guy down there in the middle that can man that position and hold up down there. The defense is going to hold up. So it is a vital position, even if it's not a guy providing you much pass rush. It's a necessity of the defense. Well said, though, man. They both do the same. They both kind of accomplish the same thing. Gilbert Brown and Maze Smith, Fat Daddy. And he'll give you a little here and there. You just can't count on much pass rush from him. It's going to be that little itty bitty bits. Doug Abrams has subscribed to the channel. Doug, thank you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest, man. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard. Jacob Haas, we will get all 3 Brandons from here. The Hawks Nest, Seahawks Brandon, and Brandon from the Seahawks podcast. Seahawkers podcast. Sorry. Yeah, well, at some point, I'm sure we all sync up here. You know what I mean? I need to be doing better about that. I'm dropping my ball with reaching out to folks. I got to get that going here this week, I think. Okay, Garden says, we aren't drafting Jalen Carter at 5. Stop suggesting that. Maybe not. Certainly if his character ain't good, we ain't doing it. Consumer 114, Josh Downs probably does get into the second round at this point. He had a really good pro day. Nolan Arvan says, not that I'm for it. Could you not still trade Locke or even Geno? Certainly you could. Certainly you could. Yeah. Nothing prevents you in those deals from necessarily moving it. With Geno, it would be a little bit harder, Nolan, because he didn't get a lot of bonus money, but all that bonus money accelerates into 1 year of the contract, which would then take it past the current cost of the cap in this year of the deal, right? Which is at like $10 million. I think it would go up a bit at that point. So you'd have to clear some cap space to make that happen. But you could theoretically still do it. It would be a little easier with Locke, obviously, because it's a non-guaranteed deal. So that would be a bit easier. And especially in Locke's case, I would say, Nolan, you look around training camp, if you do see a team that has a starter that goes down to injury this next season, certainly at that point, Locke might be a guy that Seahawks get a call about, hey, will you flip us? We'll flip you a future third-round pick if you give us Locke this year. We need a quarterback. They may end up kind of turning it and looking brilliant in that way down the line. Never know. James says, if we trade down, I'd rather get Witherspoon. The corner? He's a good corner. Space, I think Megan says she accidentally hid you there, so you'll get back in there in a second if you accidentally got hidden. Nick says, I have a weird feeling Brian Branch will be a Seahawk after the draft. Well, I mentioned, I think there's three guys I think as you're looking at one of the safeties in this draft that would fit to what I think they're maybe like zeroing in on, Nick. And one of those guys is Brian Branch, Sidney Brown second round, and Jamie Robinson in the third. Michael Myers, bummed Ryan Neal's gone. Me too, man. Yeah, Wicker Garden, I don't see the Eagles trading up to 5. I think they just stand pat. $10.23, Tipman's great. 37th pick. That'd be a little early for me with him, 10.23. Might have to, though, I guess. Brad Kerwood, I don't think they take a safety. They can slide Love around if someone gets injured. Love was signed also for his leadership. He's a green dot player. Agreed. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. And it wouldn't be about, for me, looking at a Brad like Love is the guy that they're looking for long-term to not be here, that he'd be here for the next couple of years. It would be more of, to me, an acknowledgement of they can get out of potentially Adams' contract after this year. So it's finding a guy that fits in behind Julian. And Julian's a good player and definitely green dot, like you say, Brad, but it is a 2-year contract you signed him to. It wasn't a 3, wasn't a 4-year deal. They can as easily potentially get out from under that deal if they wanted to even next year. Not that I think they will want to, but I think there would be a little bit, if they were to draft a guy, Brad, a move about looking for the long-term future and how we can lower down the cap cost of the safety position a little bit more if they took that road. But it's possible they don't add anything else, and they just stand pat at the safety position now. Wicked Garden, I like Keely Ringo as a strong safety. I've long thought Ringo should be changed to safety at this point, Wicked Garden. I don't think I buy that he's going to be necessarily a great corner at the NFL level, but I do think he could be a hell of a safety. I think he could play both free or strong, probably. Dig to the Hawks. I think we need to trade our number 1s and number 2s in 2024 and 25 and just load up on late 1s and early 2s in 2023. Our 2024 draft position will be awful, I think. Maybe. The only issue with doing that is that you're going to have so much money you've got to now create in cap to be able to pay for that. You already are at negative $3 million in functional cap space with the $16 million that you're due to have to pay on your first round picks, your total of your picks in this upcoming draft. If you were to add more first round picks and more second round picks, that cost is going to go up to like $25 million, 22, $23, $24 million. So then you got to create more space somehow then to accommodate those picks, which they don't really have a lot of methods to do at this point. You're kind of running out in the ways that you can generate cap space here. Jordan the Whales has been being a long time Seahawks fan since 1980. I'm okay with going for all defense like we should with the first 3 or 4 picks and just waiting on a quarterback after Geno runs his course. I'm okay. I'm okay doing that too, man. I think the signing of Geno was indicative, Jonah, of you trying to do a little bit more of going for it right now. So let's go for it. And in doing that would be building up the defense as much as possible. And if you're accommodating one of those top 4 picks to a quarterback position, that's not doing that as much. That's not taking that and driving that as strongly in that direction. So yeah, I'm with you. Get the defense loaded up. Let's get this built up. Let's make a run at this. And if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. We'll reset down the line and find another pathway somewhere else. Space, Megan didn't mean to. Minnesota 20, that's a reach. Lance, I have a bad feeling that if we don't pick Mozzie at 20 or a small trade down, that our nose situation will be a mess. The nose is the key to the 3-4. The Steelers and Ravens always prioritize it. They do indeed. They have indeed. throughout for years. And I agree with you, man. As I was saying just a couple moments ago on this, Lance, I think the nose tackle and a 3-4 defense is vital to making it work, especially when it comes to stopping the run, because the 3-4 defense is going to have one less guy in the defensive line. You need one of those defensive linemen to pick up the slack a little bit for that. That's essentially what that nose tackle kind of picks up for in that moment. But he's unique. There's no one like him. You may have to pick him higher. It's a little bit like John Michael Schmitz here, where you may end up having to pick the guy higher than you'd like to select him, because he is one of the true only valuable guys at a position of scarcity in this draft. I could completely understand that being the reality of it. Nick Guzman, I like Kentrell Clark in the 5th as a cornerback hybrid. Let's see if I looked at him. Clark. I don't think I have. I haven't taken a look at him yet, Nick. Kentrell Clark. I'll write him down though, man. We'll take a look at him. Brian Myers, thank you for the $10 donation, Brian. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. He says, B, back from the wilderness. Not much Wi-Fi in the Galapagos. Low-key flex. Glad to see the chat again. Byron Jones, free agent cornerback. What do you think? I think Byron's basically been mainly a zone corner throughout his career. I don't know if he's got really as much flexibility in doing the kick stuff that we do. And, you know, when it comes to free agent cornerbacks, Brian, that's been something that the team's been pretty hesitant in the past with picking up. And I think really the main reason because of that is because Coach Carroll doesn't want to have to untrain bad habits, and that they have a very particular style in the way they want the cornerbacks to play in this scheme, and that it can take a little bit of time to learn that. And not all corners are fluid with running it the way they do. So I think with as little money as they have to spend at this point, Brian, and still with the issues they have on the defensive line, for instance, I think if they're spending money anywhere at this point, it's going to be to try to spend money to add to the defensive line or to the wide receiver position. I don't think it would be going to the cornerback position at this point. Now, when you've got the log jam that you do on the outside, because Brian, remember, with Julian Love here now, that probably kicks more opportunities for Kobe Bryant out of the slot to play more on the outside from potentially time to time, which is just one more now player in that log jam. I hope you had a good time though in the Galapagos. I need to get somewhere warm. The spring is not cooking up over here on the east side, and it's taking forever, and I'm tired of being cold. But thank you, man. Good to have you back. Good to have you back safe and sound from the wilderness. And thank you for the $10 donation. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Says, I'm kind of liking the idea of potentially drafting Anderson if a team trades for the Cardinals pick, but I would like to see Taylor traded if we do. Agreed, Jordan, and agreed. I have long thought that if you do take Will Anderson, it's probably going to be built in with the trade of Taylor on the other side of it. And my ideal on this is, okay, we land Anderson, we flip Taylor out for, let's say, a mid to late second round pick at that point, coming off of his best year, and some team may be thinking that he's really still on his rise. You move him at that point, you pick up the extra second round pick, you're still 3 pass rushers deep with Alton Robinson and the kid from Ohio State still coming back on board behind them, right? So you still got some depth there. And then you're able to now have that freed up second round pick to kind of go where you like, where you want to go, who you want. It's almost like a little bit of a bonus second round pick. I mean, I was doing it in my mock scenarios, grabbing like Jahmyr Gibbs, just feeling like, hey, it's a free pick. I'll take who I want. But yes, I think that trade would occur in that way, Jordan, at that point. I don't think necessarily they would just roll with those 4 guys. And if it wasn't Taylor, then Jordan, they would probably be looking to do Uchenna Nwosu as the guy to make that trade with. But one of those 2, I think, would be moved if you selected Will Anderson. Very good point on your part with that, Jordan, and something that I would love to see. And if you're coming out of this draft with Anderson, really hard to get mad about that pick. It's really hard to be mad with that player. He stands out on tape. He is, I don't think, generational, but there are certainly special qualities to his game that make it good enough. In a draft of not good enough, in a draft of diet calorie cola prospects, he's all sugar. And he ain't that high fructose syrup. He ain't that soy lectin. No. He's like that kind of Coke that you get from the actual Mexico. I'm talking about the pure sugar. Pure sugar. If you just don't like that, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Appreciate you though, Jordan. Thank you for the $5. Tony Borges, thank you for another donation, man. Appreciate the $5 dono. Very, very kind of you. He says, thanks for the great analysis on Smith and Scott. Scott looks like Lockett 2.0 with his speed and route running. I can't wait for the draft. I can't wait for the draft either, Tony. I'm getting hyped. It's getting me more and more hyped talking with you guys here in the chat about this, thinking about all the iterations and different variances of it. You know, Tony, it's like usually you get set out in the spot. We're picking late 20s. We got our late first or late second. We might be missing one of our thirds, right? So you're just kind of like, well, we got a little bit to look at with this. We got 4 picks in the first 52 selections. You know, you have the potentiality we're talking about of landing the best overall player in this draft, just bar none, regardless of position at 5, because of the quarterback desperation that could drive the top of this draft. But when it comes to Scott, I've turned on the tape with him, Tony, and there are guys that you turn on the tape with that you take a long period of time to kind of figure out what it is you're seeing with. And let me give you a receiver on this that would be a for instance for you on this. I was watching last night Jonathan Mingo, and Jonathan Mingo's getting a lot of pub coming out of Ole Miss. And he is another one of these Ole Miss receivers like A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf that's just, yoked up and all just cut out of granite, right? And there's parts of his game that are good. I mean, you're going, there's something bothersome here. I don't know what it is. There's something here that doesn't quite, and they're using him weirdly, and you're just, and I'm going through a couple of games of tape on him, and I'm like, why am I not getting a better feel for this guy right now? But you turn on Scott, for me, Tony, Scott's tape goes on, and I'm within a few plays, within just watching through, okay, I can see it. I can see how this is going to work at the NFL level. I can see why I'm hearing the pub about this guy crawling up into the second round. That's a second round wide receiver. And there's a lot of guys, 5'9-ish, 185, 167, 178, right? A lot of those guys in that measurement, Tony, that are, boy, is this guy only going to be an inside guy? Or I've really just got to look at him as just purely maybe an inside guy at the next level and make my peace with that's where he's going to land. I really do have that feeling that because he has that unique burst to him, Tony, he'll be able to get by on the outside. And he's not completely light and lean. He's not like a Devonta Smith kind of guy where it's just he's really, really light. He's still in there good on 190. He looks good 190 on the film, But Lockett, I could see that. Lockett, like mine was Baldwin, but I could see that with it. And boy, if you combine that burst with route running, say nothing of his hands or his ability to take the top of the defense. It's like those two skills pair together really nicely. It's like pass rushers with their skills where you get first step quickness to bend. Those pair really nicely together. You could say an equivalent of that, Tony, would be a wide receiver who's got the burst with the route running. Those two things pair really nicely together when you're talking about looking for a skill set of a player. Thank you, though, for all those donos, man. Appreciate you. Tony, also, Ivan Pace is the best blitzing linebacker in this draft. Bar none. It's not close. There's great blitzers in this draft. There are even guys that I would say are upper level blitzers in this draft from the middle linebacker position. There is no one better, and there have been few middle linebackers I've seen in recent years that are better as blitzing players than Ivan Pace. The only issue, of course, is that he's tiny and his arms aren't long. And he doesn't necessarily flash as well in the other parts of his skill set. But if you draft him and you just let him loose, you just free up and let him go, he could be a real fun player in this league. Herbicide says, honestly, the wise thing to do, regardless of who's available at 5, is to trade back for an additional second, third, and fourth rounder. Agreed, Herbicide. I'd love to get as many second, third round picks, especially early third round picks, combined up as we can, Herbicide, even packaging in maybe a couple of those little bit later ones we have to get another second rounder in this particular draft. Love to do it. Mark Habercorn, thank you for mentioning that. If you do guys like what you're listening to, do me a favor, please, and hit that like button. Also, if you're not subbed up, please do join some of the new subscribers we've had tonight. We've just passed 11.5, so we're moving along, cooking along here to 12,000 subscribers. So please do jump aboard the Hawks Nest if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. And thanks for mentioning that, Mark. Seahawks blue and green. I get a weird feeling we are grabbing a receiver at pick 20. It's possible. You're talking about the value being BPA, driving towards BPA. Well, when I've looked at mock drafts, many of you have probably found the same. You run through a feasible mock. If you take mocks and you decide you're going to have control over all of those top 20 teams and who they pick, you can get to a spot where you land at 20 and only one wide receiver has been taken off the board. So via that, then the value gets driven a bit more towards maybe the best place to go here is receiver. That's the best guy we have on our board looking us in the face right there. And it could very well be. And John Schneider has mentioned blue and green. He is driven in this draft to look at BPA, to just trust the board. That is what brought about the success from last season, uniquely differently from what it had been in prior years. And I'm going to trust him at his word on that. So receiver could definitely be a place that pushes them towards. Gino Goat says, sub Hawks Nest, hope to see Neal back. He might still come back. It's late in free agency. There's not a lot of teams with a lot of money to spend. I'll say that. Sam the Great says, I think John and Pete want their first top 5 pick in history as much as it'd be cool to trade back. Very well could be the case. Especially if it's about a quarterback there, right? Blue and green. Waldron's definitely comes from the Rams background where they're at a point right now, blue and green, where they're running more 3 wides. And historically with McVay there in the Rams scheme, they've tended to run with more 3 wide receiver sets. But after their Super Bowl year, for instance, blue and green, they went to more 2 tight end sets for a whole year. So it is an offense that can be transitioned back to 2 tight end sets as well. Like we ran last year at the high rate. Addicted Hawk says, Brandon, love to hear Watkins say greenish. I totally agree about Carter. I'm telling you, is he dirty? I don't know. Is he a bad man? Maybe. Is he going to flame out? Bust? Could happen. I don't know. I'm not a psychic any day of the week, but Monday, and it's not Monday, today, I don't know. Maybe he's not the best. He's not perfect as a prospect. I don't know about that. Maybe he's not pure, but greenish, maybe. Maybe a little green to his hue. I don't know. Looks that to me when I look at the man, but I'm not an expert on Carter or greenish. I just know both. Watkins a little weak tonight. Delikey says, would Love replace Ryan Neal? Do you draft another safety anyway? I think you're open to doing it. Yeah. I don't think Love being here potentially replace Neal doesn't prevent you from doing that, Del, because you do have to plan ahead on this one and thinking about what you want to maybe do with the Adams situation down the line. And if your best player available on the board's a safety over another position, then you would probably look to pick that at that point. I know I've been promising for months, Megan. I'm trying to get it good. I want to make sure it's good when I release it, but I just need to kind of release out what I got because I can always do a second edition right before the draft on that. So I got to get that thing out. I'm a little bit lame on it. I've been working on it though. It's just trying to get it right. Lance Johnson says, I love seeing mock drafts that have us drafting Wilson at 5 and a corner at 20. Just sheer laziness. Clearly, any of the experts draft this way don't have a pulse of what Seattle should do. I've seen some pretty crazy ones. Hendon Hooker at number 5 from Lombardi last week was pretty insane. So I've seen some pretty bad ones where, yeah, I think laziness is the way to put it. Like, are you guys even trying on this? Did you think this through at all? Did you think about any of the track record at all? Like, you know, Seahawks aren't that necessarily super hard to predict with what they'll do in a draft because they do have a drafting history of a kind of going in certain directions of things. But yeah, there's been some silly ones out there this offseason. Addicted Hawks, what happened with Ryan Neal? I can't find anyone picked him up. No one's picked him up yet. Addicted Hawks, he's a street free agent right now. The Seahawks released him of his restricted tag. So they saved $2.67 million on the cap. And maybe he comes back, but they're letting him test the open market. Herbicide, if the Niners took Lamar, don't see how they could afford CMC, Kittle, Bosa, and D-Boy. I don't either. I think that they're going to have to probably give up one of those guys to make that happen. I think Colby Jack, Brando. Will Rick Meyer be available at 5? Sadly not. Seahawks blue and green. Do I think Carter will act more mature with millions in his pocket, though? Doesn't happen overnight. Well, this is, I see a lot of comments in the chat, and I can see that the Carter debate's picking back up in the chat a little bit tonight. And this is one of the reasons why I will get asked a lot about it, but, for me, blue and green with it's a subject for me that I've been asked so much about Jalen Carter, and I don't know is my answer. I don't like saying I don't know to you guys. I like to try to educate myself on stuff to where I can respond to things and say, well, this is what I've been led to believe on a given this situation. With Carter, I think there's a lot of people playing guessing games right now as opposed to what the real deal is with him. What's the actual truth with him? Not what we kind of think, not what our gut instinct is, not what we've pulled from this story and that story, but what's the bottom line with him? And for me, blue and green, it just comes down to we're going to trust John Schneider's report on this. We're going to trust what he's got at his disposal, which is armed with way more information than you, I, or anybody else in this situation as fans have at our fingertips to go through. As far as him having more millions and that affecting his judgment, the NIL has made this a little bit irrelevant, in my opinion. Is he going to be making more money than they make now at the college level? Yes, but the NIL is already making these guys at times millionaires even in college. They're getting paid now in a way they weren't before. So he's, in many ways, I don't know if it gets worse. It may be bad already now, and you get more bad once he comes here. But it certainly isn't going to change necessarily, like he's going from eating Wonder Bread and peanut butter every night right now, and now he's going to be able to go have steak dinners every night, and that it just suddenly changes. It's not that same way like it used to be. So I think that test has already been put out there a little bit. Now, maybe he's failed it, but that test is already of what happens when you give him money thing has already been kind of playing out a little bit with how he's done it. Dick Doc says, Brandon agreed with the salary cap. Schneider would have his hands full with that many picks in 2023. Agreed with that. Yeah. He'd have to do some acrobatics. He could pull it off, Dick Doc. Nothing's impossible. But the team hasn't showed much of a willingness to take that route of things at times. Seattle 808 says, Adams can't leave soon enough. Ha ha ha. WTC, hard to say what we're going to do at this point. It's too unpredictable at the moment. Nagasa, Tennessee wants to trade for the 3rd pick. That'd be wonderful, Nagasa. 4 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks. Lovely. Absolutely wonderful for our Hawks if it works out that way. Herbicide, I see Bobby working way better in a 3-4 than I do a 4-3. I could. Hopefully the Herbicide, they take a page out of the Rams book and use him in the way the Rams used him. Put him in the best way to allow him to succeed within this defense, which is allow him an attack and come downhill. Be that blitzer. Congress says Titans have to make a move or a coach can be fired. Maybe. They did give him a little bit of extra power there. So I don't know if he's in a position of being like in the crosshairs of being fired. They just moved on from the general manager and kind of gave him a little bit more control in the room, so to speak. But I guess it's possible. I think that doesn't mean that they aren't desperate, Hongwu, to try to go up there and get a quarterback. Henry's not a free agent right now, Space, no. Why do I says the great feeling with this draft is that it will be hard to screw up. Worst case scenario for 5 seems to be sticking and getting Tyree, and that's not bad. John has set himself up to do whatever he wants. Agreed all the way around, wide. Yeah. As much as I've said Tyree doesn't necessarily get me super excited, it's not a bad pick. It's not a mispick. It's not a pick that doesn't make sense or isn't the right value. Well said. Stony Baker Man, thank you. The Hawks Nest, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Saijan says, are we still high on Hooker? Let the high come down a bit so we can see clear. I'm high on Hooker, not first round high on him. Say that. Not 5 overall high. Pure sugar, baby. Pure unadulterated sugar. Don't give me none of that weak ass soy lectin. Brian, when you said I'm not making any judgments on Kareem Hunt, I get why, but damn, dude, it's okay to judge a guy who's kicking a woman in the head. Yeah, half the time things I've got to do on this channel, Brian, is try to parse my words. It's something that I wish I didn't have to do at times on the channel. I wish I could be just a little bit more brazen in what I got to say. But I also get exhausted at times from the people who start clutching their pearls when I say stuff that just goes a little bit in places like that where I make those judgments. And it's not, for me, it's like there are fights and battles that I'm willing and I'm okay to have, and I enjoy at times having. One of the places that I just don't enjoy at all really is the character stuff with players and all that. It exhausts me. It tires me out. It doesn't interest me. I like football. I don't care about off the field. It's just not why I watch the sport. I have no interest in it. So, yeah, I was more just trying to parse it for the person who would make it, because when I answer that way, people will take it like I'm making the personal judgment of it. And when I was giving that answer earlier, Brian, I was trying to say this is the way John Schneider views it. So it'd be nice if you didn't have to parse your words in this world, but people take things in certain ways if you don't. So you have to kind of keep backtracking and making sure you're not, okay, so you guys understand I'm saying this, but I'm not meaning this, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying this, but this is what I'm meaning. And it would be great if you couldn't, but we're in kind of a sensitive era, Brian, and people get very, very sensitive on these given subjects. One of the other reasons I tend to try to stay away from him if I can. Jonathan Crass, big fan, Brandon. Thank you, Jonathan. Always watch your videos when they come up and your stuff with Brendan Nelson. Keep up the great work, my guy. Very kind of you to say, Jonathan. I appreciate that. And shout out to Brendan as well. Love what we're able to do. And we're about to dive into this draft coverage in a big time fashion. So appreciate you, man. Appreciate you watching. Greg says we need Jalen Carter. I'm all in on him. We can't have another Warren Sapp situation. Also, the Lions seem to be all in on him as well. I think it's very telling. I've long wondered if the Lions would really pass on Carter. I think in my last mock, I had them taking him if we did. Why do I says my gut list undated: Will McDonald, Brian Brand, Sidney Jones, Roshan Johnson, Parker Washington, Sam Laporta, DeJuan Jones at right guard. DeJuan Jones at right guard at 6'8". Why do I? 6'8"? 6'8"? I don't know. All right, you can sell me on it. Darnell Washington, give me 2 of those. I'll be happy, fam. Oh yeah, I'd be happy with any of those 2 guys. DeJuan would be the one I'd be a little bit hesitant with believing he can play right guard. I think he's just a pure right tackle. But any of those other guys, I like them. Fritz says, if another team trades up with Arizona for a quarterback, what do you think are the chances Anderson falls to 5th? And would they take him? If a team trades up with Arizona, Fritz, then that would mean to me that there's going to be 4 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks. Come hell or high water, come some way or another, that's the way that one plays out, in my opinion. If that happens and Anderson falls to the Seattle Seahawks, I think that they don't overthink that. I think that they look at that and go, we've been dropped a blessing from God himself. God's huge arm has come from the clouds. And this is especially, think about this, Fritz, especially if there's character concerns with Carter. If they're going through that notebook of information and it's like, well, then he missed this practice and he's had conditioning issues and coaches say he's not been all ball and he likes to party and maybe there's a drinking problem and they're going through all that and they're reading that. And then you've got this hand of God dropping Will Anderson to you then, in addition to just clean character, alpha dog of a defense, leader on the defense, awesome production for 3 years. Here we go. So I'm with it. And yeah, I think they would jump all over it, Fritz. And Greg, I'm with you on Carter. I love him as a generational talent. He's my number one guy. You know he is. But again, that character thing has got to be the one key part of this process, and it's the part we just don't know. Hawk says, thank you, Brandon. Love the walk and hee-hee. It wasn't solid tonight. Don't know why. It's okay. But I love me some Jalen Carter almost as much as I love cowbell, ding, ding, ling, ping. That's the sound it makes when Carter gets himself a sack in my mind. Just what I see when I watch football. Carter, Georgia, good player all the time. It's coming around here. Lions have the 18th pick. Why would they draft cornerback if Jalen Carter on the board? Yeah, I don't think so. I think Carter's the one that makes sense there. Agreed. Obi-Wan, I assume you saw the Titans rumor to move up to 3. People broke it down. Let me know in the chat, actually, Obi-Wan. So shout out to the chat. Let me know on that. Would love to grab Anderson or trade back with us. That pick is going to be very valuable next year. Very valuable indeed. Very valuable indeed. And I did see the rumor. It makes sense. I've thought the Titans are looking to make a move here at some point or another this offseason. And they are absolutely not sold on Tannehill anymore at this point. That seems to be pretty clear. So, looks like what they're going to try to do it. I think there's going to be a couple of teams that are going to try to do this, Obi-Wan. And I think eventually this is why I've also thought the Cardinals, like the Bears, would be eventually overwhelmed by the fact that, yeah, we love this Anderson kid, or we love the potential look at these quarterbacks, but we can't deny the trade offerings that are being offered to come and get these quarterbacks. And we need a lot of help. And so let's make this move. So I think the Cardinals end up facilitating a trade because it just makes so much sense. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, if you're doing walking, I want some Cosell. I'll give you a little Cosell here. As draft day approaches, there has been no more fiery debate, no more mode of constriction or hearty retribution of anger from one fan to another than the topic of Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. Never has a fan base fought, torn at each other's throats over 2 players. One can only know the passion is unrivaled. The love of the team cannot be challenged by any other fan base when they are showing this kind of willingness to go at one another to make the team better. Whoever they select, it is undoubted that player will be lauded and praised like few draft prospects this year. A little Cosell. Herbicide, if we take Carter at 5, I would totally trade my 20 for a 3rd and 4th and 5th pick. If we take Anderson, we would still need the 20th for Cansey or Breezy. I'm with that, Herbicide. I'm with that. I'm a little more for the 3rd. Getting the 4th, 5th pick to me, Herbicide, doesn't make as much sense. To me, it'd be more of like if we're trading 20 to 26, like Cowboys want to receive, if they wanted the Darnell Washington at 20, so they move up to 20 to get Darnell, and you move back to 26. I want Cowboys 2nd. I'll flip Cowboy a 4 to get a 2nd. I'd rather do that than go with a 3rd and a 4th. Because once you get to the 4th round territory in this draft, Herbicide, I just don't know if the value is as much there moving back and beyond that. There's definitely a drop off in talent once you get past like the first 10 picks in the 3rd round, in my opinion. Joe Manlaw, I love the walking. I try when I can to get it right. It's hard. Is Derrick Henry still looking for another team? I didn't know that he was. Seahawks blue and green. If Arizona trades back, we'll be just screaming, Anderson, baby. Anderson, baby. Anderson, baby. You know we will. 1023, he agrees with me. He says the Cardinals have no choice but to trade down, but they're a dumb franchise. They won't trade down. Yeah, you're right. They haven't done that in recent years, have they? I can't remember the last time that they actually did move down. So it is a possibility. I think they're going to get blown away by an offer 10-20 through. They might get blown away by such an offer that overrides their stupidity. It breaks through their thick skull of idiocracy because it's just such a good offer. Nate says, Neal gone is going to hurt this team. I feel like Adams will get hurt again, losing confidence in him. Why aren't the Hawks doing anything with the contracts to get back money? Don't know yet, Nate. I mean, maybe these moves are still coming down the line. I share your thoughts. I share your consternation at losing Neal. I would have liked to have had him as an insurance policy for Adams. Certainly seems worthwhile for a $2.67 million investment. Even if he wasn't there for Adams to fill in, he still had a role as a dime defender, as a dime cornerback, which you were going to run a lot more dime at that point, probably if he was here. So I'm not sure. Not sure what they're planning to do. Part of what I was thinking on this, Nate, as you can see with my thumbnails, I was thinking maybe they're leaning a little bit more to, opening back that door to drafting a safety in this draft somewhere. Joshua Sonier says, one thing I don't see people talking about with Anthony Richardson is the Taysom Hill angle. Couldn't we get him in packages using him to run, get him playing some as a rookie? Certainly you could, Joshua. The thing to consider, of course, with that is that, you're going to have certain guys inactive on game day. You might only have two quarterbacks. You can have three quarterbacks on your roster, technically on the active roster, but there's always a couple guys on game day that are inactive for game day, technically, but on the roster. That would usually be how you would do it with three quarterbacks. But yeah, you could definitely do some of that, work him in and have him do some of the Taysom Hill kind of stuff in the offense. Certainly. Get a little value out of him as you're having him sit a little bit. Makes some sense. That SNL skit was funny as F. It's a classic skit, man. More cowbell. I just feel like it's too much cowbell. I'm hearing, I need more. I got a prescription. The only answer is more cowbell. Obi-Wan, wasn't Neal already able to negotiate because he had the right to refuse tender? Move makes sense unless we're re-signing him for less. At that point, it's not good player relations, too much risk. That might be right. I guess that's correct. Technically, I guess you weren't. I thought the way they had him where we got a pick back if he signed before I thought Obi-Wan, but I didn't look super deep at what they offered him on that. So maybe that was just a pure right of refusal type deal on the other end of that. Certainly could have been. Why do I don't rule anything out? John is set up to do whatever he wants. I think trading up is very unlikely, but not out of the question. Yeah, I just can't see it. But anything is possible. Anything is possible. I'm a little behind on my donos. Sorry about that, folks. Tony Borges, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate you on all the donos tonight, man. He says, I really like DJ Turner. Imagine another 4-2 corner across from Woolen. And yeah, his speed, Tony, is legit out there. So, when it comes to Turner, he tracked in at 4.26 on his pro day, and you see the speed, you see the quickness, 1.47, 10-yard split. Very, very, very fast player. The tough part, Tony, that comes into play on him is he's got 30 and 3/4 inches arms. And so as I've often kind of said on this with this, Tony, there's 32 starting cornerbacks in the league that play on the outside in the NFL. 32. I believe that there's only 2 that are starting in the NFL that have less than 32-inch long arms starting on the outside. So is DJ in rarefied air enough at this point that he can be the third in a league where that just doesn't tend to be a thing? Especially when he's a guy at 6 foot tall who's not necessarily really tall to begin with. He's decent heights to 6 foot, but he's not 6'2", 6'3", right? So he's definitely very, very sudden. He doesn't really super take away the pick. He's not going to be an intercepting kind of guy in that respect of things. He'll get his hand up. He'll knock it away. He's very physical at the catch point, which I really liked about him. He's going to be a good run defender, so he's a pretty complete corner in what he gives you. But whether or not he's going to be able to operate on the outside is a little in question there with that to a degree, because that arm length a little bit with it, in my opinion. And his tape wasn't pure. There is some grabbiness for me, Tony, on some of the tape that I did see with him. But can't find a lot of guys that grow that fast. It's hard to find 4.26, isn't it? Tough to locate those kind of guys. So having two of them with 4.2, that's a lot of speed on the football field you're bringing. And he's a dog. He's definitely a dog, got that dog mentality at the corner position. So he does bring a little bit of that. He's not a finesse corner. He's gonna stick his nose in there, which I like that about him. Some good, some bad with him a little bit for me, Tony, on that side. Thank you for the $5 donation, though. Appreciate you. Fat Daddy with the $2 donation says, I would be ecstatic if we drafted Carter and Maze. Me too. I think you're getting a lot of certainty about what you're getting as long as Carter's character concerns are clear enough. You feel very, very good about the combinations of what those players are adding to your defensive line. And not only what they add long-term, Fat Daddy, but what they add in the immediacy. From day one, when they walk in the door, you're getting guys that are going to provide impact in what they bring to the table. Something we need. And we need a lot of hands on deck on the defensive line. That'd be a great start of this draft to bring those two guys in and start helping that process out. So I love it, man. Sign me up, Fat Daddy. Sign me up. Thanks for the donations, you guys. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. Obi-Wan, I agree. I think Carter goes top 6. We ain't picking him. I think he goes the Lions. It's a need for their defense. I think they would love the opportunity to have paired Aiden Hutchinson and now bring in Carter. That's a tantalizing defensive line you're starting to put together. King of Mars says TMZ's reporting AR has a new issue. What has he got? What's wrong? What's wrong? Herbicide says, here's how I feel. Carter is better than Anderson. Benton's better than Maze. Tipman's better than Schmitz. Simpson's better than Henley. And Darnell's better than Mayer. There's certainly valid arguments to be made on all those. Herbicide, certainly valid on all those. I'm definitely a little more Maze Benton. I probably am with you in liking Benton a better overall as a player. It's just that you need the skill set of what Maze brings more desperately than the Benton skill set. I'm more of a Schmitz guy than a Tipman guy myself. I like Tipman, but definitely more that. Henley Simpson, I'm more Henley to me, but I'm with you on Darnell. So it's we're mixed on that both ways. Ryan Anderson says, do you put much stock in Rob Stanton's claim that he has sources close to the Hawks who say the Hawks are definitely not taking Carter at number 5? I would believe him if he said it. I don't think that Rob has proven in the past to be a guy that just makes stuff up on the fly, out of nowhere, right? He doesn't tend to be that kind of guy with stuff. So if he's got sources inside and, he's got a lot of great interviews recently, he's probably got some connections doing this as long as he's been doing somewhere or another. I would tend to believe him on that if that's what he's saying. So, and as I've said, if Schneider's looking at the character concerns here and the character reports and they're fitting to that this is the tip of the iceberg, there could easily be a reasonable fashion to where he has taken potentially Carter off the board. It certainly is possible. So I would take him at his word for that. Space the Carter suspense is killing me. Me too, man. March was a long month. March would just grind it along. Hang Woo says, I don't care. Stanton says the sky is blue. I would say PS. Oh, Lordy. Herbicide with Darnell, our run game would be unstoppable. I love him, Herbicide. If we can come out of this draft with Darnell. If we took Darnell at 20, I wouldn't be mad. I love him. Ed Armitage, if Levis drops to 20, you taking him? 20? The attraction in taking Levis for me initially on this, Ed, was always about bringing him in and having him start and be able to start pretty quickly to day one. That gets removed out now. Because you have your quarterback situation as you do, and it removes a little bit of that as the possibility of the situation. So I don't know. I don't know on that one. Probably not. Jeff Sheckle says, just watch the tape. Take Carter. Don't overthink it. don't overthink it there. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. Nate, if the Hawks go for Carter, I'd rather just trade 5 to Titans and get Simmons. Carter just doesn't look good enough for me. It's not about route to potentially go. It's a little much for Simmons. I'd like to get back like a second round pick at that point, but so that'd be a route you could potentially go. Katie Burns, I'm completely convinced that Ryan Neal asked for a chance to talk to other teams. Any opinions on Skinner, the safety? Why don't we deal cut Fant to save cash? So many good tight ends in this draft. Well, thank you, Katie. Appreciate your thoughts on this. And we're pretty well close in alignment on this one. I did think that, there seemed to be, especially with the timing of this with Neal, that there seemed to be just let me be free and clear to sign with where I want to sign. Don't have any connection with me to you guys. Just let me go where I can go to get the deal I can go get. Because the timing is weird. If you were looking to save the money, why not do this at the start of free agency, Katie? Especially to give Ryan the best opportunity to go sign with another team and get the best contract potentially he could get on the open market. JL Skinner is a really fun safety to watch, Katie. My comp for him is definitely a little bit of, he's got the Cam Chancellor to him. Certainly that he's cut from that same kind of mold as a safety and does similar the stuff that Cam did. But the problem is that this is 10 years into the future, and the safety position doesn't require from it what it did back in the days of Cam running things. Cam was a box safety. He was a guy that was up around the line of scrimmage. He was there to lurk, to prove to be kind of a robber role, to be an intimidator and a force down there. Now we're running a situation where we run more cover 2 looks, and we're going to need a safety that can do some more covering in space and covering with depth in space when you're looking at who you're looking to bring onto your team. So if it was 2013, JL Skinner would be the ideal safety prospect for your Seahawks. In 2023, unfortunately, it is not. He just doesn't quite fit in that realm of things. I, like you, would have thought that going with Fant would have been the better approach. Making a trade, go get a 5th round pick if you can't back for Fant. Boom, boom, you save $6.85 million. No more money worries. You don't have to cut Ryan Neal at that point. You're sitting fine as far as your cap situation goes. To me, that was the one that made kind of the most sense here, especially, as you say, in a talent-laden draft for tight ends. So you could go find Fant's replacement at that point and not necessarily have to find it in even the second round. 3rd, 4th round, you could still find a guy that could fit in to do what he does. But the team decided not to do that. They seem to be a little bit more... I'm not going to say in love, but they seem to be more enamored by Fant's skill set at this point in time, and they're going to roll with him. But I do share your feelings and views on it. I think Doc says, Brandon, don't all 21-year-olds have drinking problems? Just teasing. Hoping Carter's Seahawk in 2023. Well, there's quite a many that do. Quite a many that do, that's for sure. Nate, who are they comparing Bijan to? Saquon? Nate, I think that he's taller than LaDainian Tomlinson, but I think that he comps out to LaDainian Tomlinson, who I think was a better running back prospect than Saquon Barkley. Even though I think Barkley was taken higher than he was. But to me, Nate, if you go watch, not only just watching the tape between the two, they have very similar running styles. Their testing scores were very close to each other, Nate, as well, when you comp Bijan to LaDainian. James Watson says, some Seattle fans be like, Carter got a D in math class. He's not worth a 5th round pick, laughing out loud. He's definitely drawn out a lot of ire from a lot of folks in that realm of things, James, where they've been out on him and they're not. They got done with him a long time ago, early on in some of these reports that have come out with him. It's definitely something I've seen. James Watson says the Titans might have Derrick Henry as a trade package for Cardinals. That would make sense. Could make sense. Yeah. Titans are in kind of a tough cap situation, so they might be trying to free up some space for them by moving Henry in the deal. Cardinals have a need at running back. Connor's there, but I don't think he's so cemented that you wouldn't bring on Henry instead. Hong Wu says Raiders took AR to dinner. They can trade up as well. They very well could. Another one of those teams probably desperate to find the quarterback. You can't tell me they're thinking Jimmy Garoppolo is going to make it through a full season. We're fine. We got Jimmy. Fine. We're great. Tony says there's no way I take a running back in the first 3 rounds with how deep this class is. Makes sense, man. Makes sense. I think the Hawks, Brandon, here before 2023 season, need to add Frank Gifford or Dandy Don Meredith to your list of voices. Love your co-sell, too. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Gifford's tough. He's got kind of that deep, he had a very deep, specific voice. But I'll see if I can listen to those guys and pull it out. I think get Dandy Don with his, did he have the southern accent to him a little bit? I could probably pull that one out. Probably get a little Dandy Don. And then I just have, because Cosell and those guys would have their ribbon, Shut up, Don. I don't want to hear your opinion about this game anymore. You are a drunk and nobody really likes you. Those guys would go at it in the 70s, man. They didn't have that filter like we do now. It's just like, Howard, this is live TV. I don't care. You're a son of a bitch and the world needs to know. But hear me out. 4 picks made this one of the best O in the O NFL, a matchup nightmare. 4 picks make this one of the best O's in the NFL, a matchup nightmare. Oh, you want to go first 4 picks, all 4 offense. Okay, why do I? Center, right guard, running back 2, third receiving options, wide receiver, tight end would have 0 holes. Using high picks on them would make sense. Have a dominant unit. It would be that. Why do I? You wouldn't play much defense, but you would definitely have a super offense at that point. And a dominant one at that, no doubt. That'd be an interesting route to go. Ballsy. Megan says, thanks for the co-sell B. Feel a little low, so it always makes me smile. My pleasure, Megan. Anytime. He's a little weak tonight. I'm trying to get my co-sell back tonight. He's a little dicey right now. Do me a favor, folks. If you do like what you're listening to tonight, hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. Herbicide, can we restructure DK? He'll never go anywhere anyway. It's just the first year of the new deal, Herbicide. So, you got to get a couple years into the deal where restructuring is going to make sense because you got to bleed out a little bit of that bonus money through the first couple of years. So it's just, a little too early on that one, unfortunately. A little too early. Wang Wu says AZ will draft a receiver because that's what Kyler wants. Yeah, he's squawking. I don't know how much more they're listening to him now at this point. Nate Simmons is way better than Carter, plus he's ready to play ASAP. Well, he's definitely in his prime. I think Carter's got the upside that surpasses where Simmons' upside's at, but Simmons is definitely right now one of the best defensive tackles in the sport, Nate, for sure. Carter's, I think, got a little bit of a deeper upside to him, but way more of a question mark whether he's going to hit that upside, to your point. And indeed, Herbicide, we did take Marquise Blair over DK at one time. Whew. Thank God we got him around on the back end. Hongwu Lee says Cardinals have the GOAT, LJ Collier. They don't need Will Anderson. That's right. Trying to reclamate Mr. LJ Collier. Hongwu, would Arizona take quarterback next year? Yeah, absolutely. They're not married. New regime. They are unmarried to Kyler at this point. Why says, I don't know if it means anything, but Lions pods are saying they too are out of the Carter thing. So many rumors. Who knows? It's hard to say. It is. It's really tough when we start to parse this stuff because it is. Teams are leaking stuff for different reasons, and teams are trying to make some players fall, and it's hard. This is the season of lies and BS. Why do I says I give Rob Stanton all the credit for this? He called the Russ thing in detail a year before it happened. He got a lot of flack for it too. Dude was right though. Definitely. I've got a lot of respect for work Rob does. And he's been working hard and long on that draft blog even before he created the channel on YouTube as he has. And, I think if he's saying something, I don't think that I've ever heard him blindly saying stuff source-wise on stuff that was proven to be disproven or distrue, or that, I pointed to a recent report in a video I dropped yesterday about Tony Pauline and his track record with his inside sources not being always the most, secure sources. But I would reckon to believe that if he's heard this, then this is what he's probably heard. Probably would believe it to be true. Indeed, he was in on the Wilson stuff with Wilson's game. There's a couple of us on that one. Snail Washington is better than all other tight ends and wide receivers. I like him better than the rest. Yeah, I do too. Saint Larynx, did you see the report of the Titans trading up to number 3? Could set us up for Anderson. It could, Saint. Set us up beautifully. Beautifully. Make this draft so easy with that first pick. Take all the consternation, all of the wonder, all of the intrigue, and make it clean, simple, and easy. And I would love to see it. Put a great big smile on my face. But it does. We are hearing this report, Saint. Whether the Titans move up or not here, the bottom line is the truth of this. And the truth is this. The Cardinals are going to be given, we're April 2nd, and the Cardinals are already having teams playing footsies with them about getting up to their pick. This is going to get hotter than a furnace with 14 tons of coal that have just been poured into the flames by the time that we get deep into this month. And I have to believe there will be teams chomping at the bit to move up with Arizona in order to get that pick. And then there's 4 quarterbacks gone, and Mr. Will Anderson, come on down. You're the next contestant on the Seahawks Price is Right. Herbicide, with Andrew Voorhees being injured, should we still go for him in the 6th, maybe the 5th? Herbicide, I'd do it in the 5th. You got 2 5s. Right? I wasn't huge on him as a prospect before the ACL, but I thought he could be a functional guard for you in the league as a starter. And so getting that in 5, even if you got to wait a little bit of a year on that one, still would be pretty good value, I think. And how about that kid? Tears his ACL at the combine, then still goes over and pumps out like 40 reps on the bench with a torn ACL. You don't have to question his toughness, that's for sure. White Bird, how you doing, White Bird? Open if Schneider passes on Carter, they will not take Richardson and trade down to get the best value at that point on D or O line. Number 20 could be high upside player at wide receiver, running back, or linebacker. Well said, White Bird. Appreciate you in the chat. And I think that is the scenario you speak of is what I think is the likely way that this goes now as we go forward here through this upcoming draft. In that trading back becomes the likely scenario if a guy like Will Anderson isn't there. Especially if there is a quarterback there that a team you can get to trade up for that quarterback. Big Country says, howdy. Ryan Neal's release is mind-boggling. Not like he was costing that much. Agreed, Big Country. Didn't make a lot of sense to me either, man. I've been trying to make some sense of it, but it still doesn't make a ton of sense to me when it's all said and done. Why do I says, I truly believe Geno is the best quarterback in the NFC this year. I look at the other quarterbacks at what they are than what Geno does. I see Geno's even better this year. Certainly is possible. There ain't a lot of quarterbacks in this conference. Some of the guys that are good, that even maybe be in that competition spot, are still injured. And how good are they going to be? Stafford types with that back, But I think he's a better pure quarterback at what he does than Jalen Hurts. Certainly, I think he's better than Dak Prescott. Yeah, good. Got a good claim for it. Why do I? I took 500 milligrams of edibles. Forgive my typing. 500? Holy hell, dude. You got a dart in your neck. What? What, man? You got a dart in your neck. I like you, man. I like you, but you're crazy. 500 milligrams. Woo! Whitey is flying tonight. Whitebird, Bijan reminds me of Adrian Peterson. Worthwhile for the Seahawks consideration. A little bit there. Adrian was so big. Biggishly freakish, you know. Bijan's 6 foot, but Adrian was that just, it's like a defensive end running with the ball. Dicky Dogs, Brandon Cosell, and Dandy Don, priceless. I'm just going to have them fighting back and forth constantly. Ted 3, Jimmy G going to ruin his career in Vegas. It ain't going to go well for him, I'll tell you that. Dicky Dogs, Brandon, he is a son of a bitch, sounded a little bit like Duke. John Wayne, another voice. Watch yourself there. I'm going to have to bring out my John Wayne. And that's not a very good one. Now you listen, Seahawks fans. You're getting your kerfuffle up about this Jalen Carter. He's a hell of a player. He's gonna be a great pro. Have some faith, you little mid-skeeters. Got lost in the chat here. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Katie says, just wanted to say that the 2 running backs have made me, the 2 Bs. Sorry, Katie. I misread that. Just want to say that the 2 Bs have made me a much smarter and invested Hawks fan. Love that we can have different ideas, but still come together on these streams. Absolutely, Katie. And if anything, I think different ideas is always should. I think Brendan's the same way with me on this, where it's always welcome the different ideas and viewpoints and standpoints, not because everybody's got some brilliant thing that they come at it with, but that it's by listening to these different ideas and stuff that we grow our perspective on it to understand what's really the right approach. If you only get just, into that one lane, you never get outside of it. You never imagine what other options there kind of are, which is less fun to consider, right? But I appreciate you. It's very kind for you to say on that. And I love doing what I do. Have a great time. Ed Armitage, if Robinson drops to 20, I'd consider taking him. Him and K9 would be the best running back tandem in the league. Agreed, Ed. And look, I'd be right there with you on it. We're going to get some blowback on that from the chat. There's people that are highly against taking a running back at all in the first couple of rounds. I think Bijan Robinson is a difference maker at the position that doesn't come down the track just every year. I think that you've had issues with keeping your running backs healthy. I think right now you need 2 running backs, not just 1. I also think that Bijan would be able to line out at the slot at times and take some slot wide receiver reps in addition to mixing in there with Kenneth Walker in the backfield. And then that would then add to his value and be more of a benefit than in taking him at that pick at that point. But definitely that's another one of those controversial selections. Why do I think Las Vegas Raiders might trade up and get Richardson? They are a poor franchise. Getting a flash quarterback would sell tickets. They will, especially if you were trying to kind of galvanize the local fanship there in Las Vegas. $10.23 would be funny if Rodgers goes to the Jets and they trade all their draft capital and he's done playing football next year, laughing out loud. It would be pretty funny. All in on this year, I guess, in a tough AFC, by the way. I don't know if the Jets have thought this one through all the way. Why do I says the rumor I see that affects us? Some are saying Lamar will sign with Indy after the draft. They will use next year in 2025 first to get him. More chaos. Muhahaha. That's right. Complete and utter chaos at that point. Why do I? Maybe. The Colts have been sitting in the cut. They've been sitting over there wearing their sunglasses. Nobody knows what they're doing. They're just over there in the corner trying to look cool. You guys are going to decide one of these quarterbacks? We got time. We're thinking about it. Cameron Allen, if a quarterback needy team trades up to 3, could we get the Lions to trade up to 5 so they can get their pick of Anderson Carter? Maybe. I think the Lions feel pretty good about the number of picks they got and where they're at. And I don't think they feel like they get to just kind of let the draft fall to them, I think, much like us. I don't think there's that sense that they have to go make that jump. Yeah, we couldn't get DeAndre Hopkins here. We couldn't afford him. If somebody mentioned that, that's just can't. Too much cap space. We don't have enough cap space to make that work. Good player. I don't know if he's as good as he once was, but Megan says the Hawks Nest 4, he's benching after the ACL injury is due to him being a USC Trojan. Laughing out loud. Tough man. That's such a lineman move, Megan. You ain't gonna see a receiver do that. But I can, when they say, oh yeah, the offensive lineman did that, I go, yeah, that tracks. That tracks. I think the Hawks, great show, Brandon. Loved your voices. Got to crash. Big meeting in the morning. Go Hawks. Hey, have yourself a great meeting, man. And thank you so much. Herbicide best scene in the old school. Oh, it is. It makes me laugh every time. And they did such a great job. The scene's made by the whatever dart mechanism they got where he fires and it gets shot with the dart. It just... You're crazy, man. I like you. It's crazy. Thaddeus Sexton, how does Zay Flowers at 20 sound? A little early for me there, Thaddeus. I like Zay Flowers. I'm not convinced he's going to be able to play on the outside at the pro level. He's got a little bit of short arms. He's a little bit undersized. I'm kind of worried he's not going to be able to make it work on the outside at the next level. But he'll certainly, his bottom floor is as an upper level slot wide receiver in this league. But second round. 1023, thank you for mentioning that. If you guys like what you're listening to tonight, do me a favor and hit that like button, please. I would appreciate it. Austin Sauce, I think they let go of Neal because they think his market is small and will come back for less than $2.5 million. Could be a little bit of the gamble they're making here. Great thought on that, Austin Sauce, because it is a potentiality of this. And they certainly look smarter at that point. You bring him back for $1.5 million, you save $1 million collectively or whatever at that point. Hey, makes some sense. It feels like he'll get something out there on the market. Maybe he's not going to get a big deal, but does somebody give him a, 2-year, $10 million deal? Maybe. We'll see on that. Good point though. Could potentially be that. Always competes as Robinson equals a faster Debo. Exactly. I would use him in a Debo role. Just like that. Throw him, commit to throwing him. I mean, think about this, folks, even the anti-Bijan Robinson folks. You want to be a balanced running team. You're going to try what you want to get Bijan, to get him to where you feel good about taking him, let's say 20th overall. You say, okay, he better have 165, 175 touches next year. So can I get him 100 carries in the ground game just naturally by working him in with Kenneth Walker? Yeah, in a 17-game season, no doubt about it. Can I find him another 50 to 50 catches in there out of the slot? Can I work him 2 or 3 bubble screens a game? Run him on a couple drag routes a game? Can I run him with some fly sweeps? Then to add on to those carries and touches? Yeah, I think you can. And if I got 160 touches of Bijan Robinson in a season, he's gonna have a high yard per carry average. He'd be a decent, I think, slot if you put him in that role a little bit. Megan says the Duke went to USC and was a Trojan bee. Of course he was, Megan. Of course he was. Why? Here's my deal with Hooker. No 25-year-old quarterback has ever made it as a solid starter, and he won't play until 26. Tennessee played Big 12 offense. 12% 3 steps. We'll need to learn Pro O from scratch. Just me, though. 50 milligrams. See, don't trust me typing. Okay, yeah, you went 500, and I went, Why do I got to send an ambulance to your place right now? Just hit the frowning emoji if I should get you an ambulance out to your residence. Yeah, 50 milligrams makes a little more sense. You're right. There are not any quarterbacks that have come into the league at that age and have excelled. I mean, we had the kid that was taken out of, I think, Oklahoma State a couple years ago by the Browns with Holmgren there. 28-year-old kid that didn't work out too well, did it? I will say that there aren't a lot of guys in college playing at that age. Why do I? So, you've not seen a success come from this, but you've also not seen a lot of quarterbacks playing in college at that age. So it's a reduced sample size that gets reduced down to just a bare minimum of guys that even play at that age out around that area of things. But the concerns that you mentioned are completely valid. And the college he played in was completely valid. College offense he was playing completely valid, being that it is a little bit of a rudimentary, more of the kitschy college offense than it is one that is of a pro designs. He did make pro style throws in the offense. And he does have a pro arm, no doubt about it. But I would acknowledge that you are on point with that one. Herbicide says I'm ruling out a high draft pick. DTR or Stenson in the 6th, 7th. I think DTR goes 4th, 5th. But I'm okay if they go that route with it. 1023 would be crazy if we take Will Anderson and get best defensive lineman at 20, either Brian Breezy or Cansey. That would be very scary. That'd be hella scary. God, how good would you feel about that draft? 10, 10, 23. That's just the start of the draft. That's just to begin things. That's just your little entree. Oh, here's our little sample platter, sir. Will Anderson and Brian Breezy. We'll be getting on to the other 8 picks main course here shortly. Yes, sir. Tasty. And why do I get your concerns with Hooker? Those are all valid concerns. All valid. New Blacks, I honestly don't know why having 2 elite running backs is controversial. We all have seen how this offense has fallen apart year after year due to running back injuries. I agree with you. I would think people would be a little bit more open to it at this point. I would. I'm with you on that. But there does seem to be some, whatever reason with that, hesitancy to going that road. High hesitancy. But I'm with you. I look at the recent track record of the position. I look at the fact you want to be balanced offensively. I look at, like you say, how you've fallen off when you've lost the talented rushers in recent years. And at how often you lose those talented rushers to injury. It kind of adds up to me of let's make a little more investment in the position then. But the analytic folks tell you don't do that. Can't do that. There's no way you can do that. Why do I think of Seattle, Detroit, Philly all on the rise and all having 2 firsts, and Detroit also has 4 in the first 2. I feel like Detroit is now our sister franchise. Good teams getting better. Well said. Yeah. Brian, I rewinded, so I'm not at the beginning. I just see you answered what I typed about the cream hunt. Yes. Absolutely, Brian. I get what you're saying fully. All good, bro. Yeah, I would not like to do it, Brian. I'd like to just be like, look, he kicked a woman in the head. That's it for me too. I'm good. I'm done. But I don't want to get there's some things I just don't want to fight with people. And I know when I'm going to trigger things by certain things, as I've done this for years now. There's certain things I know where it's like, oh, this is going to be, somebody's going to be flaming out in the chat. We got to put them back together. So I just go, okay, I'll take the middle road or the high road as much as I can, and just kind of, this is how it is, And what I like about that is I can just put it on John Schneider at that point, Brian. So it makes it simple and easy. Nobody's going to fight with me about this. Is a John call, John says you put your hands on a woman. I support him on that. I'm in, if he's okay with that, then I'm okay with that too. So I will say that I'm a guy that shows a lot of hesitancy, Brian, when it comes to like tossing out a Jalen Carter type and saying, let's hold off on jumping to conclusions on this guy. Wait, hold on. Let's understand what this really is going on here. I'm not the same when it comes to being willing to you put your hands on women. You're a pro athlete. You can't. Men can't put their hands on women, period. But you most especially, no. And that is one of those places of crossed the line of the privilege of being able to play. And you losing that privilege when you overstep the bounds in certain realms. I'm completely okay with that positioning of things. Megan has been interesting going to the Niners chat since Bobby's back and we re-signed Gino. They're getting worried over there, Megan. I was in an Eagles chat earlier. They learned to hate the Niners almost as much as we do after all the crap they talked in the championship. Niner fans were on one this last year. I've been doing this for some years. I've been dealing with my Niner trolls. I've gone through the realm. I've gone through it. I got it. I get it. They were on one this year. They were really feeling themselves. Okay. They were feeling themselves like Liberace in a bathhouse. Okay. And And I'm sure the Niner content creators were feeling the same thing of like, awful lippy out there, San Fran. Awful lippy. I can't see. Are you hoisting a trophy back there? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just another glass of wine. Yep, just another glass of wine. Why you so chatty? Why are you so lippy? Brock, Montana. It's not Brock Purdy, it's Brock, Montana. Yeah, they were in a special place. One I'm going to remember. One I'm going to remember into the future. $10.23. I don't know about the Eagles taking a cornerback. They brought back, didn't they, both their guys? They got both of the outside corners, and I mean, maybe for the future they need that, but they got both their outside guys there. Will Valdez, I was watching a Cardinal fans video about a possibility of Seattle trading up to the number 3 spot, and he was like, absolutely not. These guys have been beating our ass twice a year for years, and you want to gift wrap them a franchise quarterback? Exactly the point that I made last night in a video I dropped, Will, on my channel about this rumor that I was hearing as well. I mean, there's a reason why you don't have interdivisional trades in the NFL or any other sport for that matter, right? You go across sport after sport after sport, and teams don't trade within their same division. Because if you're that general manager who does that, and that blows up in your face, you've got that, you're facing that player that blew up in your face now over and over and over. And that owner's looking at you as that player is destroying you, going, oh, see that player that's destroying, is that the one you traded to our rival to allow him to destroy us? Aren't you the guy that made that choice? Yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, you did. And he just keeps coming, doesn't he? He just keeps year after year, just keeps going. So there's a hesitancy there that's real, Will. And this whole rumor of us trading up to 3 felt like, to me, just kind of clickbait nonsense, or maybe it was just the smokescreen of Carroll and Schneider trying to get it out there. But that's pretty funny. Herbicide, Roshan Johnson, Chris Rodriguez. Those are your true purified hammers in this draft. These are your bulls in a china shop. There's not many of them, Herbicide. It's a lot of 180, 190, barely 200-pound running backs in this draft. These are your true blue bulls. Taker 610 this year will be the first NFL draft I watch. Well, that's awesome, man. It's a fun experience, Taker, especially you get to day 2 and 3 when the action's coming fast and you're trying to break down what this guy's going to do with this team, and what about this pick with this team to there, and then what are we going to do, and are we going to trade up? And boy, it is a fun process to play out, especially, Taker, when you do have 10 picks in the whole draft as we do. So it's going to be exciting throughout and action packed throughout, man. Thank you though for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, brother. It's going to be fun. Damn the grave, if the Niners get Lamar, then that would be a travesty. It might. I don't know on that one. I don't know if that's as much of a home run deal for them if they made that move. Because it's going to come at a cost. They don't get to just stack that on with the rest. Put that on top of Hargrave. No. There's going to be some pain from that one. Megan says, I totally support JS in his stance about those who raise a hand to women. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'd tell them thanks for the picks and go Hawks. That's right. Hong Wu said Lamar will improve them in the short term, but with a bad defense, it won't be the same. Agreed. And you're going to have to call, I don't know if it means that you got to move on from Bosa, but eventually you got to get a $30 million a year deal done with Bosa this offseason. You're not going to get that done if you're paying Lamar $250 million and you got to pay him a $200 million contract. They don't have that. They can do all the gymnastics they want. They do not have the cap space to pull that off. Not with the other contracts they already have in the books. Whitebird with, will game in Detroit be Seahawks' toughest regular season game this year? No. Whitebird will probably have to take on somebody in the AFC is going to be tough, I'd say. But maybe. It is possible, Whitebird. if their rookies come in and really push them another step forward. And they were looking tough last year. So, yeah, I guess it's possible. Do you know the whale Liberace in a bathhouse? Megan, you should have heard the Niners B when I told them I was a 12 and I had been silently in their chat for the previous 6 weeks. I bet they freaked out. They're a bit of a dodgy bunch. They get jumpy over there, you know, Megan? They get a little jumpy over there down in San Fran. Can anyone remember a draft with more top players as 0% outliers? This is either a sea change for player traits, lighter, faster, or this is a really bad draft. I think more the former. Yeah, I think the lighter things there. Why do I? Look at the linebackers, for instance, how many sub 225-pound guys come through this year, where in the past, I think those guys would have been trained to add another 10 pounds of weight. Get yourself to minimum 235. But at this point now, it's like, what's better? To be at 225 and run, a sub 4.4, kind of like Diane Henley did, or to gain that extra 10 pounds and run a 4.55, and get stuck in with the rest of the traffic. I do think a little bit of the bad draft thing factors in there a little bit too. Why do I? Just a bit too. It is a little bit of both, but probably, like you said, it's a little bit more of the former. Have the great. I just hope San Francisco deals with the quarterback problem they have now and don't get a new one. That'd be good. I just hope they get desperate about it and keep making desperate choices in regards to the quarterback position. That'd be the best. 1023s, I think Russell Wilson will have a comeback year to prove for Sean Payton. He always wanted Payton in Seattle. Now he gets his dream coach. Let's see if it works out. Laugh my ass off. It might. He's got no more excuses if it doesn't work after this year. That much is true. Aaron Donald says, can't wait to see Carter Anderson wreck San Fran. It's going to be beautiful. Going to be beautiful. G. Walker, and when teams do trade in the division, it's usually over some useless 7th-round comp pick, or in the case of the Eagles trading McNabb to Washington when they secretly knew he was washed. Exactly. That is exactly right, G. Walker. 100% on point with that. And yeah, it is usually just one of those like, we'll throw you this flyer guy thing. Give us something, but never for the prime goods. Why do I is another one of those rumors of San Francisco trading Lance for a first? How could they be comfortable with one good quarterback knowing their history? What team would give a first for Lance? All those questions you just posed in there are all good questions. I don't have a real good answer for. Who is giving up a first for Lance? Who? I can't see that. And you're right. I can't see them sitting there going into it with just Sam Darnold and hoping Brock Purdy bounces back eventually. There's a part of me that has wondered if eventually the Niners wouldn't potentially reach out to Tom Brady. I know Brady's connected with the Miami team. I know all that. I got it. But like, that could be the way they go in the other realm with that. Why do I at that point? Doesn't cost them anything to bring in Brady at that point. Especially if he takes a low-end contract. But I can't see a team giving a first-round pick for Lance. No. Money Rich, what year will the Hawks be up for sale? And who would be the top 5 owners or future owner? Definitely some predictions here, Money Rich, because I don't know for sure on this. The stipulation is that if you sell the team inside of, I believe, April of 2024, then the city of Seattle is due to receive 10% of the proceeds of the sale. So the team will be sold after April of 2024 at some point. I would think sooner rather than later because that's what's mandated by the Paul G. Allen Trust for Jody Allen to get it done. So I would say, when do we get sold by? Probably within 2 years. We're sold. Money Rich. The top guys on the board, Bezos would be the number 1 guy at the board for me that stands out as makes a lot of sense. He wants to own an NFL team. He's got the local connections. He just barely, it sounds like, is going to miss out on the Washington deal because Schneider is pushing him out. So I think Bezos is your number 1 guy. I think number 2 would be Ballmer as a potential guy to come in here and be the next other guy that could come in and be the proverbial guy to jump in and do it. As far as having a 3 or 4 or 5 guys in mind, Money Rich, I don't know I'm not as well familiarized with, all of the available guys out there looking to buy teams right now. Mark Cuban, maybe, as a third guy, I guess. But I'm kind of just pulling names out of my behind. Once I get past those first two, I feel like those first two, there's definitely some heat with both of them, but I'm not sure beyond that. Jacob Haas is all right. Let's hear your NFL script games or your Super Bowl script game. What do you mean, Jacob? I don't know what you mean on that. I'm sorry. 10-23, they got worse since some of their players left. I'm glad they took Draymond Jones. He has a distance pass rusher. The Broncos could use some more cowball. They need to call cowball big time. Russell Wilson needs some help. Get him training wheels. He'll be better all the time. Phil Knight offered $2 billion for the Blazers, and Allen Foundation said no. I don't think that she's rushed. She can do it. That's where it gets hard to make a prediction about when they exactly sell, because it's like when she's not exactly mandated by a date to sell. She's just there's a sort of you have to sell, but at your leisure, which makes it hard to predict about when it happens. Donnie Pearson says, okay, I'm back. I recorded my bass vocal of Handel's Hallelujah chorus from his Messiah for the Choir of the Earth Coronation event and uploaded it to his website. Nice. Good choice. Good choice on a tune. Always compete. If Puna lost 30 pounds, could he play inside linebacker? I hate losing Puna. I think he's athletic enough. He has a quick burst of speed and played at 275 in college. Sadly, probably not enough there on that one. Not enough weight to be lost there. I don't think Space Austin Eckler is a reality potential for us. He wants to be paid more money. We're not going to look to pay him more money. We're certainly not going to give him a position to start. I can't see it working out here with that. I think Phil Knight will eventually own the Blazers, Sam the Great. Allen Foundation's probably getting up the ante by about a $500 million cost. We do know Jody Allen wants to buy a part of the team even once she's got to sell it. So maybe she's trying to get some of that Blazer money accounted for, so she'll have a couple extra ducats to make that happen. Jacob Hawes, what is the Hawks Nest Super Bowl script, if any? Jacob, like if our Hawks got to the Super Bowl? Like what would it take for our Hawks to get there? I'm not just quite not understanding what you mean by your question on that, man. So just flesh that out a little bit so I know what you mean. Or you mean like the script thing people were talking about with the NFL was scripted and what's going to be the scripted thing for next year? So I don't know, whichever you're kind of meaning on that one. 1023 Shelby Harris is still a free agent. He is indeed. Megan says, okay, Hawks Nest, I have to duck out to the accountants for a bit. We'll be back as soon as I can if you're still on. If not, talk to you soon. And please send that info if you want me to clip. I will for sure. I will indeed. Just been busy offline on stuff, but we'll touch base on that. Chrono says Niner fans are annoying, but not as unbearable as Astro fans. That's true. That's true. Very true. Devin C., thank you for subscribing to the channel, Devin. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I'd like Ballmer too, Megan. I'd probably prefer him as well. But Bezos would be fine to me as well. At least he's got the purse strings. He'll want to win. He'll be all in. That's what I really want, above all else. Above all else. Jacob Hawes, about the NFL is influencing outcomes for certain teams to win, maybe calling a play here or there. Yeah, I don't know if they do the full script thing there, Jacob. I don't kind of buy into the stuff gets scripted, but I do think that there's certainly a prevalence of leaning here or there on a certain play to allowing a team to win in a situation. I don't know if they plan it out as far as advanced like this of next year we'll have this team go out there and win. I guess if you're to press me for what I guess they'd have Joe Burrow go win one next year. So he'd finally break through with Cincinnati, and you'd have a small market team win after they've had their blue blood franchise team win with the Chiefs. So it counterbalances it out. So I guess Burrow will get some of the benefits of the doubt next year in that respect of things, if I was predicting the script for next season. But I'm not really big. I just think there's more they'll slant plays in games, or if they've got an opportunity, they'll move it a little bit there. King Blooper, what are your thoughts on the Mariners' struggles this season? I didn't get to watch a lot in what happened with today's game, King Bloop, but I'm really not feeling the approaches at the plate right now. Kelenic has been improved with his approach at the plate, but there's still just a little bit too much of trying to swing from your heels, trying to pick everything up and pull every ball up into the air and lift it, rather than just getting good, solid contact on it. Not enough of a controlling of the strike zone. Just a little bit too much of an over-aggressiveness. The new guys haven't really done much to really blow me away at this point with Colton Wong and Teoscar Hernandez. They both have struggled out the gate as well. So, the offense, really, there's things you can't control in baseball: getting hot, getting cold as a hitter. Sometimes, you can't get a hit, or you're hitting it hard, you're hitting it at somebody. But there are other things you can control. And swinging at bad pitches, being over-aggressive, trying to essentially hit home runs instead of just putting good contact on the baseball, which is what this new system is going to allow to if you're a hitter that puts good contact on the ball, you're going to be a line drive hitter. You don't have those shifts anymore. The holes, it's going to find a hole, but you got to put the line drive stroke on the ball. And that's something that's really been missing from the batters right now. So just really disappointed in watching some of the progression from some of the hitters so far. Way too much lifting of the ball. Way too much impatience. Urban said, I do believe I've heard Ballmer might not be interested. But I was just, again, this is one where I don't know owners. So I'm just making guesses. Rams, 1023 Rams aren't annoying like Niner fans. Cardinals can't troll nobody because they suck right now. Well, and there's not really many totally committed Rams fans. They're committed when they're winning. You'll find them. When they're not winning, it's like, huh? Oh, yeah, Rams. Yeah. Christopher Standard Time, Ballmer's a toxic owner. Nothing like Paul. It's going to be a dark horse owner. I hope Jody holds on. Well, I think she'll sell to the right place. I don't think she's just going to sell us to a bad spot, but we'll have to see how it plays out. It will be interesting. Kronos, I'm surprised the NFL script writers let the Hawks make the Super Bowl 3 times within a 10-year time frame. It's very true. Very true. Just trying to get that Seattle market cooked up, I guess, right? Standard Time says Ballmer hasn't won anything in the league with no official salary cap. Hard pass. He was going to the Clippers, though. That's an organization that's not done well by anybody's measure in years, ever. And again, I've got there's some great debate within the chat. I don't have any dog in the fight of who the next owner is. I just want somebody to be committed to winning and spending money. Aside from that, I don't care. Do not care. Barry Satoro, thank you for the $20 donation, Barry. Appreciate you, brother, and I hope you're doing well out there tonight. Nothing put in the chat, just a don't know in here. Very kind of you. Seattle Amazons. Kronos, I feel Kelenic, Julio, and Gino are the only hitters being patient at the plate. Sounds about right. Yeah. This guy's trying to do too much at the plate. Saw a little bit last year. It's like everybody's trying to win the game with their one swing. It's like put some hits together. Get some solid contact on the baseball. Be willing to take a pitch. Get into the count. Work some counts. You watch this Guardians team, that's what they do up and down that lineup. Working counts, fouling off tough pitches. We get tough pitches, we hit them in play softly. Snail will watch Elon Musk buy the Seahawks just to piss off Bezos. That would be hilarious. Jacob says, are the Chiefs Eagles because of the Andy connection having the first brother Super Bowl? Yeah, I don't know if there's a clear script one that stands out early on. We'll have to see how the offseason goes. Austin Sauce TS said his timing was off at the end of the spring because of the WBC. Looked better today and got his first hit. That's good to hear. Like I said, I get a chance to see the game. I was preparing a little bit for the show, so I just didn't get a chance to check out as much. But it's early in the year, and as we saw last year with the slow start that they had, there's a long time to get your team in the right spot of things. So something that just needs to kind of, we'll track and see how it kind of develops throughout the course of the year. Grug, did I watch the Jalen Carter body cam footage? I just did, and I'm so torn now. Yeah, I did. I mean, it's again, I think as you can see what's going on in his face is a lot of what I thought was probably in his head at the time, which is, you're watching your life flashing for your eyes as far as your pro career by your answer that you give. And it's going to make your answers coming out look a little bit whatever with it. According to reports that we heard with this, and this is the part where I'm not really sure what is the truth and what is not. And it's part of why I hate Grug with this situation. I absolutely hate talking about the Carter off the field stuff. I cannot be more driven crazy by more of a topic on it because people want to ask me about a Grug and I don't have any new answers to give, man. Like, yeah, the body cam tears you in a different direction, but like, it's again, just more of me trying to make a determination off of body cam where I can barely hear what the mic's being said totally. And then I've got the report that we were told about a month ago that he had called the police as soon as the incident happened and told them what happened. And he was told to go home. And then he came back later after that point. And then who knows what is what and what is truth and what is not truth and what is innuendo and what is this and what is that. Blah, blah, blah. I'm exhausted by it, Grug. I'm exhausted. I don't know. That's all I can say. And it's the part that I most look forward to this draft, be almost any other player, almost any other topic, almost whoever we add to the draft at this point. The one thing that I don't have to talk about anymore is Jalen Carter and who he is and what he is off the field. I've had to talk about this ad nauseum for hours, and I get asked 20 times a stream about it. And I go, I don't want to talk about it anymore. And still people go, but what about this new thing? What about now? You'll really want to talk about it, right? Like right now, no, I don't. I don't want to discuss it. We don't know. I don't know. You don't know. The person out there in a bar stool talking about it doesn't know. We have none of the information. And a body cam footage is not, well, now I've got the information because I can see the body cam. So now I'm completely informed on it. No, we're not. It's still a tiny portion, compared to what John Schneider has at his disposal. And it's why I continue. I think I've said it probably about 195 times in the last 3 weeks. Well, let's add 196 to the point in time on this. Here is my official response. My response is not going to change. Absent Jalen Carter taking a knife and running through the Georgia campus, stabbing people in the chest, absent some new massive development like that comes to the forefront. You folks don't have to ask me another thing about Carter off the field going forward from this point forward. If you're listening to me on this chat, we have 177 people in here. This is my response. This is what it's going to be. It is not changing between now and the time of the draft. I am trusting in John Schneider's reports and what it says about the player. If that report says that Carter's a character risk and he's a problem and he passes on him, I will support him on that. If he looks at that report and it says Carter is relatively clean enough to draft at number 5, I will support him on that. I do not support John Schneider on every decision. I do not push to say that John Schneider's got my backing on everything he does. He has my backing on this because he has more information than we have to make the determination about the player. And not just a small amount of more information, not just like 50% more information. He's dealing with like 98% more information than we have to go off of, even with body cams, even with police reports, even with the innuendos and the rumors and the unspecified sources. So my answer is not going to change. It will not go any other place. I will not, please by God, folks, I beg you with everything inside of my heart and soul, Don't ask me anymore about Jalen Carter's off the field stuff. It's not a fun topic for me to discuss. I don't like it at all. I hate the fact I keep having to beg people to quit asking me about it, but I guess it's just something that's just captured the imagination of folks, and it's just the thinking of this off the field, and now we got body cam, and it's salacious, and it's just so dramatic, but I can't do it. For the life of me, God, I've hit that spot on it. I've done it. You got to understand, when you're the person bringing it up to me and you just jumped into this chat, or let's say it's been 3 hours in, I get asked about it 45 times every single stream when I beg people not to ask me about it. And I'm done. I'm good. I'm moving on. I'm beyond it. So we're going to land at a point where if we keep getting asked about the Grug, and this ain't shade of you, Grug, it's just that it's at that pot. Get asked about something 300 times on a given thing, and you give an answer, say, here's my answer, it ain't changing. What about now? Here's my answer, it ain't changing. What about now? Here's my answer, it ain't changing. What about now? My answer ain't changing. It's not going to change. Trust in John Schneider's report. Trust in where he goes with it. Let's lean on that. Let's call it a day on that part, right? Let's put that baby to bed at that point. We don't have to talk about it anymore. We don't have to unpack it anymore. It's in that spot. We've put it in that little special place. Let's leave it there until draft day, and then let's let it go from where it goes, you know? But holy Lord, I can't wait until the draft comes so I don't have to talk about Jalen Carter and his partying and how much he drinks. And you know, is he, oh my gosh. Holy Lordy. Holy Lordy. Jacob Haas, you have any early Super Bowl prediction? No scripts, just thoughts. I mean, how about I'll just go crazy? I mean, I don't have a really good feel for it, and I haven't given it a lot of thought at this point, Jacob, but let's go Detroit and Cincinnati. Let's go for that prime matchup of the epic teams of this league. So we'll go Bengals, we'll go Lions. But I don't have I haven't given it a lot of thought, to be honest with you. Why do I says Carter character discussion equals Corral 2.0, laughing out loud. It is. It's gotten to the same point. And I was okay with it a month ago, but I'm just at the spot now where I'm wore out, you know? It's driving in the car and you have kids in the back of the car and they're saying, are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No, we're not there yet. You asked 3 minutes ago, you know? Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate you. He says, Brando, Rajon Wright, INT can be found on YouTube. Last Chance U, Season 5. Best moments around 4:35 in the video. Oh, let me write it down here, man. Rajon Wright. $4:35. Last Chance U. I got it down, man. I'm really high on this kid because of his length and ball skills. I don't know if PFF has him going around the 7th round. They've got him going there, Mark, but I think he's going to go higher than that in this draft. Even though it's a very loaded corner draft, I still think he at least goes around the 4th round or so, Mark. I do. And you know that I liked a lot of his tape. We were talking about this last week. I loved watching his tape. Fun player, baller. He's got familiarity with the scheme, playing off coverage, playing zone. I think he could be a real fit in that respect of things. So I've got the time down. After the stream, I'll go bring up the video and I'll check it out on him, man. But I liked his tape. I thought he was a very sound cornerback, very technically on it in how he played, Mark. He'd be a good addition. Very Seahawky, man. Thank you for the $20 donation. I do appreciate it. Jeff, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, these are the mystery times. Nobody knows. We are all just anticipating. We are all in the void. Certainly is right now as dark a time as any as far as trying to understand how this will play out in this given draft. And this draft is as unpredictable as any in recent memory, especially at the top. Things usually get a little bit more kind of fitted and fixed out a bit. If anything, it's only going to be that way because of the amount of quarterbacks that go at the top of the draft. but there's a wild variance involved with the amount of people that could go in the places that they can go in this draft. And it's going to make the draft funner in its unpredictability and not knowing how it's going to play with that, Jeff, to your point of that. But we are in that void, man. And it's a dark, dark void as we wait. It seems so far away, yet so close at the same time. Grug, we do need it to be draft day already. Absolutely. Christopher Standard Time, just give false Jalen Carter news every time you're asked and change your answer every time. Have some fun with it. That might be the way I need to go with this, Christopher, is fine. That might be what I decide what that might be what I do on this one is, that's a great suggestion actually, because that might be a creative way to get me out from having to talk about it anymore. Jacob says, Brando going to have that dead-eyed stare every time someone asks about Carter. It's getting that place, man. I'm trying to be patient, and I know that people are this kid has captured the imagination like no one else. And I have certainly stoked those fires by my Jalen Carter video I made a couple of months ago and making the comparison to Tez. I'll own that. That's on me. I created a little bit of this hype. I get that. But yeah, it has been a soap opera of Carter this offseason, you know, and I've never had to talk as much about a kid and his background and making some guesses about what a 21-year-old does with his time and do it blindly as I have with this. And Lordy, or Lordy, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. There's no more to talk about with him. It is or it isn't. 'Tis or tot. John M429, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it, John. Very kind of you. Says Brandon, recently people have compared Carter's issues off the field to Michael Bennett. I don't recall what Michael's were, but to me, he panned out well. Can you remind me? Yeah, I think I would share your confusion on that one, John. I don't see I don't see as much the connection to Michael Bennett there with Jalen Carter's off the field stuff. I believe Michael Bennett had this situation go down in Vegas where there was a report he gave of the way that the circumstance had played out versus what the body cam showed. So maybe people are making body cam comparisons, I guess, or something, but that wasn't Bennett doing anything wrong at that time. I think he was falsely being cuffed or something because there was something going on with a shooter nearby or something like that, but he didn't do anything wrong. As I understand it with Michael Bennett, he's was pretty clean character guy. There was no issues going on with him on that. So I can't see where that comparison fits either, John. I don't get that one. I don't get that one either. Michael's a good guy on that. No problems there, I think. Stale says Jalen Carter is less characteristic than he was at his age. Cut the kid some slack where he goes and pray for his mental well-being because seeing a friend out, F with your head. It definitely will F with your head. And I did think that the body cam footage did show that the kid was absolutely in shock. You know? He was absolutely in like, it's like a 21-year-old somebody just died. Like he's definitely was, it's hard to make much read of that when that kid's in that situation. You know, it's like, oh, he's being evasive. He's like, well, he's got probably 10 things running through his head, you know. Greg says, I hope there's a bot that can filter out messages so that any message mentioning Carter will be instantly deleted. Best of course action to take until April 27. It's okay, Greg. I complain about it, and I'm at the end of, you know, we're getting there at the end of the stream. I probably get a little moody at the end of the stream in regards to it. So it's at the end of the day, it's all good. It's 99.9% of the subjects we talk about here, I love talking about. And so if there's 0.01% of the subjects we talk about that I just happen to be like, I'm not a fan of this one, but it's a matter of time. It's one more month. It's going to be fine. It's going to go by quick enough with it. I just wish I had a better answer to give than telling people, look, I trust in Schneider on this one, but I think it's the best answer here. I'm not pulling the guy off the board. I'm not going to willy-nilly do that. I want to be armed with the information, you know, to make that determination. Sir Gipalot, I like Jail Skinner. What are your thoughts? Big hitter, fantastic hitter, biggest hitter in this draft from the safety position. Definitely draws a lot of comparisons to Cam Chancellor, Sir Gipalot. But he does not fit to the cover two scheme, and specifically the hyper-athletic safeties that you look at the position. The guys that can play free safety and strong safety both essentially, or at least the duties of what those called upon from either of those two positions. JL Skinner is a really fun player. And if this was 2013, Sir Gimp-a-Lot, he'd be a great guy to bring into this defense for the 4-3 defense and how Coach Carroll used to run it. But this isn't 2013 anymore. It's 2023 with the new defense. And the new defense does not fit for what JL Skinner does on a football field. That's the unfortunate part of it. But he is a great player. It's all good. Why do I? Like I said, I complained about this, but it's going to be something people are going to continue to ask about. The interest in Jalen's not going anywhere. I got to get over this as much as anything else. So it's my own little personal bugaboo thing that I gotta get around with it. Brutus DM, after running a couple of 100 draft simulations. Oh, I love it, Brutus. I would blindly trade down from number 5 and pick up at least 3 picks in a 2024 2. Yes, I'd be willing to do that too, Brutus. Trading down seems like a clear path and approach at this point, absent Will Anderson being there or Jalen Carter if they're in on it. You know, Flying Blind, it's midnight here in Arkansas. Can't fall asleep yet, so I thought I'd hop in. Well, what's up, Flying Blind? I know I've been having a lot of those nights lately where I don't know if it's just the change to spring and it's kind of getting me wily, but I just can't quite get to sleep at night. I don't know what it is. PTHV, you're not wanting to talk about certain topics on reminds me of Marshawn Lynch. I love it. I love it. It is, man. It's rare that I hit that spot where you guys know I'll talk about anything, but there's some subjects where you're just like, okay, I have definitely explained this in every way I can possibly creatively explain it. And I did post a video on Carter on my thoughts. I just did a video 2 weeks ago to just so I don't have to talk about it. Pull Lynch. I'm only here because I have to. That's what I'm going to say is when I see a Carter question, I'll be like, I'm just here so I don't get fined. I'll answer, be like, is Jalen Carter a character risk? I don't know. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Why do I PTS Carter? That's right. I have PTS Carter big time. That's why I'm not sleeping at night. The PTS Carter. Blind, if Will Anderson is there, do you take him or trade down for a good offer? I think you take him. Like Hongwu says right below it, Flying Blind, you just go. Don't overthink it at that point. Grab one of the best 2 pure prospects in this draft, regardless of position. Don't overthink it at that point. Christopher, standard time. I heard a take that the Texans skip quarterback and go defense. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. They got a new defensive-minded coach in there, so it's possible. But I still can't think at the end of the day that they would do something that would, absent them looking at then trading back up with like us at 5 or moving back up with Arizona with that 12th pick that they have. But I can't see it either. That just seems too outside the box. Snail says, oh my God, if they got Bijan at 20, I'd do a backflip. No way he's still there. Maybe, we'll see. We'll see. But the Eagles looking less clear as that team to take him. There's not a clear team outside of the Eagles to grab him at that point. Megan says, I feel the same way as you do at the Hawks Nest. That's why I'm staying silent, as you know how I feel about it, what's going on to happen if we take him, so I don't need to keep saying it. Yeah, that's why I'm in the same place, Megan. I try to stay away from it as much as I can. Wilbur Knight, Ika and Uzuma and Will Anderson on the front space. What do you think? Not a big guy on Ika. I think if you got Will Anderson, you don't have much of a need at that point, Wilbert, to get Uzuma. You're getting a little bit too much redundancy from the edge at that point. Saiki Ika is not a great prospect to me. I'm kind of down on him at this point. Blind, is it bad that I want Carter? I really am not that worried about the off-the-field issue. After what happened, I guarantee you I won't do anything like that again. You're not alone, Flying Blind. There's a lot of people that are still very much in favor of him. I think it's very split in the Seahawks fan base, almost like a 50-50 between those that are in to those that are out. No, it's not bad to want him. It's not bad to be willing to overlook him. As I say, I think he and Will Anderson are your top 2 most talented players in this draft. And so if there's a player that you're going to look beyond some characteristics with, the only way you'd be willing to do that is if you have a guy whose talent is born out of being willing, that it's so undeniable in a way for you to say, I'm willing to go beyond some of these worries and risks and concerns. And he is a guy that certainly has could be willing to make that risk for that. If there's a player that is in that realm, he is in that realm flying blind. So no, you're not off for doing that. It makes sense. For me, I'm not out on him either. I'm not necessarily in on him either, though, just because I think it has reached a stage of things with the smoke from this fire where we have to lean into that background check that's done. And it's very much, I think, flying blind, a pull from people here right now to try to go out and everybody wants to put on their little private investigator badge. They want to put on their little holster, you know, and they want to go out there and hit the streets and act like they're able to uncover the real information in this given situation in regards to Carter. I don't think anybody really knows that information like that. At the end of the day, it's the front office that does. And I'm going to trust in their decision on this one above all else. Ethan says, I just got here. Is that a picture of the cat? Is that cat okay? Let's do a check. She's okay. She's a little annoyed with me for waking her up, but she's good. She's chill. JCO2, Will Anderson or Carter? I can't accept drafting Ty Wilson or something like that at 5. I get it, man. You go from Anderson, Carter to Wilson. It feels like going from a fine dining experience to fast food. Just a little bit. Jeff Speak, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeff. Appreciate the double dono tonight on the chat. Says, last one before I fall asleep. Deuce Vaughn in the 4th round, Darren Sproles 2.0, and then get a huge running back in the 6th round or later. Works for me, Jeff. Go Deuce 4th. Go back, take Tavion Thompson out of Utah in the 6th. That could get it done. I love Deuce Vaughn, Jeff, and I think that your comparison of Darren Sproles 2.0 is very on point. That is exactly, Darren Sproles is my comp for the kid. I think he looks just like Darren did. Darren might have been built with a little bit more solidity to him, you know, a little bit more like a brick, but they just have a very, very similar running style, Jeff. So yeah, if you get him in the 4th round, that'd be great value. I think Deuce would be able to slide in and instantly become your 3rd down back at that point. But I like his talent. He's a fun player. Yeah, I don't get the Tyree Wilson hype either, Christopher Standard. He's kind of meh. Reside, yep, Lindsey going to the Dragons. Greg, I don't know why I've been waking up in the middle of the night for like a week now. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm trying to get to bed early at nights. I've done the late thing. It takes me like an extra 45 minutes just to fall asleep at times. And I got my cat cuddling me and everything, which should be putting me asleep, but it don't work. I don't know. Will Valdez, John Schneider, don't worry, Monty. We'll take Anthony Richardson in number 3 in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Seahawks select Will Anderson. Christopher says, once the XFL season ends, do we pick up Josh Gordon again? Maybe. Yeah, you can smoke weed in the NFL now, so that allows him to be able to operate at that point without issues there, I guess. PT says, knowing that we were down 2 running backs, what do you think Pete's up to at that spot? I think they probably end up drafting 2 running backs, PT. One late, one a little bit earlier. But you end up taking 2. Remember in last year's draft? What did we do in last year's draft? You need a couple tackles, you took 2 tackles. You had a couple corners, you took 2 corners. You got in the 7th round, what'd you do? You took 2 receivers. So the team has shown a willingness in the past to kind of double down on positions and take multiples. Even the year you took, even in the year you took Jordan Brooks, didn't we take Cody Barton in that same year? So I think they go running back. They go completely just draft for it, PT. Why do ISIS Carter's now listed with Mufasa as not to be mentioned in the chat? Oh no, it's all good. I can't put that Band-Aid down. I'd be spending too much acting like a dick if I did that, because people are going to ask about it. It's going to be brought up. Like I said, this is more about me dealing with my issues on it more than the chat having to change asking about it. People are right to ask about it. He's one of the more interesting prospects in this draft. He fits to a need, and he probably is going to be there when we're picking. I understand it. I get it. JC says, if we capitalize on this draft, I think we can start competing for a Super Bowl run next season. Agreed? Agreed. If you kill in this draft, you could do that. Especially a draft like last year with the returns you got last year, the immediate returns from last year. Ethan Deckroll, Brandon, I'm definitely open to trading back, but what would be the minimum compensation you'd be willing to accept? Tricky question. I just don't want to feel lukewarm about the compensation. If we're moving back from 5, I think the ideal here is to get one future first round pick and moving back. I think if you're like going from 5 to 7 with the Raiders, you'd like to get a second rounder. So that would be kind of the parts that you'd like. If you're going into the teens, I think you want to get multiple first round picks at that point. I'm at 14, 15, 16 with Washington, multiple first round picks. The compensation depends, Ethan, on how far you're moving back. But I think that when it comes to lukewarm compensation, I think it's one of those you'll know it when you see it as far as whether it's appropriate compensation or not. If you move down from 5 to 9 and you got a future third round pick in this draft and a future third round pick next year, you'd feel lukewarm about that. Be like, that's not really good enough for them to move back at that point. But if you get a second round pick from 5 to 7, 8, 9, it's only 4 spots you're moving back at that point. So it's hard to give you an exact on that one because there is some variance there depending on where you fall and how far you fall. Why do White Seattle has the picks to draft running back or cornerback day 2, but those positions are deep this draft too, so don't know. Yep. You can wait. But you can also find, maybe there's a guy they find some value in early on that they really love. Flying blind, I would love to give Carter the chance to prove himself. He has served the punishment for what he did was illegal. But I think people forget he also lost a friend. He needs some support. Well said, Flying blind. He's a young kid, man. I'm not tossing him out at this point from my standpoint. So I'd still be willing to take that risk as well, as long as it's not the tip of the iceberg situation. As long as Schneider's not turning open that binder on Carter with all the background check that they've done with what the private investigators have told them, and that they're looking at the tip of the iceberg as far as the issues we've heard about this offseason. But absent that, I would be willing to do it. Snail says, how much would it cost to go to 2 if they're wanting a defensive player? You're talking AR or Stroud at that point. For the right price, I'm here for it. To go up to 2 from 5 would cost you probably the 20th pick in the first round this year, and probably one of your second round picks this year. Wilbert, I've got Will Anderson leading the league in sacks. Wow. Let's go. Grug says Tyree Wilson at 5 so lazy, and I'm tired of constantly seeing it in these horrible mocks. Yeah, it's a lazy pig. Greg says, I love the draft season. It feels like everyone wants the Seahawks to do the dumb thing every year. Yeah, a little bit. And this is a wide variety of opinion this year, Greg. I mean, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. JC, Jalen Carter was the most dominant player on 2 national championship teams. He would help us a lot. As a player, there's no doubt about it, JC. He's a dominant player. He's the centerpiece of that defense that's won those national championships, that's spearheaded those national championships for that Georgia program. As his coach said, he's a generational talent. And Kirby Smart's not a guy that I think throws around generational talent very often down there in Georgia. So there's no doubt about that. As a talent, the kid is unsurpassed in this draft. Barry Satoro, thank you for the $5 donation, Barry. Top the $20 dono you threw earlier. Appreciate you, man. John M. He says 24 days, 18 hours and change. Giddy up. We're inside 24 days, folks, till the draft. Strap on. We're almost there. I can taste it. I can smell it. I can even feel it. I'm just not quite there yet. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate the donation. John John 429. Sorry, I missed your other donation here in addition to your one talking about the off the field issues with Michael Bennett. So you were saying, Brandon, recently people have compared Carter's off the field issues to Michael Bennett. I don't recall what Michael's were, but to me, he was not trying to strike anger, trying to prove a point for the haters. No, you weren't striking anger on that, and thank you for the donation. I get what you're saying on that. I don't think the Bennett thing, was a good upstanding guy. I think there was, That's the first I had heard, John, of people making that relation to it. And that he wasn't even being arrested at that Vegas incident. It was about a whole nother thing and a whole nother situation having nothing to do with him doing anything wrong. So yeah, John, I agree. I don't definitely that is a comparison to that is a comparison to Michael Bennett. He definitely is not anywhere near in the neighborhood of Jalen Carter for sure in that respect of things. But to me, not trying. Oh, but to me, he panned out well. Can you remind me? Oh yeah. So yeah. So sorry if I missed your other donation on that, John. It just kind of blended together there in my chat there for a second. And Michael Bennett had no off the field issues. None that I was aware of. Good family man. Can't remember there being any kind of, I mean, he had, I guess, I know what they're thinking too. There was some issue with him on the field at something. It's definitely not an equivalency there. No way. Megan says, I had insomnia since childhood, B, so I know about the crappy night's sleep. I'm usually good. Once I'm out, I usually get myself to such an exhausted state that eyes closed, I'm out, back awake, you know. John M429, thank you for that double donation though, brother. Appreciate those donos. Jeff, appreciate you as well. Have yourself a great night. Sleep well. Flying blind and Wells, like drafting 2 defensive linemen in the first 2 rounds. Try to swing a weakness to a strength. I do flying blind. What I like about it too is that you could find yourself at both 2 picks in the first round, and you could find it being where there's a defensive lineman there for your pick who fits to a need, who is also the best player available on your board. It's that rare time flying blind where you have the need meeting also your BPA, your best player available. And that's such a rarity to be able to have that happen in a draft. And yeah, I think the way the first 2 rounds, it is a need. It would be looking like on the surface, you're just trying to address a need by going for defensive linemen, but it also fits to who could be the best guy on the board, on available. Let's go to pick 20. If Brian Breesy's up on the board and I have Brian Breesy or Jackson Smith and Jigba, I'm probably going Brian Breesy. If I've got Brian Breesy on the board and I've got Joey Porter Jr. as a corner as another option, I'm probably going Breesy over that. You know, there's a variety of different guys you can plug in that spot flying by. Go Kalijah Kancey. Let's take out Breesy. Go Kalijah Kancey even. You know, but if I got Kalijah Kancey and we go Kalijah Kancey and Jordan Addison, Kalijah Kancey. Better value there for me and as far as that goes. Quentin Johnson or Kalijah Kancey, I'd go Kalijah Kancey. I think the value's there. The value's there to do it flying blind. So it's not just a matter of we'll be reaching for a need if we did it. Longwood says, hi. Longwood says, I take 4 defensive linemen and edge in this draft. Wouldn't be wrong in doing so. JC, is free agent signings done for this year, or how much cap space do we have left? It's basically done, JC. Could they theoretically make some other moves by freeing up some cap? They could, but right now they're not sitting on any kind of cap space to go make any of their moves. So it's possible, but not likely. Flying blind, my bad. I'm done with the Carter talk. No, guys, don't. It's all good. Like I said, we can completely talk about Carter. I went on my rant. I got up on my soapbox. I'm good. I'm completely fine with talking about him flying blind. It's all good. I have my moments with it where it's, and just understanding for those who are going, why is he so impatient about it? Where I'm just, it does get brought up 30 times a stream. So it's like, it's just, you end up covering that one topic and talking about it over and over and trying to find the different ways to describe it that is unique to the way that you've described it. And you don't tend to, I don't like my answer anymore now than I am. I feel like I'm probably just saying the kind of same thing. I'm still liking Clowney quite a bit, but we can always talk about flying blind. No subject off limits here, man. It's all good. What do you guys think about Clowney? I still like Clowney a lot, man. Space. I don't think we got any money to pay for him now to bring him here. I don't think he's going to make a lot in the league at this point going forward, but probably going somewhere else. But I think he still provides some value. He's not a game wrecker or the number 1 overall pick kind of guy that he was when he was coming out, but still a good player. Yeah, we just don't got any money, like Herbicide says. Just don't have money. Mongwu, Nowusu extension. You could do it with that. You could. You could do an extension there. JC, I mean, you could convert Quandary Diggs base to bonus. You could convert Lockett's base to bonus, tap on an extra year. You could probably create, if you wanted to, through a couple, like 3 or 4 moves, like another 13, 14 million in space if you really wanted to. But I don't know if they really want to in that way. Yeah, Fant would be the best way to save money because there's no robbing the future piggy bank to save for today at that point, which you would be doing if you converted base to bonus. It'd be just simply moving out from under his deal. Space says, who had more sacks last year, Carter or Anderson? Anderson did. But he also plays from the edge, Space, which those guys are going to typically have more sacks, more one-on-one opportunities. PT Diggs said that in 2022 season, he was not able to plan like he used to on that hurt leg. Do you think he'll be 100% this year? Hard to say, PT. This is one of the hard parts about, gambling on that becoming the case, because you have a guy that's a little bit of an older player. When a guy has these kind of maybe injuries when they're 21, 22, 23, you have a little bit more of a feeling that they can bounce back. When it's a guy being 30 years old, it's played as much as he's played, it's a little bit much more of a roll of the dice. It's possible. I think he definitely came back pretty fast considering how soon he had suffered that injury at the end of last year. So I guess for me, a logical standpoint wise, PT, it would make sense that it would just take him that extra year of recovery to fully get right with as serious of a leg injury as he did have. So I would think it would get back, but he might not ever be back to exactly 100% of what he used to be. That could be the other side of this. I'm not sure. Hongwu says Diggs said he got it back at the end of the season, I think. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. So he was able to capture it back. Why? I'm with you. Mingo has been on the rise since the Senior Bowl combine. Doing well in drills and Senior Bowls means nothing. A good athlete, but not explosive. No separation. Only 1 year of okay production. Nope. It's kind of where I came from with it. Boy, it took me I was 3, 4, 5 games in last night going, I don't know what to think about this guy right now. I am really he's got so many routes where he just comes off the ball, takes 3 steps, and then just turns around and stands there. What are they doing? What is he doing? And the quarterback, and he did not seem to have the quarterback's trust. There's not a lot of receivers in this draft that are highly talented that I'm like, I don't know if your quarterback trusts you. I don't know if Mingo's quarterback last year trusted him. He was seemingly trying to go anywhere else but to Mingo at times. But he's not good at the contested catch point. He doesn't speed up with the ball in his air. When he goes sideways, he loses a lot of his speed. Yeah, not as big on him. He's going to, I think, get overdrafted for some of these workouts. Mingo's a DK clone. DK had no good overall years in college. Yeah, I mean, there's, like I say, he's definitely got that kind of yoked up thing to him. DK was, I think, more of a freakish athlete, Hangwu, than Mingo is. I don't know. Like I said with this one, Hangwu, I'm having a hard time with my evaluation on him. It's tough. Snail, worst mock so far in a way was the one had us taking Hooker at 5. Whoever did that mock should be banned from the internet. Not only should he be banned, what's funny about that mock, Snail, to me that I find hilarious is not only was it a horrible mock and absolutely outside the pale, but it was a guy that's been a former general manager in this league. Like, what excuse do you have? You were a general manager in this league. Hooker at 5? Like, are you kidding me? It's kind of move that gets a general manager fired. This is why he's maybe no longer a general manager in this league. Hongwu, I can kind of see some of the comparison with DK a little there. A little. I mean, he's legit 6'2". He's a bigger guy. They're rocked up. To me, the closer comp really would be, rather than DK, it'd be going to A.J. Brown. Because there's more of utilizing Mingo in the slot, where he wasn't a pure outside guy. There was more of an inside guy, where DK was always on the outside at Ole Miss, 24/7. But to me, he's more like closer to A.J. Brown and how he kind of looks, size, moves. But he's not got A.J. Brown's athleticism, and he's just not the natural receiver that A.J. is. Hard player, though. Tough player. I like Drake Young, too, Hongwu. Megan says, Kancey over Johnson B. Why is that, Hawks Nest? Kancey's my number 2 defensive tackle in this draft, Megan. Johnson's a guy that I don't have a good feel for Johnson really at the end of the day. And if I don't have a good feel for the guy, I can't be completely sold on him in the first round. There's a lot of stuff to Johnson's tape that pops. There's a lot of stuff in Johnson's tape that's problematic. And I don't have as much problematic feeling to Kancey's tape. The only thing I can really come to with Kancey is a worry about 2 inches of arm length. That's all we got. With Johnson, a lot of body catching, some roughness in the route running. Even, the national media is just lazy when it comes to mocking players. It was number 5 isn't as bad, but with 20, they need a receiver. They need a guard. Boring. Lame. Yeah. Christopher says, live stream chats are always a hoot. They are, man. I love doing this. PT, how do you feel about these options? Wide receiver options, Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Hyatt, Tyler Scott, Nathaniel Dell. As I was saying with Jonathan Mingo, I'm not really big on him. I think he's more late fourth, fifth round range of things is where he really should go in this draft. Jalen Hyatt, and my comp for Jalen Hyatt has been, I need to redo that. Torrey Smith. Former Ravens deep play guy, kind of a one-trick pony, but it's a really good trick, and one of the few outside receivers in this draft that can really do some damage on the outside. Tyler Scott's probably, of those 4 guys you mentioned, the guy that might be the one I'm most gravitating to liking of that cluster of 4 you picked in there, PT, the best. I think he's the most complete receiver. I think he's got the more kind of overall eye-popping physicality to them than the other guys. Nathaniel Dell is really fun as well, but very, very much a smaller guy. You're going to have to count that a guy at 5'8" can do anything on the outside, and I don't think he's going to really be able to do that. So probably more of an inside guy at the next level than anything else. But a good receiver, very explosive, very fast, great route runner. So I would, all those guys are kind of a little different in their own way, so to speak. But Scott would be a second-round guy for me. Dell's probably a second-round guy. I have more Jalen Hyatt at the top of the 3rd. I just don't think I think he's a little more of just a one-trick pony, deep threat option kind of guy. WTC, what are the chances the Cardinals will trade down? I would put it at a solid 80% at this point, WTC. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Mark. He says, fun scenario. Houston takes Anderson at 2. Then they trade up with us at 5 and take Richardson or Levis, pushing us at number 12 and getting us 3 to 4 extra picks. It's a way that could go. I certainly think that's likely. If they do go defense, then their next likely step is that they're going to look to trade up with us back up to 5 at that point. And they've got that, to your point, as you say, they've got that pick 20 there, which if John's looking at that going, okay, I drop back from 5 to 12. Maybe I get an extra future first. Maybe I then pick up a 2nd and a 3rd in this draft, something equivalent to that. Could be pretty juicy for Schneider to go with that route at that point, Mark. Yeah. I could definitely see that. Could definitely see that working out that way. Very, very feasible, Mark. Thank you for the donation, man. But you're on point with that. Hangwoo says, if we trade back with Houston, we want Houston's future first round or the Browns. I would take the Houstons. I'll take Houston. They got the rookie quarterback going. Deshaun can still end up recapturing back what he was here once he's knocked off the rust. I'll take more of the gamble on the front side of that one. Why do I say Seattle's currently like $2 million over the cap with Rooks? What moves do they have left to make without cutting Adams? Nwosu and Lewis extension would clear $7 million. Few options after that and not good. Thoughts? Those are two spots that you could go at that you mentioned. I think you could convert base to bonus with Quandary Diggs and Tyler Lockett and add an extra year to both of their deals, or just put a void year on both of their deals. And that clears the money that you need right there. Also remember too, with this why do why, they're not, if they trade back or they move a couple of these picks around in a way, or they move picks around for future draft capital, then you get out from under the $16 million that you currently have to allot to the rookie draft class in cost. So there's other ways that they can save that cost by doing the trade backs or packaging picks in other ways too on the other end of that, which they may do. But absent those four moves, that's really the only thing that you can do at this point. I don't think that you're going to restructure Adams, because you're going to want the ability to move on from Adams after next year if he's not working out anymore. That would be about it. There's nothing else that can be kind of done. Oh, Noah Fant. That Hung Woo Lee brought up. There is the Noah Fant deal there too. Why did why? That's $5.85 million you can save just by moving him in a trade. So that's another way you could go with this. Long live the king. How many opening day effective defensive starters do you think we need from this draft to make a deep playoff run? Three. You need 2 defensive linemen, a zero tech, and a defensive end, and then you would need a middle linebacker. So minimum 3, maybe even 4. But 3 would probably just get it done. Amazing Mario Brothers. Wouldn't Tyree Wilson be a reach at 5? So many mocks have us taking him. No, that seems to be right about where he's fitting here, Amazing Mario Brothers. If you don't take him at number 5, there's very good chance that the Detroit Lions could take him at 6. And I would say he probably is going to at that point be taken in the top 10 some way or another. So he's long been kind of placed here. This is where the tape seems to be fitting out to. I think that the thing that's tough this year, Amazing Mario Brothers, is that he's just not as safe and clean a prospect as you normally would be getting at number 5. But what it is that this is just a weaker draft. And because it's a weaker draft, that means the guy that you get at 5 might be a weaker player than you normally get to have. If you're not going with Tyree Wilson, any of the other guys you're really looking at taking there at 5 are all going to have some of those question marks of being maybe a little bit of a reach, or maybe you don't feel as good and certain about taking that player at that spot. It's valid to think that way. It's completely makes sense to look at it that way. But it's just kind of a little bit of the nature of this particular beast this year in this draft, unfortunately. Megan says, love Torrey Smith for the Ravens, B. It's a good player, Megan, he is. But if I got a receiver that can just take the top off the defense and then run comeback routes every once in a while, that's 3rd round value to me. You know, I don't want to be allotting a 2nd round pick for a guy like that. Christopher says apparently Tyree is slow to get off and takes plays off. That is a little bit of the downside on him, and he didn't test it all this offseason, so we don't have any numbers to go off with him either. Stuff. Mark Cadigan, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. I do appreciate you. He says, Pete Carroll and John Schneider shopping quarterbacks to get someone to trade Arizona for 3 to secure either Carter or Anderson, right? 4 quarterbacks go in the top 4. That's the smokescreen aspect that I think of this, Mark. You make yourself look like, from Seattle's standpoint, that you're absolutely interested in one of these guys that you're going to take, that you have that door completely open to you, that you love them, and you leak that out every which way but loose. And after leaking that all out, then the hope is that, yes, to your scenario, you then drive one of those teams that's looking at one of these quarterbacks thinking, maybe we can wait until the Lions and trade up, or wait with the Raiders and trade up, to now they're thinking, no, we've got to move up with Cardinals. We just got to pay the price. We just got to go get it done. We got to stop, finagling and worrying about the cost. Just get it done. Get our quarterback. Yes, I think that's what they want to drive here in this situation, is one of 2 things. One, getting the 4 quarterbacks taken. I think that's priority number 1, is if they could help to facilitate 4 QBs taken in the top 4 picks, they would absolutely love that. Then the secondary option here, though, does remain, Mark, of even if now you don't get the team to move up into 3 with Arizona, you've now at least driven enough interest from teams knowing you're willing to take a quarterback there to where they know they have to trade up with you then to go get that guy if a quarterback does fall. So it's kind of like an either or for, I think, Seattle's standpoint on this, Mark, on how they could take advantage of the situation. But you're right. I think priority number 1 would be to have those 4 quarterbacks get taken in the first 4 picks, then giving Seattle essentially their pick of one of the 2 best positional players in this draft, absent the position, absent being a position of value like quarterback. Appreciate you though, Mark. Thank you for the donation. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. If the trade up to 2, are we still over the cap? If you trade up to 2, the chances are you're packaging a lot of those background picks up to go up to 2. So while the cost increases from 5 to 2 and the cost of that given player, you're probably including in a second and a third round pick in addition to that. And so the cost would go down just a little bit by that at that point, probably by trading up to 2. But it wouldn't be a significant change one way or the other with that, Snail, really. It's a bit of gaining one, pulling away from the other a little bit. Joko, who would I rather have? John Jackson Smith and Jigba or Zay Flowers? I would go Jackson Smith and Jigba, because I don't think Zay Flowers is going to play on the outside. And I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is a better slot. Christopher, I could see the Raiders and Cardinals making a deal. Definitely. Cardinals drop from 3 to 7. Pick up Raiders' future first-round pick. Raiders move up to 3, get themselves their quarterback. Call it a day. Makes sense. Mark Cottergun has 2 dogs on the defensive line, probably another Pete-style corner. Maybe. I'm not thinking we're held back by the corners as much, Mark. I mean, you got a stack up of guys now. Julian Love's going to play a little more slot. This is going to push Kobe Bryant back out to the outside. You got 3 guys competing for one spot now at one corner position. I like that competition. And I think one of those 3 guys shakes out and is a very good corner for you next year. So I think it's more to me defensive line linebacker. Getting another corner in here wouldn't hurt. It's a strong draft for cornerbacks, but give me my lineman, give me a linebacker, and we're rolling. Especially if they're impactful. Javon Malone, when did they release Ryan Neal? A couple days ago, Javon. Mark says, don't you think bringing Bobby back after a year brings the team together even more than if we kept him in the first place? I would hope so, Mark. I'm not sure on that one, to be honest with you. His leadership helps things out. I think it calms the waters a little bit, just Bobby's presence being in the room. Part of why I've said, Mark, I think his addition is one that helps this team out on a couple of different levels, not simply for his impact on the football field. But it's potentially a reality of the situation. I'm just not sure on that one. Cool Blaster, Seattle Sports Talk. I know the rumors are most likely false, but what if we do trade up to the 3rd pick in the draft? What would that trade look like in your opinion? You're probably moving from 5 to 3, I guess it would be, and you'd be giving up the 20th overall selection in this draft. I think that's what it'd cost you. Maybe you could get away with just doing it for just a single 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick. But on the surface of it, I would think, considering the cost that the Bears just got from the Panthers, even for a couple picks like that, especially understanding, Cool Blaster, that you're not the only team that's going to be trying to compete to trade up if you're looking to trade up. There's other teams that you're now in a bit of a bidding war for. So the cost is not going to be like, well, you're only moving up 3 picks, so what can you really expect to get from us? It's going to be, well, there's other teams that want to move up too, if not you. So you got to pay the market price to move up at that point. But somewhere in that neighborhood, I would think. The 20th or like a 2nd and a 4th. Joker says, what team do you see Bijan being drafted to? Hard to say right now. I mean, if he lasted to 26, I know the Cowboys would take him. So that's certainly his probably, ceiling. as long as he would probably last. From a floor standpoint, it's kind of a tougher call for me on that one. I mean, the Lions at 18. I think the Lions at 18 would definitely jump on Bijan at that point. The Titans at 11. If they don't move up, they may be a team there that looks to take him as well. I think those would be the main teams that I think would be the active suitors for him at that point there. Yeah, Christopher, I think Kobe absolutely has a chance to take the spot across from Tariq. He gets forgotten a little bit about because they bumped him into the slot position, but that was a guy with a pretty good pedigree coming out of Cincinnati. So he very well could be very, very much more comfortable out there on the outside as opposed to playing in the slot, which wasn't exactly a fit for him, purely speaking. Purely speaking. Joka says, since JSN is a slot guy, how good is he compared to Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave? I think those guys will always have more value. If I have a slot specialist, even if he's an amazing slot specialist, those guys both proved in their rookie years to be upper level wide receivers in this league, and they can play on the outside. JSN just can't play on the outside. So, he is limited a little bit, and in that limitation, he'll be a little bit lesser to me than Garrett Wilson and Olave, in my opinion. Still a really good player and a guy that's going to provide value wherever he goes. I don't think that there's a huge bust rate to JSN. I think he's a guy that's going to be a solid NFL player and he'll be productive. So you know what you're kind of getting with that guy a little bit, but then it's also kind of on the negative side. You know what you're kind of getting with this guy a little bit. And then I'm not going to get anything on the outside as far as his ability goes, but maybe he is one of the best slots in the game. Yeah. Will he be a better probably slot than Garrett Wilson is and Olave is as outside guys? Yeah, but those guys can play all over the place. And I think there's just more value in what they bring. Greg says, another interesting thought, maybe want the Cardinals to move down so that we don't have to deal with Anderson or Carter in the division. Maybe. Will Valdez, if the Seahawks hit it out of the park in this draft, do you consider doing a Herschel Walker trade to move up to the number 1 pick in the 2024 draft? I guess you're intimating if there's a Caleb Williams that you're able to go get to do that. I'm willing to do that if we can go get Caleb Williams. I think he's going to be a generational quarterback. For generational quarterbacks, I'll give up a Herschel Walker Hall. I don't think that those guys come down the track very often. And if you have your opportunity to take one, then give up what you got to give up. Certainly, I would be open to taking that kind of risk at that point, Will. And let's face it, our future picks moving forward beyond this draft are not likely to be top 15 picks going into the future, right? So you're not giving up necessarily prime draft capital if you were to go to make that trade. I would do it. The only part that I think that I remain a little reticent to believe that this will be the way that this would play out is, Will, that you would have the number 1 team sitting there with that number 1 pick willing to pass on Caleb Williams. It's been pretty proven out, pretty true in the past when there's a generational guy that's come down, and I can count them on my hand in my lifetime, the number of quarterbacks that were purely generational in their talent. John Elway, Andrew Luck, maybe you'd put Peyton Manning in there, Trevor Lawrence. Those teams at the top want to take those guys. They don't want to pass on them. JG says, just got here. What do I think about JSN at 20? I'm not really big on it, JG. I think you had a lot of success with the 2 tight end sets last year, 3 tight end sets last year. You got a lot of success not only in the passing game, but in the running game out of those sets. If you're picking JSN, now you're probably committing to playing more 3 wide receivers sets like 60% of the time, which means that that's going to come at the expense of the 2 tight end sets. I don't know if I like that as much. I'm not as big on JSN in the first round with the slot only thing at 20. I think there's better players at that spot that you can go get. There'll be a defensive lineman at that spot instead that you could go get who would have much more of a bigger impact on helping this team next year and into the future, in my opinion. So can't get on board with JSN at 20 myself. Just can't quite do it. Hope you're having a good night though, JG. It's good to see you in the chat. Snail says, if you draft a quarterback this year high and Geno balls out, that's what you call a win-win because you can get a first back when you trade Geno. True? Or the pick, I guess, either way. Why the reason JSN is a slot so much at OSU is Olave and Wilson. They are much faster than him, so they have wide receiver outside speed. He has the size and enough speed. Looked good when he was on the outside. Well, I mean, Wilson and Olave weren't here this year, were they? And I know that Harrison was there, but you know, if he was just ready to slot into that spot, like you're saying, why he should have been the number 2 wide receiver there, not Ebukon or whatever that guy's name is that they got there, Ebuka. Jackson Smith is literally probably like a 4.55 guy really on the field. To say that he doesn't have speed, does not have speed at all. He's also a guy with 30.5-inch long arms. So, you know, when you talk about play on the outside at receiver, and we're talking about a guy with under 32-inch long arms playing on the outside. As I've said, there's very few receivers on the outside playing in this league at sub 32-inch long arms. Very, very few. And he's not, when he does it, it'll be the first time he then does it. Didn't do it last year, didn't do it this year at Ohio State. So it will be the first time at that point. But I don't think he has the speed and I don't think he has the length to succeed on the outside myself. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. JG says, anyone who can run good crisp routes can play anywhere on the field, slot, outside, whatever. There's really no difference in my mind from slot to outside except the spacing. To me, there's a really big difference, JG. It's the slot guys tend to have a free release. So if you have a guy that might have troubles with press or getting off the line of scrimmage, that now doesn't have to be a thing he has to think about at all because a lot of times he's in movement and he just gets to get that free release off the line of scrimmage. You also get a lot of two-way options at that point. So you get a lot of more of the openness at that point to just run the option route, read the leverage and read the option route off of it. The outside is a little more fitted into a box and how you're constructed and how you have to operate. I disagree that just if you can run routes, I think there's outside things that you need to be able to do. You need to have a certain amount of speed. I think he's lacking in that speed and he's lacking in length. And the data for this is pretty succinct, folks. I mean, there's not a lot of guys playing on the outside the NFL level at less than 32-inch long arms. And if you have a guy that does have less than 32-inch long arms, JG, that's playing on the outside, I guarantee you that they're not 4.55, 40 type guys. So it's a little bit of the 1-2 death punch knell for him here, where you have the arm length and then you have the lack of speed. And that's going to be the thing that keeps him from getting to that outside, in my opinion, at the pro level. Not to say he's not going to be a good player, but this is Amon St. Brown you're looking at. It's not a guy that's going to go out there and line him up anywhere. But that's just my opinion on it. I was Snail. Spencer, good Lord, out with the miss for the evening and saw you go live. Thought, guess I'm going to miss this one. Just got home. And of course, you're still live. Never changed, Brando. Major respect. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hangwood, just sit. Just because you said someone doesn't mean they'll be good automatically. Can't. Oh, sorry. Your respawn is a mess there. Drunk Squitter, what are your thoughts on the Seahawks smoke screens they're setting up? They're just trying to get the quarterback market hungry. They're trying to keep those teams looking to trade up, hungry to trade up, chomping at the bit to trade up. I think they want to get those two positional players, be it Carter or Anderson, to slip and fall, to land in their lap. And they can help to maybe set a little bit of that stage by even a minor amount, by whatever amount that they can cause to push this forward. They're doing so, I think, in creating these smoke screens. So hopefully it will have the intended effect. We'll see. DVN says draft is getting closer and closer, baby. So excited. Go Hawks. Also could use the break from the new abundance of the fake GMs. Laughing out loud. There's a lot of them out there in there, DVN. I say is probably one of those. Spencer, the only receiver I'd consider even slightly in round one is Zay Flowers, and that's at the end. And that's at the end of the list. Good wide receiver prospects available late, and use tight ends and we use tight ends a whole lot. We'll continue to use under PC. Well said, Spencer. Yeah, I agree. I like Zay Flowers too, but all these guys in the first round, I'm struggling with the receiver position, quite honestly. And there is some good guys you get a little bit, I think, later on that fit to it. Like what we really need, Spencer's more of a slot guy who could fit in that role. It'd be great to get a guy that could back up DK and Tyler, but a slot's really what's in more of a desperate need. There's more of that a little later on in the draft, I think. There's a couple of variety names out there that could make some sense. Drunk says, everything aside, playing with what if trades and picks, what is the best pick the Seahawks can make at 5? Is it Carter or trade down? Well, I think it's Carter or Anderson. I think you can almost go with an equivalent on both at that point, Drunk. And then if not that, then trade down is the next smartest decision to me. Over taking Tyree Wilson, over settling, over taking a quarterback that you're going to have sit for a year. The next best option is then to move back at that point, in my opinion. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 donation, John. I really do appreciate all of the support, brother. Very kind of you, man. As always, you're awesome for that. He says, the effective release of Ryan Neal is one of the most disappointing moves the Hawks have made in memory. So much for competition meaning anything. Well said, John. Very, very well said. And I think that the tenor of your post, and thank you for that donation, definitely matches up with the way that I felt on it. There's been a bit of a process this offseason of, for every 2 steps we take forward, we have to take a step back. And I didn't like that. I liked having Ryan Neal here for this next year. You strive as an NFL organization to take advantage of rookie years of players, to getting good players on their rookie deal, getting them playing well, and being able to then get them at a lower cost for them playing in that good fashion. And in him at $2.67 million in this era now where the cap's up at $224 million, that to me is a well worthwhile expenditure for having the insurance that he brought, John, of knowing that if Jamal again goes down to injury, as is probably likely to happen, say nothing of the fact if Jamal's not ready to roll come the start of the season, John, then having that insurance is going to be so helpful for this team that could be trying to really compete next year. As opposed to Jamal goes down, now you're to Julian Love. Now you got nothing behind Julian Love. Agreed, man. Agreed, John. This one struck me as a little bit of an odd one, and I've tried to make some sense of it. I've tried to kind of unpack it at the start of the show and thinking, okay, maybe this is emblematic of them being in love with one of the safeties in this draft that they think is going to fall to them. But I think not a lot of sense behind this one. Not a lot of ways you can work this one up and go, okay, that makes sense. That one, and usually with most of these moves, even with you disagreeing with them or I disagree with them, we can go, okay, well, at least this made sense. This one just isn't one of those ones. Drunk Squidder, are you going to just stream draft day? Drunk Squidder, I'm going to stream all 3 draft days. Let me get a little water here, folks. One second. Excuse me there. Whew. Yeah, Drunk, I will be doing all 3 draft days. We'll be streaming during that whole week leading up to the draft too. I might stream every day of the draft leading up to it, like every day that week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way through. Well, yeah, I know we disagree on that one. You don't have to agree with me. No worries, Hangwo. Regardless, I don't like when people disrespect, Yeah, I don't have any disrespect. Maybe you're meaning somebody else there. Sorry. John's still on the streams. I leave, come back. You're still swinging. Still going, John. I got to do what I do, man. I love what I do. Cardinals move down will strengthen the Seahawks line. His brotherhood, says Grug. They helped us make the playoffs. We helped them get one of Anderson or Carter. Yeah, tit for tat. We returned the favor, right, John? Mark says, so wait, are we keeping Mike Jackson? I'm seriously way more excited to see Kobe develop on the outside than keeping him on the nickel. You're keeping Jackson, but you're going to let him compete next year, Mark. You know, this year you need to put Kobe into the slot because you didn't have any good slot options. Justin Coleman was done as a player this year, so you had to force Kobe Bryant in the slot. Now you've got Julian Love. You have less of a need to have to put Kobe in the slot, and now you get to move him back to the outside, and he gets to be in more of the true competition with Mike. And now he's not a rookie, but a second-year player. And so now maybe the competition field between those guys is a little more leveled this upcoming season. But I think it'll be a dogfight between those two guys and Trey Brown, and let the best man win at that point, Mark. Right? Between those three guys. And I think I'd have some good confidence that from those three guys in a competition, you're going to round out to get at least a league average player from the position from those three. At least, I would think. Drunk, there's some great tight ends in this draft. Some real fun guys. Erickson, I like the Evan Brown signing. One of the best signings of the offseason, man. It's amazing value at that point, bringing him in at the cost you got him in at, especially on a one-year deal. Fantastic signing. Positional flexibility, de facto center starter if you can't find a better guy. You feel very good about that signing. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with that one. People got a problem with any pick in this free agent period, but you ain't got a problem with that one. Snail says, I want the team to win. Mark says, I remember last draft, didn't you pick all 9 in a row? I did. I got, my final mock draft last year, I think I ended up with, I want to say I was 26 of 32 players that I had slotted in the first round. I got right. And yeah, my first 9 selections I hit. I got perfect. I was feeling good, Mark. I was like, I'm going to nail this draft. Couldn't keep it up, but started out fast. But I'm going to try to do my hope this year, Mark, is getting me more accurate. I'd like to get 28, 29 out of 32 if I can, which will be hard in this year's draft, Mark, because it's even more unpredictable than last year's. But I'm going to try to shoot for it. Appreciate you remembering, man. Space coming in with another $20 donation, Space. Thank you for all the donos. Appreciate you. Very, very kind of you guys. So much. But thank you, Space, for the $20. Says, hey, Hawks Nest, I have one question. Are you all in? Oh, you know I'm in. You know I'm in. I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here. You better believe I'm in, Space. You better believe it. Ain't no doubt. If you got doubt, you better check that doubt. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the dono. Drunk says, I just hope John and Pete are doing their homework, double-checking every prospect once in a decade pick here at 5. I don't think we'll see this opportunity again in the near future. I think they're doing that, Drunk. And I think for the reasons that you mentioned, that this is a pick that you're not going to be in a position to select again anytime soon in the future. It's a pick that can change an outlook on a franchise, and you get it right, and it can slingshot you in a fashion that is unique to any other picks that you normally have had in the draft in recent years. But I think they're doing that due diligence. They're doing that homework. It's part of why I've said I have so much trust with Schneider in getting this pick right, because it's so important. And also, Drunk, as I've said before with this, the times that they've picked high in the draft, the times that they've had the opportunity to pick from the creme de la creme of talents in a draft, they have found success all 4 times when they've picked in the top 15 well over a decade of period. And I'm going to trust back in that if they've gotten it right once before, it's because there's probably a reason for it. And that reason being that it's easier to pick at the top of the draft. It's easier when you're looking at that prime talent, that grade A talent. I think they're going to get it right. I do. I'm going to trust in them on that. Spencer Smith says, slide them MFN chips to the middle of the table. Slide them. Slide them, Spencer. I want the whole stack in there. Everybody stack. I agree, Hongwu. There's no way Arizona ever trades with us on their pick. Just no way. Whitey Weiss is one last comment. That's what I'm talking about with JSN, Brando. There are guys you like in this draft who have that 0 percentile traits like Cansey, Hooker, etc. They also have dominant traits. Weird draft. Very weird draft, man. Very, very weird draft. And part of why the first round's so much harder, as I've talked about, why than recent years, because you don't normally have as much of that give and take, that push and pull of attributes that you like, but then there's also this on the other side. Oh, I love this about this, but he's got a little bit of this over here too. Hell, we even got to the guys that are the most cleanest in this draft. Even your Carters and Andersons that we all love. In Anderson's case, he ran a 4.640. That's not, he didn't run a Von Miller, Derek Thomas type time. He's not generational on that. It just is there. It's there in this draft. You're right, man. It's a tough one. It's a toughie. Drunk, whatever happened to Stone Forsythe? He's fine, Drunk. They just tried to put him out. He's a swing guard, you know. He's swing tackle. He's a backup guy. If you got to start him, you just want to start him for a game or two. You're not looking to ever have him be the guy running things. And he was playing at right tackle this last year. He's not a right tackle. He's a left tackle when he filled in. John says, after losing Neal, I'm way past frustrated. Feel you, man. You like the sense, you like the moves to make sense. Spencer Smith, Brandon, can you contrast AR-15 and Malik Willis as they were college prospects? I realize there's a lot of difference, but I've seen some slanderous comparisons being put out there. I can't find any really good connection between the two, and I think that it's pretty lazy, the comparison between the two. Malik Willis and AR, first off, let's start out with the level of competition. Malik Willis was playing at Liberty. AR-15's playing out there at Florida against the toughest competition. Malik Willis is not playing against the toughest competition. When it comes to mobility-wise, AR-15 is way more mobile, is way more of a threat with his legs than Malik Willis. As proven out by Malik Willis this past year, averaged like 3.2 yards per carry when he did choose to run this past year. The delivery is way more cleaner from AR-15, way more free and easy release, way stronger arm than even what Malik Willis has, way more capable of consistently making the NFL throws. It's the inaccuracy. I think that's the one thing they're trying to go to between the two. But even in Anthony Richardson's case, if you adjust for his drops and for where he threw the ball in the right place and the guy just didn't catch it, he had like a 64% adjusted completion percentage rate, I believe, on the season from the 53%. So I don't get any of that, not to mention the fact I believe Richardson's a lot younger prospect than Willis was coming out. So I don't really see much between them. There's much more they have in difference than they have in comparison between the two. Anthony Richardson's a bigger player, taller. I can't see much. Very, very vague. Their similarities to me. Very, very vague. Drunk Squidward, could the Seahawks draft a safety? Yeah, Drunk. At the top of the show, and I'd tell you, go back and if you could, watch the start of my show, because I bring up a couple of different options through the first 4 rounds, a player in all 4 rounds that could be a spot they potentially target at the safety position. And yes, because of this Ryan Neal move. So I've got to cut, first, second, third, fourth round, there's kind of a specific guy in each of those rounds I think they could be looking at depending on where they want to pull that trigger. But yeah, I think that if you had to have released Ryan Neal, there was almost next to a 0% chance that you take a safety in this draft. Releasing Neal now, Drunk Squidward, I think that moves it more up into like a 50% kind of territory. Mark says, I seriously think Lucas retires as a GOAT tackle given he doesn't get hurt. Saw him block 3 different guys in the same play last year. Go Hawks and Cougs. Hey, go Hawks, go Cougs, Mark. And I love Lucas. I think he's got star potential too, Mark. I do think he has star potential too. GOAT talk is big talk on tackles, right tackles. But I loved what I saw of him last year, and he's on the rise to me. Part of the reason why, Mark, I haven't understood some of the talk this offseason about moving him to guard. Why? Why would you want to do that after what he showed you last year from the tackle position? But he was tremendous. Spencer, AZ has too many holes to be considering petty division rivalries. I think whatever deal is the best one they take. That being the case, however, has nothing to do with Seattle's interest. I don't know though, man, Spencer. I mean, they have that many holes and that sounds good to say that, but it's just not the way that things tend to play out like that in reality. And it's proven out by how few trades you see within inner divisions. You know, would the Hawks, Spencer, have given the Rams more than they got from the Dolphins for Jalen Ramsey? Maybe. Would the Rams have given us that? I mean, the Rams need help, right, Spencer? They're rebuilding, they're reloading. They don't care at that point about who they give them to. They just give us the best. But I don't know that they would have traded with us in that. And again, this is proven out pretty succinctly, Spencer, whether it's NFL, Major League Baseball, basketball, teams just don't trade within their own division on these kind of trades. And it's for when it goes wrong here, Spencer. It's when you make that trade as the general manager and you flip to Seattle and Seattle comes up there and they take that quarterback and that quarterback spends the next 10 years beating your butt. Do you think that general manager that made that trade is going to be lasting in Arizona, through that 10-year process? Or do you think it probably at the head of when he's then fired, probably sitting at the head of that line is that trade you made to Seattle to help our division rival become great? You gave them their signal caller. And no general manager wants to have that not only on their resume for their current job, Spencer, but on that resume for any of their long-term job options that you have down the road. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, I would like to say I'm all in, but feeling sick at the thought of you-know-who at 5. I get it. Yeah, Drunk, I think they got a safety in mind that they like in this draft. Mark says, belated props to Pete Carroll and John Snyder going with 2 Mike Leach offensive linemen last year. How about that how about without going that route then, Mark? Looking new age with these coaches going for these air raid offensive tackles. Drunk's Twitter, if the Seahawks trade down, who would they trade down with? I think, Drunk, there's a variety of teams they can do this with. It's a team trading up for the quarterback. Just take any team from about 7 to 13, and they all need about a quarterback aside from Philadelphia. So any of those teams, you go all the way down to 16. Drunk, there's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks right now. So there's not a specific team here that you're looking to do it, or there's a team that makes more sense than others at that point. They all make sense moving back. Raiders make sense. Titans make sense. Commanders make sense. There's a lot of them. When does Tyler Lockett's deal end? Could make sense if we take wide receiver this year or next. I think he's got 3 years left on his deal, I think, right now. 2 to 3 years left on his deal. And yes, it could make sense to go wide receiver just to get some backup in there. You've also been really healthy at the position lately. That might not hold up into the future, and getting some insurance there with some backups might make some sense at that point. Benelli says the camera looking extra crisp, Brando. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thinking about the other day looking at upgrading the camera. I got just this little webcam thing. I was thinking about going to like a Sony here soon. Hongo says, I understand you. I was a Lakers. Oh, sorry, reading that. The Vikings are coming out as favorites to land a quarterback, Lamar maybe, or trade up in the draft. I don't think Kirk Cousins is cutting it anymore. They're not in on Cousins anymore. That's for sure, Joka. And they would be an outside-the-box team to look at Lamar. I've definitely not connected them to him. Could make some sense, though. And certainly if you're the Vikings looking at that division next year, does look a little bit more wide open than maybe in previous years with Rodgers moving out. So the Lions are going to be tough. This thing updates. I can't see where I was at. Morgan Barclay. I think it's simple. We either draft Will Levis, Will Anderson, or Anthony Richardson at 5 or trade down. That sounds right. Sounds right. Barry, I'm just dipping my toes. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate you dipping your toes. And Geno's cap hit increases by 310% after this season. It would be beneficial in many ways to draft a quarterback at 5 if they like him. Makes sense. It does make sense. Well, Valdez, trades typically happen when the team can trade that talent out of the conference where they won't be their problem. Exactly. It's just, this is the nature of the beast with these kind of deals. Nature of the beast. Joko, what's up with the college teams having a bunch of wide receiver studs on the same team like the Ohio State and USC? Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Amon St. Brown, Michael Pittman. Well, I mean, you certainly, when you're a wide receiver, you're going to attract wide receiver prospects because they can see that you're a program that develops players at the position. And so that's going to get them to gravitate. I think there's a little bit of a different application when it comes to like the NIL now and how that's factoring in. So, you take Jordan Addison. Jordan Addison was at the University of Pitt, a highly productive player. USC then offers him a bunch of money. He's not going there for how they develop necessarily. It's a bit of, I'm going to go there for the money and let Caleb Williams throw me the ball and I'll be in Lincoln Riley's offense and bump and bump and bump. Ohio State recently, I think, has gotten a lot of their development from that same place of just being an attractive standpoint to receivers with their track record of a lot of receivers that have been drafted in recent years. They also have a guy there by the name of Brian Hartline, who's maybe the best wide receiver coach in the entire college football. So that also helps. Former NFL guy who's really renowned for his ability to train up those receivers and get them prepared, especially prepared for the pro game. So, bit of a combinations of reasons on that, I would say. A couple different things. Jack says the culture taking Levis. I'm speaking it into existence. Please let it be so, Jack. Please let it be so. Badali says, I'd love if we took Jordan Addison at 20. He's a great player, Badali. Great player. I think pretty securely my number 2 wide receiver in this draft. Not 2, the number 3. One of the 2. Yeah, Benelli, he's a stud. Addison's great. Spencer, Brandon, can you remind us what you rank the top 5 quarterbacks in this draft? Chad has talked a lot about AR, obviously, but not sure where the other guys, specifically Levis, Hooker, are falling for you right now. Yes, great question. So I would go my top of my draft board at this point would be CJ Stroud. I would go with at this point, my next quarterback would be Anthony Richardson. I would go with Levis over Young, not because Levis is better than Young, but because I do not trust Young's necessarily ability to hold up at the NFL level. I just don't. So I'd go that. I would go. I would then go with what would be. I'd go Bryce Young in front of Hooker still. Because then if I'm taking Bryce Young at the end of the first round, that's different from taking him at the top of the first round with that risk of his injury situation. And then it would be Hooker as the number 5 at that point. I would have Hooker ahead of McKee, even at his advanced age. I'm not a big guy in Aaron, the Stanford kid. I just can't get on board with him. That'd be my new update. So Stroud, Richardson, Levis, Young, Hooker for me. Yeah, hopefully, Mark, we could get Henley in the second. I don't think you have to go with him at 20. I don't. I think we can wait until that first, second round pick. Maybe not past the first, second round pick, Mark, but I do think we can wait till that first, second round pick at least. Flag's happens. What's up, Flag? He says, I really don't want to give up any of our first round picks. I can get on board with trading for a proven commodity like Simmons or Buckner. Me too. I'd be willing to do it for that, but other than that, I'd like to keep on to those picks as well, Flag. I feel the same exact way. Nick says, I remember how much Brandon liked some Levis. I did like me some Levis back in the day. Slightly cooled on him, but hey, I still got him as number 3 on my board here, and I still think that he's got a lot of potential as a pro. If we hadn't signed Geno, I'd be looking at it differently. I think in getting Levis, the attraction there is you're getting the guy that's played in your offense. He can start immediately at that point. You're maximizing that cheap rookie contract right from the jump. That was the attraction in that. That's now kind of out the door a little bit with the Geno contract. So that does change a little bit of my outlook on Levis. Joko, what are your running back rankings since we need a running back now with Penny and Homer gone? Maybe we take Zach Charbonnet or Gibbs or a later prospect. My running back rankings go like this. I'll give you my first 4 rounds of running backs. So it's Bijan Robinson at the top. I then have Jahmyr Gibbs, Zach Charbonnet. I have Chase Brown in a surprise. And a surprise is my number 4. Israel Abakanda as my number 5. Kendry Miller is my number 6. Kenny McIntosh is my number 7. Tajay Spears is my number 8. Tank Bigsby is my number 9. Roshan Johnson is my number 10. Chris Rodriguez is my number 11. Devin Archain is my number 12. Evan Hull as my number 13. And Deuce Vaughn as my number 14th rated running back. That'd be my top 14 for you. Benelli, Young's build is iffy. I want AR-15. It reminds me of Josh Allen before he became Josh Allen. Yeah, it just scares me way too much, Benelli. I just don't think he's going to stand up and hold up at the NFL level with the beating he's going to take. Just can't see it. Levis is going to bust so hard. I know Levis has got some definite he's not at the best process. I'll give you that either through this draft process, and he didn't come off the best season. Spencer says, interesting take on the Young Levis debate. Bryce is electric when healthy, and some will call it a lazy comparison, but when the shoe fits, he gives me Tua vibes hard. I can get that same kind of thing from him. I can, Spencer. And yeah, Young's a tough evaluation for me, but when I look at that build on the football field, I go, how is that going to hold up at the pro level? How is that going to withstand 300-pound linemen on top of him? And you do make it the right comparison, I think, to Tua, in that, their body types are kind of built similarly, just smallly built dudes. And, it's Tua last year got racked, got absolutely just his melon, shredded on a play that was a pretty rudimentary tackle, pretty routine tackle. He didn't have some blindside hit. That's the thing about these smaller guys. It's like, it ain't the crazy sub-illegal hit that they take that knocks them out. It's the routine play that'll take them out with the way that they're kind of built. But I do land, I will recognize I'm a little bit unique in this outlook of it to a degree in how I see Young. But boy, there are some people that are flating the hell out of Bryce Young in this draft. And I don't quite get there with it on him. Shane Germany, I'm not even in the place where some people are with him, where they're like, if he was just 3 inches taller, he'd be Patrick Mahomes. I'm not there with him on that. I don't agree on that one. Shane Germany, Richardson needs to be redshirted and then come on board for 2024. No franchise should start him in 2023. Levis is way better quarterback than most people talk about him. Agreed, Shane. Agreed on both accounts. I've been one of the backers of Levis, but I definitely will recognize he's had his share of, he has definitely had his share of guys that aren't on board with him. You see a couple people even here posting, he's going to be a bust, no doubt. Power hitter 427. Have you gotten around to checking out Lonnie Phelps? I have indeed. 6'2", 244, 4.55, 40, 1.62, 10-yard split, 31 reps, 32 3/8 inch arms. So pretty good numbers for the edge. Pretty quick coming off the edge there for what you see at 6'2", 244. He's going to get a lot of natural leverage wins at that size. He's a power edge with some burst. He would be good, I think, on a rally to the ball kind of defense. He's a hustle, high effort guy, shows good awareness to getting to the ball carrier, getting disengaged, finding the ball carrier if it's coming through his zone. He's not really a dip or a true bender. He's going to use hand fighting and power to break loose. But it's not just as simple as that sounds, because he can use a variety of different chops, swim moves, rips. He does look a little bit stiff, but he does show good lateral ability. And obviously he's got a really crazy high motor to him that I like quite a bit, 4.27. So a fun player, kind of more of a middle round guy. But when you are missing a little bit of that first step quickness, the bend and the dip, that's going to me reduce down a little of your top end just a tiny bit. but uniquely built at 6'2", 244. You know, a little bit of kind of that fire hydrant kind of build to him a little bit from coming off the edge. Mark says, even with this A grade offseason, the best signing might low-key be adding Brandon Jones as a defensive line linebacker coach. He can bring the most out of Mafe. It's been a struggle for them in the past, developing guys. Mark, I think this is an acknowledgement in signing him and bringing him in as a pass rush specialist in order to correct something that's been problematic from your coaching angle of things. So it should help. It should improve things. And I agree with you on that. I do. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? Thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. And folks, we are getting up into about 5 hours here on the stream. So I'm going to start to put a little bit of a button on it. Go ahead and get our last of our questions in. And then we're going to kind of put this in and kind of put this one to bed. Garth, thank you for the $5. He says, what happened with Levis to where his stock has cooled? I don't know if the stock was ever red hot with Levis, Garth. You know, there's always been the theory, I think, out there that Bryce Young and CJ Stroud are the more valued guys, and they have been and looked at and just liked more. And then both guys have had really good pre-draft evaluation processes here, Garth. You know, so both of those guys have shined in addition to being kind of the front runners. And then Anthony Richardson has had maybe the best pre-draft process and how he has shown up. And so he's more elevated in stock. So it's just been more than necessarily Levis hasn't elevated his stock with this offseason, where some of the other guys have been able to do so. And then he becomes kind of de facto, as kind of, to use your words, a little bit cooled at that point because of that. But it's not for anything that he's necessarily done. I have heard rumors that he's not necessarily interviewed out at the best level. But again, these are some of those weird smokescreen rumors that you're really not sure about what is the truth and what isn't the truth, Garth, when it comes to that. You know, it's like, I'm not sure on this. We'll kind of see. I still think at the end of the day, he's taken bottom line in the top 10 and still a very, very good chance he's taken in the top 5 when it's all said and done. But it does feel a little bit, Garth, in general, like it's cooled a little bit without a lack of a real good reason for it to happen. He had a bad last year, though. I mean, last year wasn't good too in college. That's gonna be problematic for people where they look at it and they say your year in 2021 was better than your year in 2022. And there's other prospects in this draft, Garth, that are being dinged in a similar fashion because of this lack and this drop of production in this last year compared to 2021. Look at Miles Murphy. Look at maybe a Trenton Simpson. Look at a Brian Breezy. All these guys are probably suffering from that same thing a little bit. And that's going to be the reality when the last tape you put up is not your strongest tape. Brandon Jordan, I know you meant Mark. I know you meant that pass rush specialist guy that they brought in. Drad 996. What are the Hawks' plans with Eskridge? And does that affect what they do after a pass catcher? Great insight, Brandon. Keep it up. Thank you, Drad. I really do appreciate it. I don't know if they're really counting on Eskridge at this point. He's a guy in the mix. He's a guy they're going to probably have another run next year to see if they can salvage him as a draft pick in the second round. But at this point, it is really a salvaging. And then when you get to a salvage date as a player, I don't think that the team's counting on you in year 3 at that point, if you just have not been able to be a guy they can count on at all up until this point, and you just haven't not been able to. I don't know what happens with them next year, Drad. I think the team is much more higher at this point on Derek Young than they are on Eskridge. You very well could see Derek Young coming off the bench ahead of Dwayne Eskridge next year. They have some hope. They're going to take a risk on him. They're going to, bet that maybe there's a little bit they can get back out of him from this, but I don't think they're counting on him. And I don't have a lot that I'm expecting out of him here going forward at this point. Appreciate you though, Drad. Thank you so much. Spaces, Zach Wilson, a bust? Absolutely a bust. Absolutely at this point, a bust. Joka says, Bryce Young gives me Tua, Kyler Murray hybrid vibes. Kind of a bit with that. Me too. I get a little bit of that same kind of feel. Man, we got you guys in the chat. We flow. We are at 12 o'clock. I'm in 5 hours. You guys are still just bump on the chat. I love you guys. Amazing. Jesse Bond says Richardson's publicly said he doesn't like the AR-15 name. I try to respect that too by saying Anthony Richardson. It gets hard. It slips out though, because it's so sometimes easy, Jesse, and just you have to say these guys' names, and when it's Anthony Richardson, or I can just say Area 15. It's like, it's very fun to be able to just kind of shorthand stuff rather than having to say out the whole $15 handle of a first and last name that you got with 16 syllables. But I get it. That's where his respect is. I will say it is kind of a little bit funny to me when players are like, no, I don't want to be called this nickname that I've been given. Like, you don't really get to have a choice over your nicknames. When a nickname hits, it lands, and that's your nickname. You can get mad about it, but that's just the way it is. Spencer says, fun question I've been meaning to pose to you in the chat. Who feels like the most Seahawks prospect in this draft to you? I don't know about you guys, anyone else, but I always get a feeling about 1 to 3 guys by now. Will McDonald, Spencer Smith. Will McDonald would be that guy for me. Benelli Hooker will be gone at the end of the first round, Megan. I'm happy with Hendon too. Flag Sabbath's on the same page with me on McDonald. During Squidward, is Stroud the most pro-ready quarterback? No, I mean, you probably got Bryce Young is probably technically the most pro-ready, but Stroud's right behind him, drunk. Spencer says most Seahawks player in this draft, according to the Spencer evaluation, is Mr. Keanu Benton, underrated pass rusher with a nasty streak in the run game. Time to beef that ish up. He's my second zero tech in this draft, just behind Maze for me, Spencer, and he does give you more pass rush than Maze gives you, but he's not quite the run defender Maze is. But I love him. His tape's great, man. Shane says if Young and Stroud had the weapons Levis had last year, you'd really see how good or bad they are, as Levis had a good season with 0 offensive line. Very few folks in their evaluations of Levis that call him a bust and tell him that he's going to be this or he's going to be that give him very much room for error at all about the team that he had to work with. And then they completely overlook the fact Young and Stroud had all they did have to work with. In fact, I hear people doing backflips over trying to talk about how little Bryce Young had to really work with out there in Alabama this year. And it's really kind of an effing joke, to be honest with you. I've turned on the tape with Bryce Young. He sits back there and waits in the pocket for 10 seconds, surveying the field, sipping on iced tea, casually deciding where he's going to go with the ball. They've got all the time in the world to throw. They're rarely under duress. They've got great pass catchers on the outside. They've got an amazing offensive line. They got great defenses. Levis had none of that. It makes the evaluation of Levis, though, very, very, very hard. Drunk, what's up with the Aaron Rodgers situation? The Packers want the draft compensation, Drunk. They want the draft compensation. They want all of the picks back. They've got to eat dead money to move on from Aaron Rodgers. They've got the Jets over a pickle of a situation. And in having them over the pickle of the situation, they're going to turn the screws to them and get every last bit that they can get out of it. Are they going to overshoot their skis on this one? Are they going to potentially kill this deal before it gets started because they're going to end up asking for too much? Maybe. But the Packers have determined that they want what they want to get in this deal back from the Jets. The Jets don't feel good about doing that because they're not sure if Aaron Rodgers is going to be here past 1 year. And that leads you to the impasse that we currently find ourselves in right now, man. Mr. Smith's second fun question of the night. What's your hottest 2023 draft take? I'll be brave and start it off. I would not hate Kancey at 5 overall if Anderson or Carter were off the board and we're not going quarterback. Well, I think my honest take is Jalen Carter being the best prospect in this draft. I don't know that there's a lot of people that necessarily fit to the same place in how they look at it. Absent that, I'd be fine with taking Bijan Robinson at 5 versus other people that wouldn't. So that's probably my hottest take. Jerome says, you could do more late night streams, laugh my ass off. I go all night. Good night, everyone. I know, man. I know. It's amazing. I always think 5 hours in, people will be blown out to be sitting with like 20 people in the chat, but we keep it, man. I could go, I think, till 3 in the morning and we'd still be maintaining 170, 180. The tough part for me though is I'm trying to get these a little more tightened up stream wise so that I'm not as blown out, because I do a 5 hour. I know you guys love me going these long streams, man, but you guys understand, like my brain is absolutely blown out tomorrow. Like I won't be able to think, I won't be able to function. I'm just going to be sitting here like, an invalid patient that's just been lobotomized. I'm just staring and just like, so trying to tighten these up a little bit so I can kind of keep my head and then be able to do a little bit more, streams. So that's kind of the upside of this, is hopefully we can tighten these down a little bit to where I can do them quicker, but then I give you guys more streams and then I'm fresher in the streams and I'm more, I just can't imagine. The thing that blows me away is you guys that when we get to the 4 hour to 5, 4 hour to 6, that I'm entertaining in any way. That's the part that blows me away, because I don't even know what I'm saying when we get to hour 5 at this point, right? Like my brain is in, but I must be saying something all right. You guys hang in there with me, man. So I appreciate you. It does blow me away though. I will say that. What was there a team that needed a quarterback at the top 5 last year? Yeah, I mean, there would have been teams that I think would have taken a quarterback if there was one worthy of being picked there. I mean, are the Giants is sold on Daniel Jones at that point? If they have Anthony Richardson there and they can take Anthony Richardson, or they like, no, we've got Daniel now. We're going to chill. So, I think it was more driven, Hang Woo Lee, by the fact that not that there wasn't a team that didn't need a quarterback. It was more driven by the fact that there wasn't a quarterback worthy of being a top 5 selection. And if there's a top 5 worthy selection quarterback, you're going to see a guy get taken in the top 5, a quarterback taken in the top 5 then from that. Let's get through here. Joker says, makes sense. You also have the Crow's Nest channel. Yeah, and it's going to be the tough part, because every time I do these where I try to shorten the streams down, I know people, I can see the chat, people going, no, keep going. Don't sign off. You can never sign off. And like, I get it. I get it. I love the loyalty. I love the fact that people hang, but we got it for the sake of growing this channel. I got to do more streams and we got to do more of the tighter stuff. So it's going to be a bit of the change on the channel as we go forward a little bit here, because it's just, I'm too done the day after, folks. Like, I can't just have a whole day where I can't think the next day at all, because I've had to talk for 6 straight hours because folks are like, no, we're 1 a.m. Let's go till 4 a.m. No, not doing it. What's the worst case scenario for you at 5, given everything we currently know? Power hitter, that would be Bryce Young. Bryce Young at number 5 would be my worst case scenario. I would not be a happy man by that. That would make me very angry. King Bomber Jalen Carter is the best player in the draft. That's not a hot take, so you must have cool takes, B. I guess so. I think my Bijan one might be probably one that clicks it for people if I'm looking to set people off with that. If not that, I'd say I think Bryce Young, just to stay on this Bryce Young, I think he's the most overrated prospect in this draft. And I think the whole Patrick Mahomes comp to him and people just falling over themselves for Bryce Young, I think has been way overstated in my opinion. Spencer Smith, Hawks Nest, appreciate all the great content, man. We all have a better and more involved fan experience because of this community. Thank you to all of you for being part of something amazing. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I do indeed. Very kind of you to say. Good night to y'all. Spencer, have a good one. Manelli, Brandon, your sacrifice, well appreciated. Well, it's not sacrifice. You guys do that, make this well worth my while, and I love doing this. I do. I just want to make sure when I'm doing it, I'm at my best, and the point's eventually to do this every day. And if we're going to do it every day, it'll be definitely within a fit format of a show of I'm in for these hours, I'm out for these hours, you know? And that way I can do it every day. Megan says hour 5, 6 is the most amusing bee. It must be, Megan, because we keep the people in here during that time. We do. Joka Bryce Young at 5 would be bad. How? I don't trust Joka that he's going to hold up long term, and I think he's an overrated player in this draft. This is simply my outlook. I know everybody else is fawning over him like he's the belle of the ball here right now, but I don't. I really think that he's been an overrated player in this draft. Jack, what's the longest stream I've done? 14 hours, I think is our longest one. Something like that. Douglas Osaka, I think Ryan went to Ryan, John and Pete, and asked to be released. He was expecting a multi-year payday for his good play and didn't get it. Then they brought in a free agent and paid him. I was saying that earlier too, Douglas, and that I thought that could make a lot of sense in this situation. That he went to them and been like, look, do right by me. Because also within this, Douglas, and them paying Julian Love, not only maybe a slap in the face of not paying Ryan for his season, but paying Julian Love, but also the fact that he looks at the upcoming year, Douglas, and he goes, I'm not going to have a pathway to get on the football field to really go out and show out and then go get that contract next year. So why don't you just let me out now to go get what I can get now? Makes sense. Makes sense. Jack says Bryce Young's definitely going to ball out now, laughing out loud. Maybe, man. I might be off on this one. King Bomber says, I agree with you on this. Bryce Young is the worst pick at 5. You literally cannot go wrong. No, you basically can't go wrong except for that. That'd be the one place where I'd be like, ugh. King says, my favorite scenario is trade down 7, take Carter. That'd be great. Power Hitter, it's amazing how tight this community is. It is. It's been wonderful to watch it develop over this time frame. And I mean, I could just sit here and enjoy myself not talking sometimes, just reading the chat and going back and forth on stuff, just having the inner conversations and inner debates that are going on. It's great. It's as I always say, I love this place too, because it is a tight place. It's a place where people treat people with respect, but there's a lot of intelligent thinking as well. Whether it's in agreement or in disagreement, or whether it's fierce debate, you're always feeling the intelligence of people coming in armed with, trying to understand the scenario as clearly as they can, coming in armed with having done their background work and done their research and bringing that forward to bear here in the chat. And it's wonderful. I couldn't have asked for a better community here in the YouTube of what I get all the way around. Benelli says Bijan as a Seahawk would give us the greatest backfield in the history of football. There you go, Benelli. I'm with it. King Bomber, potential Josh Allen or an IR dominating quarterback. I know what I'm taking. Amen, King Bomber. Amen, man. Doesn't it, when you put it like that, bro, when you put it like that. Sam the Great says, I've said it before in the chat, wouldn't mind Bijan at 5. I'm kind of there with them on that. Especially with some of the options at 5. If there is no Will Anderson, if the Carter has not the clean character concerns, we don't have Tyree Wilson doing any of his testing numbers, we're going to have to take a little bit of a shot in the dark on that particular one. Going down the line, there isn't any real certain answers at that point if you find that spot at number 5. Part of why I've also said I think at the front of the line, moving back is the smartest real option there because of that. But in a lot of uncertainty, you're getting a lot of certainty by taking Bijan. It would make a lot of the fan base revolt and get mad and angry, but I think your offense would be that much more effective. Jack, that's dedication. Yeah, that was a crazy stream on that one. We went hard on that one. Flag, Tyree Wilson at 5 would be pretty disappointing. He'd be a meh for me. I couldn't get to the disappointment, but I'd be kind of meh. All right. Broco, with Bryce Young at 5, can't you draft him and flip him to another team with players or other draft picks, or is that odd to do these days? You're not usually going to draft him and then flip him. You'll flip him to the team to draft him, Joka. But I'm okay with doing that. I just don't want to pick him. That's my whole thing with it. I just don't want to take him. Megan, the Hawks Nest, I've said to you privately, but I want the chat to know this. This is definitely my place, and you're the reason why. I've never felt... Sorry, my cat's freaking out. She's ready for the stream to end. I've said before privately, but I want the chat to know this. There's a word there that's off, Megan. And you are the reason why I've never felt so safe to talk to y'all about all things. Well, thank you, Megan. I'm glad that this can be that place for you. And I hope it is for many other people too as well. I do. It's very kind of you to say though. And I love hearing it. Mark says, the team you're most, and folks, we're going to go ahead and close off the questions here. I'm going to put up the little thing here because we were definitely 5:18 in, so we're good at this point. Mark says, who's the team you're most worried about in the NFC? Detroit at 6th pick worries me a lot. They are the most worrisome team, I think, as we go into the future of the NFC, Mark. And if you look at the NFC, I think the thing that's nice about this when we land at Detroit as being the worrisome team is that it's a very weak NFC conference. So, you're having a conference that's much more opened up for teams to jump forward here. It's not like we're the AFC where there is one great team after another great team and you've got to go through a murderer's row of potential teams in order to get through. It's not. It's very thin. Now, at the end of that, though, is going to be a Detroit. It's going to be a Philadelphia team. Detroit showed that last year they're rounding into shape. They're getting better. They're on the rise. They're listening to Campbell. They're tuned in. They also have a highly talented roster. They have been building towards the trenches. They've got a stack of draft picks they're sitting on. They're going to have money to spend as we go into the future. They are certainly standing right now at the head of being one of those main worries and main teams that I'm most concerned about as we go into the future, Mark. So they're very well positioned to be a dominant team here, and that's scary. But there's not a lot of teams in the NFC that are in that place, so I'm just not as worried about it in that respect of things. Sean, B-, is there a reason why the Seahawks never met with any of the top pass rushers? No, I mean, you only get so many visits, Sean. They may not have the questions with those guys. There could be a lot of reasons driving the lack of interest in the lack of interviewing. It doesn't mean simply lack of interest in those pass rushers. So some guys you want to meet with, other guys you don't. Some guys you might have questions about. How does this guy's mind tick? I want to meet with him personally. You're not always just simply driven by the guys that you're most interested in going and picking up in a particular draft. So it doesn't mean just because they don't meet with a rusher that guy's off their list or something. It's still definitely within play at that point in time. Donnie, you have yourself a great night. Appreciate you. And Will Valdez, Detroit definitely terrifies me with some of the ways they could set up this draft going forward. That's already a team on the rise, and you're injecting them with a lot of talent out of this draft. They're like us, 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, and some high picks that they're working with. That's a lot. King, they didn't meet with Charles Cross last year, did they? I don't know if they did, King Bomber. I'm not sure on that. Okay, we are going to wrap it up on that fact. I know we'd go. You guys have me go all night if you could get me to go, but I am going to go ahead and call it on that because I am getting hungry. We've gone 5 hours and 20 long minutes in. So let's go ahead and put a little bit of a topper on that. Appreciate you, King Bomber, on that. But yeah, I think you're right on that. I don't think they met with Cross last year. They've been at guys that years. Teams meet with guys for different reasons. And definitely if you have a guy, if they are meeting with a guy, it signifies absolute interest. That certainly is true, but not meeting with him doesn't mean a lack of interest either on that other side of it. So yeah. In utero, yep. Definitely Detroit needs another corner. They can get a corner in a variety of areas in this draft, including that second round, if they want to stick more to the trenches in the first round. But Detroit's like us. They were a good team last year. They have this bonus first round pick. They can go a variety of different places and how they want to go. So makes a lot of sense. Not even my shrink or family know, and it's because of you and the way you run the chat. Love you all so much, and thank you to the bottom of my heart to all of you at the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Megan. That's a great way to wrap this up. Beautifully, beautifully put on your part on that. Thank you again for all you do for the channel as well. Not only the support, but all the mod duties that you apply. I really, really do appreciate it. Folks, another great stream today. Some great discussions and just breaking this stuff down, getting to kind of the heart of the matter as we start to circle a little bit more firmly around these draft picks and what we're looking at doing and how we're going to do it. And making sense of this Ryan Neal release as much as I think we can kind of make sense of it, though it is a bit of an oddity in how it currently stands. We find ourselves about 24 days out from the NFL draft, from the monumental NFL draft that will determine this upcoming future for your Seattle Seahawks. Are we going to be on the rise to the Super Bowl? Is our Seahawks Super Bowl window going to start to crack open next year? Is that too early or is it just the right time? We're going to know, and we're going to learn a lot off the back end of how this draft plays out to be able to determine whether or not that's going to be the truth. You got 10 picks in this draft. You got 4 picks in the first 52 selections. You've got the ammunition to get it done. You got the ammunition to fire this team forward. People talking about Detroit, people talking about the Eagles. You nail this draft right. You're the team people are talking about. You're the team that people are saying that's who you got to worry coming out of the NFC. That's who you got to worry about coming out of the NFC West. And it would be lovely to see. We'll see how the Seahawks play this one out in this draft. I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm hopeful. And I think they're going to land this one right. I think they're well positioned in this draft with how they've dealt with free agency. They lean into BPA, lean into that BPA, not stretch for need, right? Not pull that taffy stretch out for need, but actually just stay in that pocket and take the best player available on your board. And it certainly could lead to success. Hell, it did so last season. That's something Schneider mentioned all the time. Benelli, thank you for finishing us off in the right way with that kind of support that I've seen throughout this show, throughout this channel, that I see every single show on every time I go live with the $5 donation. He says, go Hawks. Go Hawks is right. And I really do appreciate that donation and your guys' support to this channel. I got nobody out in YouTube, period, has the kind of support that I get from you guys as far as not only dollar donation, but you guys show up on every single stream. I've bumped up the live stream schedule here this off season a little bit more than last off season. You guys have been here way more, even more so than forced than ever before. I can't believe it. I'm in awe of it sometimes, but make no mistake about it. I really do appreciate it. You guys are amazing in every single way. I could never have imagined starting this channel. It would be this way every show, every single show, right on point with it every single time, keeping my mind turning, keeping me talking Hawks, and just keeping me interested and laughing as you guys do as well. So appreciate you guys. I love you guys. We'll be bouncing back on Tuesday on Brendan's show. We'll be back Wednesday doing the live stream show here. Then Brendan will be back on my channel on Thursday as we do 2 B&B shows a week. So the stream schedule is going to continue to ramp up as we go through this week and as we lead up into the draft coverage. So expect to see a lot more of this bright, shining, smiling face for you folks. Hope you're going to be able to deal with that. Welcome to all the new subscribers. Thank you for jumping aboard. Please do hit that like button on the way out the door, folks. I really do appreciate it. And as I often like to tell you guys, I hope I don't have to tell you, as we got this draft coming up, you have all these picks, as we got this team well positioned to start to crack that Super Bowl window, I would hope I wouldn't have to remind you, I wouldn't have to tell you that we're about ready to go do some great things, but just in case, just maybe because you might be a little unsure, or some of you might be forgetting just a tiny bit, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.